The destruction of the Knights Templar in the early 14th century was meant to be absolute. Their treasuries, records, and every trace of their influence were ordered to be seized, erased, or buried so deeply that no rumor could survive. Yet fate intervened. In southern France, a farmer tending his vineyard uncovered a strange stone. Beneath it lay a small concealed box. Wrapped in a strip of decayed wool was a ledger, its ink faded, but its entries still legible. Names, sums, transactions, even interest calculations. The document revealed a financial system astonishingly advanced for its time, overseen not by kings or merchants, but by warrior monks sworn to poverty. This discovery raises two profound questions. Whose wealth were they safeguarding? And how did they construct a financial network far ahead of medieval Europe's understanding? Such mysteries do not announce themselves loudly. They emerge quietly, like dust settling in an abandoned chapel. As one touches the fragile parchment, it seems to pulse with echoes of a world on the brink of dramatic change. Above, the vineyard hums with bees unaware of the financial empire that once slept beneath its soil. Picture the Templar scribes working by candlelight, their quills recording figures that shaped the destinies of kings. Medieval borders were redrawn by mounted knights, but real power increasingly followed the flow of money and credit. The Templars, often imagined as austere guardians of relics, were far more complex. They built a continent-spanning system so trustworthy that monarchs themselves deposited fortunes under their care. Their network moved wealth faster than any caravan or fleet, all administered by men vowed to own nothing. How did monks become financiers? The answer lies in necessity. Founded in 1119 to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land, the early Templars were poor and few. They survived on donations and borrowed land. Their main asset was their reputation, reinforced by Bernard of Clairvaux, whose support won them papal recognition. The turning point came in 1139, when Pope Innocent II granted the order sweeping privileges, exemption from local laws and taxes, and the right to answer only to the Pope. This transformed the Templars into a unique, borderless religious corporation. In an era burdened by tolls and taxes, the Templars moved freely. Land donated to them became profitable centers. Goods traveled unimpeded, and crucially, people began entrusting their wealth to the order. A nobleman could deposit valuables with the Templars in England and redeem them with a coded letter in Acre. This trust was not accidental. Templars could not marry, had no heirs, and followed strict discipline, ideal guardians of wealth they could never personally enjoy. As their responsibilities grew, they improved their clerical systems. By the mid-12th century, they employed trained multilingual scribes, skilled in accounting and complex transactions. With time, their role expanded. They transported goods, ransomed nobles, financed armies, and managed estates across Europe and the Near East. Though they never intended to become bankers, their structure pushed them steadily toward finance. Once they stored wealth and issued letters of credit, it was inevitable that they would begin charging fees and managing capital. Some evidence suggests they offered loans disguised as administrative costs, skirting the church's ban on usury. Whether these accusations were truth or slander long remains debated. The ledger found beneath the French vineyard hints at long-term loans, interest payments, and partnerships with noble families, clear signs of an evolving financial institution. Their most famous center, the Paris Temple, acted as the French crown's de facto bank. The Templars were no longer simply knights. They were administrators of a financial world Europe was only beginning to understand. Yet this transformation aligns with their original mission. To protect pilgrims and defend the Holy Land, they needed resources, fortifications, horses, weapons, ships, money-funded survival. Their financial activities were not a betrayal of their vows, but an extension of their duty. By the late 12th century, the Templars commanded extraordinary trust and immense power. Their blend of faith, discipline, and administrative genius allowed wealth to flow safely under their seal. They did not set out to invent international banking. Yet that is precisely what they achieved. In France, a similar dynamic unfolded. Louis IX entrusted the Templars with the intricate logistics of his Seventh Crusade. They arranged shipping, procured supplies, and managed the vast payroll that kept the army moving. Records from the temple in Paris list hundreds of payments to vendors, mercenaries, and clergy. The order was not merely moving gold, it was administering an entire war, and they were not doing it for free. While the rule forbade usury, the Templars navigated that restriction with remarkable creativity. They did not call anything interest. Instead, they charged expenses, handling fees, or penalties for late redemption. Officially, these were not loans, but advances on anticipated income. It was ecclesiastical tap dancing at its finest, and everyone involved knew the choreography. Kings got their money, the temple got its share. No one spoke the word profit. Some historians have tried to downplay the scale of these dealings, insisting the Templars were treasurers rather than true bankers. The surviving documents suggest otherwise. Royal authorities at times owed the temple staggering sums, debts so large that they risked becoming financially dependent on the order. One astonishing record from the court of James I of Aragon lists a deferred military payment to the Temple of Solomon, civil branch, equal to nearly a quarter of the royal annual budget. This was no friendly favor, it was institutional credit on a massive scale, and such credit always came with terms. Once a king owed the temple, the relationship fundamentally changed. The Templars could demand collateral land, trade privileges, or tax exemptions. In Castile, they were granted rights to operate lucrative toll stations. In England, they acquired extensive lands, not just in the countryside but in prime urban locations. These were not gifts, they were repayments. There are even subtle, controversial hints that the order nudged royal policy, not with open threats but with timing. A postponed repayment here, a tactful reminder of past support during a diplomatic crisis there. When a monarch's solvency depended on a monastic military order, the balance of power shifted quietly, but inexorably. Contemporaries felt this shift. A Parisian cleric in the late 1200s bitterly observed, "The temple writes the law behind the coin." Exaggeration perhaps, but revealing. The Templars were no longer merely rich, they were embedded, too useful to dismiss, too independent to control. With every properly sealed contract and carefully tallied ledger, their grip tightened. The contrast between their public humility and private influence made the transformation even more striking. Outwardly, they preached poverty, wore plain mantles, and chanted psalms at dawn. Behind closed doors, they negotiated with kings, managed enormous financial portfolios, and drafted repayment schedules that determined the fate of armies. In 1 hour, a knight might lead prayers in a chapel lit by a single candle. In the next, he would sign an agreement that defined the logistics of a kingdom's next campaign. Such influence had consequences. Kings resented their dependence, and resentment breeds rumor. By the late 13th century, whispers of Templar arrogance circulated at court. They were accused of hoarding wealth, manipulating currency, favoring certain lords. Proof is scarce, but with power, perception often matters more than fact. When people believe a story, it becomes real enough to kill. France offers a vivid example. Philip IV, ironically known as Philip the Fair, had borrowed heavily from the temple to fund his wars against England and Flanders. When repaying those debts became politically painful, he did not tighten his belt, he tightened the noose. Within a few years, he would become the relentless architect of the order's downfall. That story belongs to another evening. For now, keep this image: the Templars as bankers to monarchs, not in theory but in daily practice. Picture the narrow, stone chambers of the temple in Paris, where royal clerks and Templar scribes bent over parchment beneath flickering oil lamps. Imagine the signatures, the seals, the scrolls bound in leather and locked in iron-bound chests. These were not relics, they were loan contracts, expense ledgers, and political insurance policies. No army marched without gold. No crown stayed on a king's head without the soft rustle of parchment beneath it. The Templars understood this truth. They mastered it. For a time, they were not just soldiers of the cross, but financial stewards of Europe's thrones. There are cities where power seems to pulse beneath the stones themselves. Paris has always been one of them. Yet its influence did not flow only from palaces and cathedrals. In a shadowed district north of the Seine stood a fortress neither strictly royal nor purely sacred, but something in between: the temple. Not a temple in the classical sense, nor a cathedral, though it held chapels. It was the Paris headquarters of the Knights Templar, and for over a century it served as the silent heart of Europe's emerging financial system. The temple in Paris was more than a mere commandery. It was the administrative brain of the Order's European operations, a walled compound with its own church, treasury, dormitories, armories, and, critically, vast archives. Built and expanded across the 12th and 13th centuries, it became a labyrinth of stone and silence. Chroniclers describe its iron-bound doors, keys the length of a forearm, and taciturn guards who neither asked nor answered questions. Yet the true treasure lay not in the vaults, but in the scribes' hall. There, rows of clerks, many lay brothers rather than knights, copied, translated, calculated, and recorded without rest. Ledgers arrived from commanderies across Europe: Aragon, Apulia, Flanders, Hungary. Each was checked, logged, and sealed away in archives that, according to a 14th century writer, contained more parchment than any royal chancery west of Rome. This was data management before databases, an analog nerve center tracking thousands of transactions, properties, and assets across borders. And because the order answered only to the Pope, no secular king could legitimately demand access to what was stored within those walls. Kings used the temple because they had no better alternative, and because it worked. Transactions were swift, accounts accurate. In an age of feudal chaos, such reliability was revolutionary. Imagine the practicalities. A noble in Toulouse deposits funds at his local commandery and requests payment in Cologne within a month. The request goes to Paris, where it is logged and verified against the order's holdings. If approved, a courier rides to Cologne, or more likely, coded instructions are sent authorized payment in local coin. No chest of silver crosses the Alps. Wealth moves, metal does not. The temple also held one of Europe's largest physical treasuries. It received coin from kingdoms, gold from the Crusader states, and silver from mines owned or taxed by the order. This wealth lay in underground chambers, whose exact layout is lost to time. One account claimed it took 8 brothers 6 days to complete the yearly inventory. But again, the true power lay not in coin, but in the ledger, the record, the proof. Monarchs did not merely store wealth there, they entrusted part of their legitimacy. Royal charters, treaties, and key debt instruments lay in the temple's archives because it was seen as neutral and incorruptible. A king might trust his son with a sword. His finances he entrusted to the Templars, not just kings. Pope Innocent III sent emissaries to check crusade funding. The Doge of Venice negotiated shipping contracts with Templar scribes. Even rival orders such as the Hospitallers sometimes routed funds through the temple in Paris, though never without a certain sting of pride. With such prominence came danger. Conspiracies often began with the question, what is really hidden in the Paris temple? Rumors spoke of secret hoards, forbidden documents, and compromising information about kings. Most of it was likely fantasy, but the truth hardly mattered. The temple became a symbol of untouchable power, not just rich, but unreachable. One episode from 1265 captures the perception. When a fire broke out in a nearby merchant quarter, residents begged the Templars to open their gates. They refused not, the records insist, out of cruelty, but to protect their archives. The fire never touched the walls, but public anger smoldered for years. The temple had chosen parchment over people, yet the crown jewels still went there. Philip III stored them in the temple, preferring it to the Louvre or Notre Dame. He entrusted the kingdom's most precious symbols to men who had taken vows of poverty. The irony was not lost on anyone. As the temple's security and prestige grew, kingdoms invested less in their own treasuries. Why build an impregnable vault when the Templars already had one? Why rely on a noble for bookkeeping when monks in Paris could do it cheaper and better? And then came the reckoning. When Philip IV moved against the order in the early 1300s, his first step was clear: seize the Paris temple. On the morning of the 13th of October 1307, Friday, the 13th Royal Forces stormed the compound. Scribes were arrested, vaults forced open. And what did they find? Coin, yes. Ledgers, yes. But no mythical, bottomless treasure, no ultimate blackmail file. Some historians believe the most sensitive records were quietly removed before the raid. Others say there was never any secret trove, only routine documents inflated into legend by envy and fear. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. After that day, the temple in Paris never functioned as it had. The heart of the network had been pierced. Still, if stone could remember, those walls would recall ink-stained fingers, couriers galloping out at dawn, the ring of coin on wood, and the quiet heartbeat of Europe's economy pulsing beneath their feet. In that memory, perhaps, the true treasure lies. Coins are heavy. They chip, wear, and vanish. Kings struck them to proclaim power, even when their treasuries ran dry. The Templars never minted coins, never tried. Yet without a single mint, they came to control more of Europe's money flow than most monarchs. That paradox sits at the heart of the Templar mystery. How does a mintless order become the engine of continental finance? Begin with the coins themselves. In the medieval world, money was chaos. Sizes, weights, and purity varied wildly between realms, and often changed at a ruler's whim. Some kings debased their currency, diluting silver with base metals to stretch their resources. Confidence in coinage was fragile. The Templars stepped into this confusion with something rare: consistency. Operating across many kingdoms, they needed a stable internal system. A commandery in Portugal could not rely on the same coinage as one in Scotland or Cyprus. So they built conversion tables. A French denier was worth so many English pence. A Genoese grosso equaled so many Aragonese maravedis. Rates fluctuated, but the temple tracked and updated them through correspondence. The result was quietly revolutionary. The coin itself became secondary. A pilgrim could deposit any local currency, no matter how obscure, and receive a written note redeemable elsewhere. When he arrived, the Templars paid him in local coin, at rates previously calculated. No chest of gold had to cross hostile territory. The value moved, the metal stayed put. To some observers, the temple became a ghost mint. It did not create coins, but it created value, or rather, managed belief in value. The worth of a Templar letter of credit lay in the confidence that it would be honored somewhere down the line. Because the system worked, people trusted it. Because they trusted it, the system grew. One Sicilian record mentions a debt paid in the manner of the temple, that is, not in coin, but in value transferred through the Templar network. Not in silver, not in gold, but by the method. When the method itself becomes a recognized unit, you have stepped into a different kind of power. The Templars did still handle physical money. Commanderies held reserves in dozens of currencies. They employed weighers, assayers, and experts who could detect forgeries by sound and touch. Every coin was weighed, logged, and, when necessary, melted to test purity. One record from Rouen describes a coin library, a chest of sample coins from various regions used to judge new arrivals. Another from Arles lays out the procedure for identifying clipped or shaved coins, which were then separated and carefully returned to the issuing lord with a note. Yet they never issued their own coinage. Not because they lacked the means, they had forges, metal, and skilled workers, but because they didn't need the symbol. Kings stamped their faces on silver to claim authority. The Templars demonstrated theirs by making that silver move where no king could safely send it. rumors still arose. Chroniclers spoke of secret Templar coins, marked with strange symbols and used only internally. A few such tokens have been found, small silver pieces stamped with geometric patterns, no king's head in sight. Most scholars think they were weights, not currency, tools of measurement, not spending. But the fact that people believed the order might secretly mint its own money says much about perception. Watching the temple move vast sums without a mint, many assumed there must be some hidden magic. There was, but it was accounting, not alchemy. Templar ledgers tracked deposits, withdrawals, currency fluctuations, shortages, and regional trends. Scribes needed more than Latin. They needed arithmetic. In a world where many nobles could not sign their names, these anonymous clerks became the quiet heroes of the system. They did not ride into battle, but without them, no fortress could be funded, no army moved, no deal sealed. A papal legate wrote in the 1272, "The temple governs coin, it does not create, and yet all men trust it." Admiration and warning in a single sentence. Rome tolerated Templar finance so long as it did not challenge papal supremacy. Even the church had to admit, the system worked. By refusing to mint their own currency, the Templars also avoided many troubles that plagued monarchs: accusations of debasement, disputes over whose face appeared on money, and battles over minting rights. They let kings fight over symbols. The temple simply moved the metal. Over time, trust shifted from the object, the coin, to the institution managing it. When that happens, the rules change. The Templars, one sealed letter at a time, were writing those new rules. So when you imagine medieval wealth, do not think first of chests overflowing with coins or blacksmiths striking dies. Picture instead a quiet room of stone, a wooden desk, a quill scratching lines into parchment, a man in a white mantle, tracking gold he will never own, shaping kingdoms he will never rule. All because someone, somewhere, trusts the seal he carries. Usury. The word rang like a warning bell across medieval Europe. To take interest on a loan was to risk your soul. The church condemned it as unnatural money, breeding money, a sin against the order of creation. Yet kings needed loans, crusades needed funding, and merchants needed credit. The Templars found a way to give all three what they wanted, without ever admitting what they were doing. Their rule forbade usury. No brother was to charge interest. No knight was to grow rich from another's debt. Officially, they obeyed. Their ledgers show no interest columns, no explicit rates, no lines labeled profit. But between the lines, behind phrases like fee for service, storage expense, or transfer convenience, the numbers hint at something else. It began with a loophole. When a noble deposited money for safekeeping or transfer, he expected a service. The Templars provided it guards, clerks, couriers. In return, they asked for a donation, usually a fixed percentage of the sum, not interest of course, just a contribution for holy labor. That this donation was suspiciously predictable troubled few. After all, what other moneylender carried a sword and a crucifix? Then came delays. In some arrangements, the temple agreed to release a sum at a later date. Not a loan, merely funds held in trust. When the money was returned, it often came back larger than before, justified as recovered value, adjusted tithe, or gratitude allocation. One case from Navarre makes the pattern clear. The order accepted 300 livres to be returned in a year with a convenience gain reflecting local conditions. 12 months later, the recipient received 336 livres, a 12% increase, a very normal interest rate for the era. Nowhere in the record is the word interest used. It is simply an adjustment approved by the commander. Everyone saw what was happening. No one named it. That was the genius. The Templars understood that power lay not only in gold, but in language. By mastering the vocabulary of exceptions, they built a shadow economy within Christendom, one that followed every rule on paper, while quietly rewriting them in practice. They did not charge interest. They sold protection. They did not lend money. They advanced expected income. Every transaction became a theological dance, a slow turning around the word sin without ever stepping on it. Not everyone accepted the illusion. By the late 13th century, accusations of Templar usury spread. Rivals hospitallers, merchant banks, and others called the order hypocritical. An anonymous pamphlet in Provence denounced them as wolves in white cloaks, feeding on Christian kings under a mask of holiness. These charges never destroyed them in court, but they did create tension. Even the Vatican grew uneasy. At the Second Council of Lyon in 1274, usury was condemned again, with calls for stricter enforcement. Some churchmen muttered that the Templars were too deeply entangled in secular finance. Nothing concrete came of it. The order's usefulness and its papal protection shielded it. Still, the Templars adjusted. In some regions, they toned down their more obvious lending. Letters of credit were issued more cautiously. Fees were tucked deeper into supporting documents. Their language became more opaque. One surviving Paris contract from 1292 describes grain to be delivered as compensation for wartime delays, valued at 500 livres. The grain never arrived. Instead, the recipient accepted 510 livres in cash, the extra 10 labeled as late delivery accommodation. Dry, legal, and clearly a form of interest. The brilliance of the Templar method lay less in mathematics than in optics. Secular bankers, often Jews or Italian merchants, were distrusted and sometimes persecuted as usurers. The Templars, by contrast, hid under an aura of sanctity. Who would accuse crusading monks of greed? Who would believe it? Their behavior reveals a broader truth about medieval economics. Belief shapes reality. If a loan is not called a loan, if interest is not called interest, then on the surface no sin has been committed. As long as the Pope did not object, the fiction held. There is something strangely modern in this, navigating regulations with clever language, burying profit under phrases, building systems inside systems that are technically legal and functionally invisible. The Templars were not the first lenders. Jewish financiers, Italian merchant houses, and Byzantine bankers long predated them. But they were the first to lend inside the Church's protective shell, under papal sanction, with institutional discipline. They made religion itself an instrument of finance, and in doing so, they changed what wealth could be. A Flemish chronicle preserves one last telling anecdote. A nobleman who refused to use the temple because he believed it sinful to store coin with monks who profit by prayer. His neighbors mocked him. By year's end, he had borrowed secretly through a proxy, under another name. He paid a fee, but slept better, knowing no one had spoken the word interest. That, perhaps, was their real innovation. Not usury, but invisibility. Not glory in battle, but power in a ledger. Not open sin, but careful semantics, arranged just short of condemnation. The candle flickers. A quill whispers over parchment. Somewhere in a Templar house, a lone scribe leans over his work. The script he writes is strange, its curves and strokes unfamiliar even to other brothers. He glances around, then seals the sheet with wax. No names, no obvious coin marks, only codes. This is not ordinary bookkeeping, it is a shield. The Templars were famous for their records. Their sprawling financial operations required it. But beyond the main ledger's land lists, supply inventories, tithe receipts, there existed another layer. Documents written to be obscure, meant not only to hide, but to survive. We know of these because scraps remain. Fragments found in cracked walls, pages pulled from damp cellars. Few survived the order's fall, but enough to show a pattern-coded accounts, symbol-based notations, abbreviations that still resist full translation. In 1897, beneath the floorboards of a former Templar site in Languedoc, a ledger in Gothic script was discovered. It looked like a book of prayers, psalms woven with Latin phrases. But closer study revealed something odd. Numbers hidden in the verse, strange margin symbols, and veiled references to wheat, silver, and horses embedded in lines about grace and redemption. It turned out not to be a prayer book at all, but an asset inventory. Why the disguise? Because it listed properties never officially declared. Because it named people absent from any known Templar roster. Because some of its locations lay in territories where rulers had banned or heavily taxed the Order's holdings. It was a shadow ledger. Other hints appear elsewhere. A letter from a Venetian archive mentions accounting according to the fourth star, likely a cipher key used to scramble totals. In Aragon, excavations revealed a carved stone wheel inscribed with runes, thought to be part of a rotating cipher device. Speculative, yes, but together they suggest a level of cryptographic sophistication rare for the age. Why such secrecy? By the 13th century, the Templars were protecting more than gold from thieves. They were guarding knowledge from kings. Their independence, once their greatest strength, had become their weakness. Monarchs wanted access to Templar books to verify deposits, tax profits, and trace flows of wealth. The Order refused, citing papal privileges, and turned to ciphers to keep their secrets safe, even if the books fell into hostile hands. Some scholars argue that these coded records were simply redundant copies of official ledgers, wrapped in symbols out of caution. Others insist they tracked funds deliberately kept off the book's hidden reserves and political slush pools. Here, legend creeps in. Stories of a grand ledger kept in Paris or Rome, listing the Order's true wealth, every property, every vault, every royal debt. A book so dangerous that its discovery could have toppled crowns. No such register has been found. But hints persist. Letters mentioning the Red Book, references to ledgers for the eyes of three, and a fragment from Cyprus bearing the line, Quia scriptum est sed non publicatum, because it is written but not published. One feature stands out in these secret records: the use of symbols instead of names. People became shapes. Amounts became constellations of marks. Much like modern bank account numbers, these abstractions could not easily be tied to individuals. A stolen ledger without its key revealed nothing. In one case, a parchment found in a collapsed tower in Brittany bore 14 triangular marks in a grid, overlaid onto a map of known Templar sites, each mark aligned with a commandery, some known, some previously unknown. The implication: a coded map of holdings etched in geometry. Scribes selected for this work were carefully chosen. They trained separately, worked in isolation, and were rotated between houses so that no single man knew too much. Some sources claim they took modified vows of silence. Whether or not that is true, it is clear their role was deliberately hidden, even from other brothers. Yet the impact of this coded world was real. It allowed the temple to move resources quickly in times of danger, to hide funds, shift reserves, or support campaigns without alerting local authorities. Later, when suspicion and persecution grew, it helped them at least briefly keep crucial information out of royal hands. During the 1307 raids, Philip IV's men seized many ledgers. Most were routine. Some were missing pages. Others listed only letters and numbers, B14D3G8, next to undeciphered marks. Under torture, clerks revealed little. Some died without speaking. Others vanished. To this day, large parts of the Templars' financial record simply do not exist, destroyed, hidden, or written in codes we have not yet cracked. But absence, too, is a kind of record. The real value of the Templar cipher system was not merely in what it preserved, but in the control it enabled. Control over who knew what and when. That is more than banking. It is strategy. So picture again the scribe at his desk, sealing a coded sheet. Those symbols were not meant to be read by many. They were a paper fortress, ink taking the place of stone, language replacing iron locks. In that quiet, you can almost hear it, the faint heartbeat of a secret empire. Strip away the relics, the Grail myths, the cryptic maps, and what remains? A system. Not prophecy, not superstition, but an institutional machine so well designed that it outlived castles, crowns, and nearly the order itself. The Templars did not simply accumulate wealth, they circulated it, invested it, and reinvested it. They built a machine not of gears but of fields and farms, rents and roads, contracts and couriers. At its core stood an economic model more sophisticated than anything Europe had seen since Rome. It began with land. Nobles gave land more often than coin. Estates, farms, orchards, vineyards, even whole villages. The Templars did not flip these properties for quick gain. They developed them. They planted grain, raised sheep, pressed oil, and made wine. These were working assets, managed with discipline, and designed to produce surplus. Each commandery functioned as a local enterprise. Some specialized in agriculture, others in horse breeding, milling, or winemaking. Profits were recorded, a portion reinvested, and the rest sent to regional centers or, for large sums, to Paris. In modern terms, the order built a diversified portfolio. Risks were spread, income streams were varied. Beyond land, there was trade. Templar ships carried grain from Cyprus, wool from England, wine from Gascony. The order seldom traded openly under its own name. Instead, it partnered with local merchants, offering transport, protection, and financing. This kept them in the background, profiting from commerce while avoiding the stigma of being mere merchants. It also allowed them to sidestep rules that bound less privileged traders. Then came leases. Not every estate was run directly. Many were rented out to secular tenants who paid in coin, produce, or both. These leases were formal, written, and enforceable, ensuring predictable income with lower overhead. Tolls added yet another layer. Commanderies near river crossings, passes, or ports collected fees for passage, maintenance, or protection. In some places, they ran ferries or bridges. Every payment was recorded. And storage. Strongholds doubled as vaults for others. Merchants and nobles stored valuables, documents, gems, grain under temple protection for a fee. These fees, of course, were couched as donations, preserving the fiction of poverty while generating revenue. All of this land, trade, leases, tolls, storage, fed into a larger machine, the credit network. With stable income and widespread trust, the Templars were perfectly placed to lend and transfer value. Their economic model was not just about owning assets. It was about providing services, turning stability itself into a commodity. What made the system remarkable was not only its efficiency, but its resilience. Where kingdoms could be broken by a single bad harvest or war, the temple could absorb shocks. A poor year in Burgundy might be offset by a rich one in Valencia. Political upheaval in England might be balanced by calm in Sicily. Their decentralization insulated them from local crisis. Even after the fall of Jerusalem, the financial machine kept running. Money still flowed, fortresses were supplied, pilgrims cared for. The system served more than profit. It funded the defense of the Holy Land, protected travelers, maintained chapels and hospitals. Revenue built castles, paid soldiers, and repaired roads. It was a closed loop where finance supported mission, and mission justified finance. Still, tensions emerged. Surviving internal fragments suggest debates about growing wealth. One commander in the late 1200s wrote that the ledgers grow heavier than the swords, a poetic jab at the order's shifting priorities. Yet the machine continued. The temple in Paris acted as a central budget office, reallocating resources across Europe and the Levant. Commanderies sent periodic reports, surpluses were moved, deficits filled. If a fortress in Tripoli needed repair, profits from a vineyard in Bordeaux could be redirected. It was early budget forecasting, centuries before the term existed. A striking feature was the internal loan system. Commanderies could borrow from each other to cover expenses or fund projects. These loans carried no interest, tracked only in internal books, no outside banks, no intermediaries, just institutional trust. Documentation underpinned it all. Receipts, inventories, contracts, reports. The Templars knew memory burns, parchment endures. Scribes were trained not just in language, but in method. Archives were redundant. Copies were made. Key documents encoded. They planned for catastrophe. When war threatened, assets were moved, ledgers duplicated, hidden vaults stocked. They did not wait for disaster. They prepared for it. That readiness saved them from many storms that wrecked less organized powers. One monthly report from a commandery in Provence captures it all. Grain yields, lambs born, lease collections, tolls, donations. The final line, dispatched to Paris. 20 florins, 2 crates of parchment, 1 coded scroll. Goods, information, value, all in motion. So, if there is a real secret of the Templars, it is not buried treasure or occult knowledge. It is this. They built an institution that worked. They turned faith into finance, land into capital, and loyalty into leverage, not with miracles, but with paperwork, patience, and balance. For a time, they did it better than the kings. By the late 1200s, however, they were no longer alone. As Mediterranean trade boomed, a different breed of financial power rose. The merchant republics, Venice and Genoa, were not monasteries, they were weapons. Fiercely independent, aggressively commercial, they built their fortunes on ships, ports, and risk. Their fleets sailed between the Levant and London. Their banks financed wars and pilgrimages, and in time, even popes. Clashes with the Temple were inevitable. The first front was shipping. The Templars owned good ships, and many of them. They moved soldiers, pilgrims, and goods with impressive efficiency. Genoese and Venetian captains fumed. They claimed the order undercut prices by relying on tax exemptions and unpaid religious labor. Venetian merchants accused the Temple of exploiting papal immunity to dodge port duties and inspections. Whether fair or not, the grievances had teeth. Templar ships often passed free of tolls. Their cargoes, labeled as mission-related, were waved through. It gave them a real edge in high-value trades like silk and spice. The order insisted this advantage was incidental. The merchant republics called it cheating. Then came finance. As Venice and Genoa built their banking systems, they began offering services similar to those of the Temple: deposits, credit, transfer instruments. Where the Templars relied on holiness and trust, the republics relied on liquidity and innovation. Genoese firms offered enticing interest rates. Venetian banks developed instruments, resembling early insurance, and complex contracts. The Templars, constrained by their rule and image, could not compete in every field. But they still had one overwhelming advantage: trust. Kings trusted them. Pilgrims trusted them. Even rival bankers sometimes stashed money with the Temple for security. That kind of reputation is hard to build, but it can erode. Politics soon mixed in. In some cities, factions aligned with either the Temple or the merchant houses. In Pisa, pro-Templar elites blocked Genoese deals. In Marseille, Venetian-aligned officials hammered Templar docks with taxes. Accusations of favoritism, bribery, and espionage flew. Violence followed. In 1291, a fire in Acre destroyed warehouses used by both Genoese traders and the Order. Each blamed the other. Riots broke out. Templar guards clashed with armed Genoese men. People died. The governor stepped in. The incident was hushed, but the rift remained. Why didn't the Templars simply ally with the republics? In some places they did. A few houses cooperated with Venetian brokers to move pilgrims during truces. Genoese banks partnered with Templar officers to finance shipments of grain or timber, but it was always uneasy. The merchant republics were secular, pragmatic, and openly profit-driven. The Templars, for all their financial savvy, still claimed a spiritual mission and followed a monastic rule. Where merchant houses saw opportunity, the Temple saw obligation. Their goals overlapped, but never fully aligned. Still, the rivalry was not always hostile, it was often parallel. Both sides built intelligence networks, hired agents abroad, and used coded messages. Each suspected the other of intercepting letters. A Venetian official in Rhodes complained that a Templar messenger rides faster than ours and knows more than he should. A commander in Cyprus warned of spies who called themselves merchants, sniffing after schedules. They were playing the same game in different uniforms. The differences mattered. The Templars reinvested profits in fortresses and hospitals. The Republics reinvested in fleets and banks. The Order prized stability. Merchant houses chased speculative gain. One served an ideal, the other a market. When the Temple fell, it was the Republics who inherited much of its role. Former clients turned to Venetian or Genoese banks. Seized Templar properties were leased or sold to merchant families. Many of the Order's tools, transfer notes, escrow arrangements, coded ledgers reappeared, in altered form, in the Republic's banking practices. This doesn't mean the Templars failed. For much of the 13th century, they dominated in scope and trust. But by the century's end, momentum had shifted. The Republics were more flexible, less bound by vows and rituals. When the storm came, no merchant fleet sailed in their defense. Yet the rivalry left a deep legacy. Europe would never again be dominated by a single financial institution. The Templars showed what faith and discipline could build. The Republics showed what risk and adaptability could add. Between them, the modern financial world began to take shape. Picture Acre's docks one last time. A Templar quartermaster loading grain, a Genoese clerk counting saffron nearby. They don't speak. Both look toward the horizon. Both sense a storm. Behind them, the world is already changing. A merchant in Valencia unfolds a small sheet of parchment, folded 3 times and sealed with red wax. He carries no coin purse, no heavy chest, no guards. Only this paper, written weeks earlier by a Templar clerk in Arles, hundreds of miles from its origin. Another clerk, calm, robed, precise, examines the seal, checks the marks, nods, and orders the funds released. Value has just moved. No coin, no metal, only ink and trust. Today, this sounds ordinary. In the 13th century, it was staggering. The idea of sending value through written authorization existed in older cultures, but the Templars appear to have been among the first to standardize a system that worked across multiple kingdoms. We have fragments of these instruments, faded slips preserved in archives or private collections. One example from Aragon, dated 1247, reads, "The bearer of this document shall receive under seal the sum held for him in the house of the Temple of Monzon, to be delivered by the 3rd feast after Michaelmas, at the agreed measure of 8 florins. Signed, sealed, and countersigned by 2 Templar clerks. No names of depositor or bearer, only symbols and a wax marker." It was not unique. Many similar documents described transfers between commanderies in which no coin changed hands locally. Instead, instructions, conditions, and deadlines were written down. In some cases, the right to receive the funds could be transferred to another person endorsed. In effect, in these reassignments lies the seed of the transferable check. The bearer could assign the value. As long as seals matched and identifiers were correct, the temple honored it. Some scholars argue that the Templars were influenced by Muslim financial instruments in the Levant, which had used written credit mechanisms for centuries. Others think the system arose independently from similar needs. Either way, the Order refined it, formalized it, and relied on it. They had to. Their operations depended on speed and safety. Knights in Acre needed funds from estates in Brittany. Pilgrimage organizers in Cyprus needed access to deposits in Lyon. Physical coin could not move fast enough, and when it did, it faced bandits, tolls, and customs. Writing, by contrast, moved as fast as a well-mounted courier, and the Templars had couriers everywhere. Commanderies trained clerks to recognize forms and codes. Some sources suggest an internal register noting active notes and their terms, used to verify authenticity. That would have required serious organization. The Order had the literacy, manpower, and motivation to manage it. Forgery was a risk. A chronicle from Toulouse tells of a merchant presenting a fake note with a copied seal. It was detected. The merchant was jailed. The clerk was suspended. The very existence of forgery attempts proves the system's value. No one copies worthless paper. To reduce fraud, some notes used code, symbols for amounts, animal names for currencies, feast days for dates. Others were tied to spoken passwords or physical tokens, a ring, a ribbon, a phrase. Beneath the clang of weapons and the murmur of prayers, a paper economy hummed. Monarchs argued over borders. The Templars quietly moved value with pen and wax. Their practices prefigured modern banking. Later, Italian bankers Florentines, Sienese, Venetians would develop bills of exchange and checks as everyday tools, not novelties. Whether by imitation or evolution, they walked a path the Templars had already cleared. Still, no later institution quite matched the order's blend of reach and sanctity. Their system was economic, yes, but it was also spiritual. A Templar note was not only money, it was a promise backed by an idea. One English nobleman wrote to his son in 1295, "Take the note from Brother Geoffrey and speak the phrase I taught thee. The temple will provide, though no coin be in thy purse." That is not just finance, it is ritual, a faith transaction. In a world without central banks, stable currencies, or credit scores, that kind of trust was priceless. The Templar treasure always glitters faintly in the background of this story, like a coin half buried in sand. People still look for it, in caves under chapels, in the hills of southern France, in the Scottish Highlands. They imagine vaults crammed with gold and relics. But the deeper question is not where the treasure went. It is whether it existed in that form at all. By the early 14th century, the order controlled vast estates, commanderies, ships, livestock, and above all, records. But when Philip IV's men seized Templar houses in 1307, they found surprisingly little hard cash, some sacks of coins, a chest or two of silver, but nothing like the hoard legend suggests. And yet everyone knew the Templars were rich. They had financed crusades, held royal deposits, and lent to governments. Their wealth was acknowledged, documented, feared. So when the arrests yielded meager coin, people asked, where did it all go? Many theories emerged. One holds that the Templars foresaw danger and moved their treasure before the raids, especially from the Paris temple to secret locations. Records from La Rochelle and Marseille show heavy Templar shipping traffic in late 1307. Witnesses spoke of carts leaving the Paris temple at night, heading west. Rumors persist of a small Templar fleet sailing from La Rochelle and vanishing. One romantic tradition claims the treasure went to Scotland with fleeing Templars. Another ties it to Rosslyn Chapel, though the chapel itself was built more than a century later. The most plausible explanation, however, is simpler. There was no treasure in the imagined sense. By 1307, Templar wealth was no longer piled in chests. It was spread through property, contracts, rents, tolls, and critically paper. The treasure had become abstract. Numbers in books, claims on future harvests, rights to taxes and tolls. To seize it, one needed not just keys, but understanding. When Philip's agents arrested the scribes, burned records, and dismantled the machinery, they destroyed the connections that gave that treasure value. It was like pulling out the wiring from a great engine. The pieces remained, the power did not. This is not to say nothing was moved. Some sensitive documents were likely smuggled away. The sheen on parchment and other sources hint at materials preserved elsewhere until safe. Elsewhere might have meant another commandery rather than a hidden cavern. Safe might have meant outside French jurisdiction, not underground. On Cyprus, even after the fall of the Holy Land, Templar outposts reported healthy inventories of horses, tools, weapons, and coin. The source of that coin is unclear. Some say it came from evacuated holdings in the east. Others think it was rerouted from Europe in the tense months before the raids. Eventually, it vanished into Hospitaler, or local records. Then there is the missing fleet of La Rochelle, the ships that some insist slipped away with treasure aboard, bound for unknown shores. Records confirm Templar ships there. They suggest activity in late 1307. But no manifest lists a great treasure, and no chronicler records a dramatic departure. Modern scholars tend to see the treasure as metaphor. The true value of the temple lay in its system, its infrastructure, trust, and ability to move funds. When that system collapsed, its power could not simply be scooped up and stored. It was bound to the order itself. Imagine liquidating a modern bank by raiding its branches. You could seize safes and servers, but without passwords, software, and staff, most of the treasure would become inaccessible. The value resides not in metal boxes, but in networks, rules, and belief. Still, people prefer a more romantic answer. If the treasure was hidden, the story is not over. Perhaps the Templars outsmarted the king. Perhaps a ledger lies forgotten in a monastery. Perhaps a cellar or false wall holds documents that could change our view of history. One particularly tantalizing idea is that the treasure was not gold at all, but information. Records of royal debts, papal dealings, and secret alliances blackmail material on parchment. Such a ledger would have been the most dangerous treasure of all. No wonder it was never found, or perhaps was quietly burned. The image persists. The temple in Paris before dawn, a clerk feeding pages to the fire, not out of fear but duty. Ink flares blue and then black. Outside, the city sleeps, convinced that somewhere, the treasure waits, just beyond reach. The fall of the Templars was more than the end of a religious order. It was the implosion of a financial empire woven into the fabric of European power. When the order collapsed, kings did not cheer, they panicked. Philip IV of France, the man who orchestrated their downfall, is often cast as the villain, greedy, cunning, willing to destroy a holy brotherhood to erase his debts. There is truth in that. But the fuller story is colder. By the early 14th century, Philip's finances were in ruins. War, court expenses, and failed reforms had drained the treasury. He turned, as rulers do, to those who still had resources. The temple in Paris served as a royal bank. Records show large sums moving between king and temple. Gold, land bonds, purchase guarantees, emergency loans to pay troops. Philip was entangled in those accounts, perhaps beyond escape. The danger for him was not only the debt itself, but the documentation. Templar clerks were precise. If their books ever became public, they would reveal how deeply the king depended on them. So when people say Philip destroyed the order to cancel his debts, it is not only metaphor, it is arithmetic. He did not attack the Templars for financial crimes. He accused them of heresy, idolatry, obscenity. By attacking them spiritually, he claimed the moral right to seize everything they owned. Behind that religious theater, his agents were after ledgers. They raided treasuries, intercepted couriers, and tortured clerks, seeking the books that recorded royal obligations. In one letter from 1307, a notary writes bluntly, "We must find the registers of debt, lest what is owed be used against the crown." Across France, Templar houses were closed, brothers arrested. Yet the ledgers Philip most wanted often eluded him. Some were burned by loyal brothers, others were hidden or smuggled out. What he did seize lands, coin, routine records he tried to absorb into the royal domain. It failed. The Templar system could not simply be nationalized. The properties stopped generating as much revenue without the order's managers. Clients withdrew, trust evaporated. Merchants and foreign kings, seeing what France had done to its own banker, pulled back. Philip had cut off his kingdom's financial arm. He had killed the creditor, but he had also crippled the system that sustained his credit. England followed, more reluctantly. Edward II initially doubted Philip's charges, but papal pressure forced his hand. He too moved against the order. English nobles who used Templar houses as vaults saw their deposits frozen. Disputes and lawsuits followed. Edward passed properties to the Hospitallers, but the network never recovered. In Aragon, Castile, the German principalities, and elsewhere, variations of this pattern repeated. Wherever the Templars were dissolved, a financial void opened. Their estates could be handed over. Their titles could be reassigned. But their function connecting economies across borders could not be replaced overnight. The loss was not only monetary. The Templars were archivists of power. They knew who owed what to whom, which lands were pledged as collateral, what sums had changed hands under truce or treaty. Their abrupt removal left rulers and nobles scrambling for proof of their own rights. A letter from the Duke of Brittany captures the anxiety. He pleads for the return of documents held in a local Templar house, not to save the order, but to preserve his claims. The king's assault on the temple was like burning your accountant's office, because you dislike the numbers. The Pope did not rush to claim the order's wealth. Clement V, wedged between loyalty to the church and pressure from Philip, moved cautiously. He eventually dissolved the temple and granted most of its properties to the Hospitallers, a compromise that pleased almost no one. The Hospitallers inherited land, not living systems. The machinery was gone. Portugal offers the great exception. There, King Denis refused to destroy the Templars outright. Instead, he refounded them as the Order of Christ, keeping their infrastructure under a new name. That continuity helps explain why Portugal would later become a maritime and commercial power out of proportion to its size. Some of the temple's logic lived on under a different banner. In the end, the Templars were not simply victims of spiritual hysteria. They were casualties of a financial crisis. Their fall was not just a moral tragedy, but a deliberate economic explosion. The kings who lit the fuse paid for it later in credit and trust. You can execute men, you can dissolve an order, but you cannot erase debt from memory. In that sense, the Templars survive in the unpaid balances and altered systems they left behind. The night was still dark when the first knock sounded. One heavy blow on a Templar door in Paris, then another, many miles away, then another, and another. Hundreds of such knocks across France, almost at once. It was the 13th of October, 1307, a Friday. At first, it might have seemed coincidence. Later, it felt like ritual. In time, it hardened into myth. Beneath that myth was an operation as cold as steel. Philip IV's move against the Templars was not impulsive. It was prepared over months, perhaps years. His debts were mounting. The order, in his eyes, had become too rich, too independent, too untouchable. Secret royal letters went out to officials across the kingdom, each bearing instructions not to be opened until a specified dawn. When they were, the command was simple: arrest the Templars, seize their goods, confiscate their records. Thousands of brothers were taken, their reputations ruined, their buildings occupied. The church, after initial hesitation, echoed Philip's charges. But it was that morning, that Friday, that truly broke the order. It was the first domino. Their sudden removal was not just a religious shock, it was an instant financial crisis. We have seen what the Templars were, not just monks, but bankers. When a bank that size disappears overnight, doors locked, staff arrested, books seized, the aftermath is chaos. Clients panicked. Merchants who stored funds or goods in Templar houses sent riders begging for access. Nobles who had arranged loans for dowries or campaigns found their money frozen. Even papal agents found their transactions blocked midstream. The systems that relied on Templar stability, storage, transfers, letters of credit, collapsed like scenery after the end of a play. Markets hate uncertainty, and Philip had created a flood of it. Small towns along trade routes saw a sharp rise in danger and banditry. Templar-guarded roads and toll points fell to local lords or closed. In Castile, entire caravans turned back, rather than risk routes no longer under temple protection. In London, merchant houses publicly distanced themselves from royal treasuries, fearing they might be next. A simple letter from a Bruges textile merchant to his brother in Genoa, written in November 1307, captures it best. Withdraw all moneys, they have burned the bankers. The Templars had been one of the few truly transnational institutions in Europe. They welded together regions that otherwise mistrusted each other. When they fell, no entity with equivalent reach and trust stood ready to replace them. The Hospitallers inherited some properties, but not the system. Their focus remained warfare, not finance. Efforts to replicate Templar mechanisms failed or remained local. It was like replacing a living heart with a carved one. The shape was familiar, the function was not. Psychologically, the impact was just as severe. The coordination of the arrests, the scale of the accusations, the spectacle of tortures and trials, it unsettled people. If the Templars, warriors of the cross, could be destroyed on such charges, then no religious protection. Explore the profound possibility that the Knights Templars' true objective extended beyond territorial conquest. Consider whether Jerusalem symbolized a deeper spiritual battle, not for earthly dominion or material wealth, but for the very essence of human spirit. Envision the entire order, from their enigmatic pledges to their ultimate demise, as a silent homily delivered to the disheartened, a clandestine doctrine intended for those who had lost conviction. Ponder the notion that this ancient message, long concealed, might hold relevance for contemporary individuals. Take a moment to alleviate your burdens. Allow the tranquility of the evening to envelop you. The profound insights you seek are not inscribed in monumental stone, but rather emerge subtly, like whispers carried through ancient catacombs in the flickering glow of candlelight. Should your conviction falter, know that you are not isolated in this experience. This evening, we shall trace the legacy of individuals whose unwavering belief compelled them to make the ultimate sacrifice. The narratives of knights adorned in white mantles, their chests emblazoned with crimson crosses, valiantly charging into conflict with drawn swords and unwavering spiritual resolve, are undoubtedly familiar. You have observed their depictions in art, statuary, and the decaying architectural remnants that once bore their distinctive emblem. Yet, beneath their martial exterior and beyond the embellished tales, an entirely different fervor resonated within them, a profound aspiration, not for combat, but for spiritual elevation and transcendence. The designation, poor fellow soldiers of Christ, and of the Temple of Solomon itself, evokes an enigma. Neither entirely monastic nor purely martial, they were refined in the crucible of the Crusades. However, deeper examination reveals an increasingly complex and unusual history. Their inception remains nebulous, their practices cloaked in secrecy, and their demise cataclysmic. Throughout these historical phases, a consistent and compelling theme emerges: the suggestion that the Templars' ultimate purpose was not territorial acquisition, but a form of spiritual reclamation. This conversion was arguably directed not at non-believers, but towards those who had already strayed from their spiritual path. Is it conceivable that the Templars did not seek to establish an empire, but rather to construct a spiritual sanctuary for individuals grappling with profound skepticism? If this hypothesis holds true, their narrative is far from concluded. It merely awaits rediscovery by those most receptive to its profound implications. To ensure you do not miss subsequent insights into these historical enigmas, kindly consider subscribing. You journey into the intense atmosphere of the Holy Land, not as a casual observer or a combatant, but as an ethereal presence pursuing a millennium-old rumor. The year is 1119. The inaugural crusade has concluded, and Jerusalem has been re-established under Christian rule. Nevertheless, the routes traversed by pilgrims to the revered sites continue to be perilous, fraught with bandits, raiders, and worse. Into this precarious environment steps a contingent of 9 men, neither monarchs nor military leaders, but something distinctly more unconventional. Their declared objective is to safeguard travelers. Their actual intentions are considerably more ambiguous. They possess minimal armament, often ride 2 to a single horse, abstain from marriage, lay no claim to land, and commit to vows of poverty akin to monks. Despite this, they choose not to reside in a traditional monastery. Instead, they established themselves within the venerable ruins of the Temple of Solomon, a structure more embedded in legend than in tangible history, its stones echoing with ancient lore and spiritual yearning by the 12th century. If their role was solely that of security personnel, why select a location imbued with apocalyptic prophecy? This serves as the initial indicator that the Templars were not precisely as they presented themselves, or rather, they were exactly who they claimed to be. But the broader world entirely misconstrued their profound meaning. Protecting pilgrims offered a convenient truth, granting them purpose and public approbation. Yet, beneath this public mandate lay a far more profound objective. Perhaps they were not merely safeguarding travelers. They might have been protecting something concealed, or conceivably, they were engaged in a process of discovery. One extensively documented yet frequently disregarded fact is that the Templars dedicated their initial 9 years in the Holy Land not to patrolling roads, but to dwelling almost exclusively beneath the Temple Mount. Records, though sparse and peculiar, detail their excavations. They left no official logs, no maps, nor any explanations. However, the area they occupied was no ordinary shelter. It was sacred ground, widely believed to house relics, ancient scrolls, and even wisdom preserved since the era of Solomon himself. Here, a contentious hypothesis begins to unfold. Some historians propose that the Templars were not established to serve the ecclesiastical hierarchy, but rather to unearth truths that the Church had long suppressed. One theory suggests that their founders were connected to esoteric traditions, potentially remnants of early Christian factions, perhaps even Gnostic in their philosophical orientation. If this holds true, their presence at the Temple Mount was not about strategic advantage, but about profound spiritual revelation. Within this realm of speculation resides one peculiar historical consistency. Following those 9 years of silence in Jerusalem, the Templars returned to Europe and experienced an explosive expansion. They garnered royal endorsements, papal recognition, immense wealth, extensive landholdings, influence, and maintained profound secrecy. They transformed from a small group of obscure knights into a dominant international force. The timing of this ascent is remarkably uncanny. It is as if they discovered or learned something that rendered them indispensable, yet they meticulously kept it concealed. They refrained from overt proselytization, avoided forced recruitment, and declined to explicate their organizational structure. The majority of their members never even journeyed to the Holy Land. They operated more akin to a clandestine spiritual circuit than a conventional military order. Whatever their core beliefs, they were not intended for public dissemination. Modern academics have meticulously examined the limited surviving documentation, including the Latin Rule, drafted with the assistance of Bernard of Clairvaux. While the text delineates their conduct, prohibiting personal property, idle discourse, and extravagant attire, it also alludes to a more profound spiritual framework. The order exhibited an intense preoccupation with internal purity, discretion, and mystical discipline. Their engagements in combat were described as purgative, and their suffering as redemptive. Furthermore, there is the intriguing issue of relics. The Templars collected them, at times exchanged them, and frequently safeguarded them at considerable expense. Yet, they never appeared to exploit them for profit or public display. Unlike other knightly orders that ostentatiously exhibited sacred bones and fragments of the cross to galvanize followers, the Templars maintained their treasures in secrecy, almost as if hoarding them. Why this approach? One obscure 13th century chronicle hints that a select group within the order believed these relics were not merely objects of veneration, but instruments, potentially even keys. The phrasing is exasperatingly imprecise. They who held the fragment of the wood would speak prayers thrice bound, and in this would open the heart of God. What is the meaning of this statement? Was it metaphorical, or did it imply something more mystical or perilous? The deeper one investigates, the more apparent it becomes that the public-facing Templars, the crusading warriors, constituted merely an external facade. Within, a distinctly different crusade unfolded, one fought not with swords or banners, but with rituals, silence, and scriptures accessible to only a select few. It is worth reiterating that those 9 founding knights did not expand their membership for nearly a decade. This behavior deviates from the norm for an order established for defense. Most organizations with military objectives would scale up immediately. However, if their genuine mission involved study, secrecy, or something more metaphysical, their limited size becomes entirely logical. Consequently, the question persists. If Jerusalem merely served as the exterior framework, a mere stage setting, what constituted the inner sanctum? What knowledge or burden did they convey back to Europe? And why did it secure the favor of monarchs? Perhaps the answer lies not in what they physically discovered, but in what they fervently believed they had unearthed. A divine mandate originating not from popes or bishops, but from something far more ancient, something interred beneath centuries of silence, awaiting individuals audacious or devout enough to excavate it. The dust of the Holy Land adhered to their cloaks, but the unifying bond among them was not one of kinship, monetary gain, or even national allegiance. It was something more ancient, more delicate, akin to a vow whispered across generations. The 9 men who would become the Knights Templar were not predestined for their cause, they were called to it. And what they answered was not a battle trumpet's call, but something more subtle, more enigmatic, a spiritual resonance that subtly vibrated beneath the surface of their lives until, one day, it could no longer be disregarded. Modern historians often characterize the order as a military response to prevailing chaos. Yet beneath this surface, traces of another reality emerge, a clandestine society operating under the guise of a chivalric order. The initial members were not randomly chosen warriors. They were drawn from a select circle of French nobles with prior exposure to esoteric teachings, likely connected through Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercian abbot, who would become their formidable advocate. This connection is well attested. Clairvaux's own writings describe the order in spiritual terms more befitting monks than fighters, referring to them as soldiers of Christ, who fear not the flesh but the flame of the soul's damnation. Here lies the primary historical fact that complicates the conventional narrative. The Templars were profoundly contemplative. Prayer was not merely an embellishment, it was meticulously scheduled, ritualized, and indispensable. Their days were punctuated by periods of silence and scripture. Unlike other knights, they lived communally, slept fully clothed and armed, and frequently awoke before dawn for nocturnal devotions. These were not merely the habits of warriors, they were the practices of ascetics bearing swords. Yet, there exists an obscure and frequently overlooked 12th century document, the Times Occitania Memoranda Asterisk, which references a circle of the temple predating the formal recognition of the order. The text is fragmentary but tantalizing. It suggests that a group of men were already convening in secret to deliberate matters of spiritual warfare long before Pope Honorius II formally sanctioned the Knights Templar in 1129. If accurate, this situates the order's genesis not in necessity but in deliberate intent, the intentional creation of a brotherhood that seamlessly merged chivalry with mysticism. But why such profound secrecy? Why the imperative to obscure their spiritual objectives behind a military function? One theory, though contentious, proposes that the Templars originated from a sense of disillusionment. The First Crusade had starkly exposed the horrors and futility of holy war. What if these men, profoundly scarred by their observations, opted for a different course? Not one of conquest, but of redemption, achieved through arduous struggle, a spiritual militia armored not merely in steel, but in penitence. You may recall from earlier discussions that the order dedicated its initial years in Jerusalem not to expansion, but to tunneling beneath the Temple Mount. Their conduct was monastic, even obsessive. When combined with the clandestine formation of this brotherhood, a discernible pattern emerges. These were not improvisations, but carefully structured rites. The Order's architecture was designed to eradicate ego and annihilate the individual self. A knight who joined the Templars relinquished his name, his inheritance, and even the right to speak without explicit permission. Why such extreme rigor? The answer may reside in a concept borrowed from early Christian martyrs. Asterisk, imitatio Christi. Asterisk, the imitation of Christ. However, in the Templar worldview, this imitation was not passive. It was forged in the crucible of fire and ash. They did not merely endure suffering, they actively trained for it and embraced it. Every hardship was interpreted as a spiritual refinement, a means to strip away the worldly facade and reveal the divine core. To perish in battle was not considered defeat. It was viewed as an act of ascension. Not all contemporaries concurred with this approach. Even in their own era, critics accused them of fanaticism. Whispers followed them, too secretive, too rigid, too intense. And here commences an open academic debate. Were the Templars proto-mystics, preparing themselves for divine encounters? Or were they merely a well-armed cult, descending into spiritual extremism? Some scholars refer to the writings of Alandil, who described certain knights as brides of Christ, bound to no altar but that of pain. Is this poetic expression or a stark warning? What kind of individuals perceive spiritual matrimony within suffering? And what kind of institution cultivates such a perspective? This inquiry directs us to the concept of Time's Templum asterisk, understood not merely as a physical edifice, but as a consecrated space set apart. In Roman antiquity, a Times Templum Times designated a sacred zone, an area demarcated for divine observation. If the Templars comprehended their own bodies, their very existences, as times template, times spaces, made sacred through discipline and ordeal, then their entire being becomes a continuous ceremony. Every action, every moment of silence, every wound, an offering. Here, the earlier observation becomes clearer. In Jerusalem, they were not excavating for gold. They were endeavoring to liberate themselves from sin. The brotherhood they established was not intended to alter the external world, but to redeem the world within. Consequently, the fires they ignited were not the flames of conquest, but of purification. They were not merely knights, they were living reliquaries, bearing not bones or parchments, but a lived gospel inscribed into their very flesh. One might find this amusing, yet somewhere deep within the archives of Portugal, a faded account persists. It describes a dying Templar whispering a final vow. "If I fall, let it be not for land, but for the soul of my brother." This sentiment resonates less with a warrior and more with a monk wielding a sword and intoning a psalm. And if their sword was tangible, if the blood they shed was real, then perhaps the wound they sought to heal was equally authentic, not in others, but within themselves. You have undoubtedly encountered rulebooks previously, volumes of ancient statutes, moral admonitions, and inflexible decrees meticulously crafted as manuals for guiding individuals deemed too recalcitrant for self-governance. Most such texts prove unengaging. Even sacred ones, after a few lines, merge into the monotonous drone of authoritative pronouncements. However, the Templar rule, the directive established to govern the Order's daily existence, does not resemble a conventional rulebook. Instead, it reads more like a whispered instructional guide for profound transformation. Its official designation is the Latin Rule, formulated circa 1129 with the assistance of Bernard of Clairvaux. Ostensibly, it provides pragmatic directives, guidelines for eating, praying, and sleeping. It prohibits silk, frowns upon facial hair, and discourages idle conversation. Yet, when recited slowly and attentively in a quiet room, something more profound emerges. Beneath the ascetic counsel lies an unmistakable current of mystical intensity. An undeniable historical fact is that this rule became the spiritual bedrock of the Order. It was not optional. It was not merely symbolic. Every Templar, from the most junior initiate to the seasoned commander, lived under its stringent clauses. Curiously, its tone is not one of mere command, but rather of conversion. It does not simply regulate behavior. It endeavors to reconfigure the very soul. One particular line resonates with a hidden urgency. Let each man be a temple wherein dwelleth the fire of the Lord. This is peculiar phrasing for a military code. Who would speak in such terms amid the fervor of a crusade? Here, the narrative begins to shift from verifiable fact into the more ambiguous realm of interpretation. Some posit this language as devotional poetry. Others contend it constitutes evidence of a dual mission, one visible to the world and another communicated only in hushed, discreet tones. The rule focuses obsessively on humility, silence, vigilance, and ritual purity. Even meals were consumed in near silence, with scripture read aloud in place of casual conversation. Their armor was not merely fashioned, it was consecrated. Prior to every battle, the knights confessed, not for external appearances, but for internal preparedness. Yet, this same rule contains numerous veiled allusions to combat that is not physical, but spiritual. The adversary is frequently characterized not as the Saracen, but as pride, lust, and temptation. Their swords were not merely steel, they were extensions of divine discipline, a discipline so stringent it verged on mystical penance. This opens the door to a rare but compelling theory, that the Templar rule functioned less as a military document and more as a clandestine spiritual program, a form of warrior's gospel disguised within monastic vestments. This theory gains credence upon examining the rule's intense preoccupation with secrecy. Silence was not merely encouraged, it was rigorously enforced. Speaking out of turn, particularly concerning spiritual matters, incurred severe penalties. The deeper teachings, it appears, were not for general dissemination. Only those capable of bearing the weight in silence were permitted to grasp them fully. Here is an obscure detail that modern readers frequently overlook. The rule directly incorporates language from early monastic desert traditions, especially those of the Egyptian anchorites. These hermits retreated into the desolate wilderness to confront internal adversaries in solitude. Does this sound familiar? The Templars were not constructing churches, they were embodying them. And this comparison is not hyperbolic. In both their architectural designs and their daily practices, they mirrored the Desert Fathers. Solitude, chastity, wakefulness, and warfare, yes, but as a crucible for purification, not merely a profession. In their own words, they lived between the cross and the sword, a domain not of political maneuvering, but of personal salvation. Yet, scholars continue to debate whether this was deliberate theology or merely moral embellishment for individuals with extensive bloodshed on their hands. Was the rule genuinely spiritual, or was it a balm for guilt, a means to sanctify the act of killing? This question remains unresolved because the Templar rule evolved. Over time, new clauses were incorporated, frequently possessing deeper spiritual implications. By the late 12th century, it had expanded to over 600 articles, many of which had no direct relevance to warfare whatsoever. Entire sections addressed dreams, temptations, fasting, and even the handling of relics. This was not an order merely preserving legal statutes, it was preserving a profound vision. And here is where the earlier connection becomes apparent. Recall the preceding concept that the brotherhood was forged through internal purification. The rule, then, functions as the manual for that transformation. Every line impels the knight not towards conquest, but towards a form of crucifixion, not literal death, but the demise of the ego. One was not to eat unless genuinely hungry, not to speak unless addressed, not to pursue glory in victory, nor to lament in defeat. The objective was to dissolve into devotion. The modern mind frequently resists this notion. To dissolve into what? A cause, a code. However, for the Templars, this represented the pathway to spiritual power. The more of oneself that was consumed, the greater the space created for divine presence. Naturally, critics point out that such intensity can foster extremism, and they are not mistaken. The demarcation between asceticism and fanaticism is exceedingly fine, yet the rule itself appears cognizant of this. It never glorifies hatred, nor does it advocate for conquest. It speaks solely of obedience, humility, and something both vague and immense, the triumph of the soul. Thus, the rule endures, not as a mere historical curiosity, but as a mirror, a document that inevitably reflects the disposition of the reader. If one approaches it seeking control, it appears as an edifice of law. If one seeks solace, it may feel like an incarceration. However, if one comes broken, wounded, and yearning for a faith that demands everything while offering nothing in return but an inner fire, it resonates as a homecoming. The Temple Mount was no ordinary location. Even in the 12th century, it resonated with profound myth. For Jews, it represented the site of Solomon's Temple, where the Holy of Holies once enshrined the Ark of the Covenant. To Muslims, it was the revered plateau from which Muhammad ascended into heaven, and for the newly established Knights Templar, it transcended a mere headquarters. It was a threshold, a liminal space, a place where the divine once touched the mundane, leaving behind indelible whispers. The documented facts concerning such a significant location are surprisingly sparse. We know that the Templars were granted quarters atop the mount by King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. We also know they remained there for years, engaged in excavation, prayer, and disappearing into the subterranean levels. What remains unknown, and what has fueled centuries of conjecture, is what they were seeking, or perhaps what they ultimately discovered. One fragment from a 13th century chronicler in Provence recounts a Templar knight who returned from Jerusalem speaking of visions experienced by torchlight within the subterranean chambers, where the ground wept blood and the air did not breathe. Predictably, scholars dismiss this as either a product of medieval dramatic embellishment or post-traumatic hallucination. Yet, let us momentarily consider the possibility that something profound did occur beneath those ancient stones, not an artifact or a treasure, but an experience. Among the more unusual historical records are references to a handful of knights who departed the order shortly after their tenure at the Temple Mount, citing a sickness of the spirit. One reportedly retreated to a Cistercian monastery and maintained silence for the remainder of his life. Another entered a state of voluntary madness, a medieval term for individuals who wandered aimlessly, their eyes wide, muttering prayers that seemed to belong to no known liturgy. Coincidence, perhaps? Or the consequence of exposure to something not intended for human comprehension? Nevertheless, not all accounts are so grim. A controversial manuscript preserved in the Vatican archives, the Times Collectio Benedictina Asterisk, though long suppressed yet catalogued, contains a page from a Templar diary. It reads, "We entered at dusk. What we found was not made of wood or gold. It was light. It sang. We were unmade in its presence and remade in silence. This is not the language of an inventory list. It is the testimony of awe." Of course, many historians vehemently object, arguing that the Templars were practical men, not mystics, and that these tales are exaggerated fabrications born of centuries of myth-making. But if they were so pragmatic, why did they spend so many years beneath the mount, far beyond any discernible logistical necessity? Why did they refuse to document their findings? And why did they depart the site imbued with a spiritual gravitas they had never possessed before? Here is an undisputed historical fact. Following their years at the Temple Mount, the Templars began to undergo a transformation. Their rituals became more intricate, their hierarchy more insular. New regulations were introduced concerning secrecy, symbolic vestments, and the handling of sacred objects. Moreover, they began to speak more frequently, albeit cautiously, of an inner war, not merely a battle against external adversaries, but an internal darkness, a shadow each man had to confront in solitude. This shift coincides with another obscure but fascinating report, the so-called midnight circles. These were nocturnal gatherings, held exclusively for the most trusted knights, often in subterranean chapels. There are fleeting references to chants in an ancient, forgotten tongue, and to a symbol, not the cross, but a seven-pointed star etched into the floor where they stood. No official record confirms this, yet multiple independent testimonies from inquisitorial trials, centuries later, mention the same distinct shape, the same specific hour, and the same profound silence. Did the Templars experience something visionary beneath the mount, a literal encounter, a metaphysical awakening? Or were they simply overwhelmed by the profound significance of standing where countless prayers had once ascended and subsequently broken under the immense spiritual burden? There is an ongoing scholarly debate regarding whether the Templars practiced a form of Christian mysticism that is now lost. Some contend they were exposed to Sufi concepts during their time in the Holy Land, absorbing ideas of inner illumination and sacred unity. Others suggest they merely reflected the heightened spirituality of the era due to their proximity to holy conflict. But here is where the earlier observation softly glows from what we have already explored. Their rule had prepared them for purity, silence, and obedience. Their brotherhood had forged them into vessels. So when the visions came, if they indeed did, the men were prepared not to record, not to interpret, but to embody. What they experienced beneath the mount may have been incomprehensible. Thus, instead of communicating it to the world, they themselves became the message. Consider the curious absence of relic transfers from their headquarters. Other crusading orders meticulously collected and distributed relics, bones of saints, fragments of the cross, locks of holy hair. But from the Templars, almost nothing. It is as if they believed the true relic was not an object to be displayed, but something to be carried within. And that leads to a question no historian has definitively answered. Why did the Church, decades later, grow apprehensive of them? Why were they branded heretics, accused of clandestine rituals, forbidden prayers, and bizarre visions? Was it solely about power and wealth? Or was it fear of a knowledge the Order had refused to share, a truth too disruptive, too uncontrollable? One knight reportedly confessed under duress, "We saw a light, and it asked us nothing. It only burned away the lies." That statement does not constitute heresy. It represents revelation. And if true, it was not the Templars who deviated from the Church, but the Church that diverged from whatever profound truth the Templars had witnessed. Thus, the Temple Mount transcends a mere headquarters. It becomes the crucible of their transformation. What they entered as men of flesh, they exited as something transmuted. Not angels, not demons, but simply men who could no longer perceive the world in the same manner. You stand on a hillside, the wind piercing your robes, observing men kneeling in armor. They are not before a king, nor a general, but before a wooden altar bearing nothing more than a solitary candle and a chipped chalice. These are Templars, about to enter battle, yet they are not supplicating for victory. They are praying for the sanction to die. This profound contradiction runs deep. How can an individual be both a monk and a warrior? How can the gospel, with its tenets of peace and mercy, coexist with the clamor of steel and the screams of warfare? The Church itself grappled with this dilemma, issuing papal bulls to legitimize the Crusades as a sacred obligation. Nevertheless, the Templars did not await Rome's resolution. They had already reached their own conclusion. Their gospel was not passive. It was honed, armored, and carried at their side. The historical record unequivocally demonstrates that Templars fought with extraordinary ferocity. They served as shock troops, frequently deployed on the front lines. They took vows of obedience, not merely to their superiors, but to the very moment when commanded to charge. They charged, even if it portended certain death. And yet, unlike mercenaries or feudal knights, they claimed no spoils, made no boasts, and rarely spoke of their battles afterward. The act of taking a life was never glorified. It was endured, and this inherent dissonance is where the mystery originates. One obscure passage in a lesser-known commentary attributed to William of Tyre describes the Templars as those who bled not for empire, but for example. What form of example entails the use of a blade? Some believe the answer lies in how the Templars interpreted Scripture, not as a source of comfort, but as a manual for purification. In their perspective, Christ was not solely the sacrificial lamb. He was the ultimate warrior. His suffering was not weakness, but a strategic act. This concept is profoundly disquieting. It suggests that the Templars viewed themselves not as soldiers contending for territory, but as instruments of divine retribution. Their battles were theatrical rituals of cosmic justice, enacted in real time. If sin had corrupted the world, then perhaps only sacred violence could restore equilibrium. This interpretation verges on heresy for many theologians, but for the Templars, it may have represented profound clarity. The rule, which we have previously examined, reinforces this perspective. It does not advocate for vengeance, it teaches detachment. One was not to strike out of hatred, but because the world's sin necessitated bloodshed. Whether one's own or another's, it was inconsequential, provided the act was consecrated. Yet, even within the order, dissenters existed. A minor commander named Godfrey de Santo, reportedly troubled by the cries of dying men, once penned a personal letter. "I carry the sword, but my hand shakes. If this be God's justice, then let him strike, not I." This letter was never circulated, but it remains preserved in a Flemish archive, a rare fissure in the armor of strict obedience. Scholars today debate the theological foundation of what some term crusade mysticism. Was it an invented doctrine to provide solace to killers, or a genuine spiritual response to the pervasive violence of the world? The Templars never articulated a comprehensive theology. They embodied one. Their convictions were expressed through practice, not through written texts. One fascinating and frequently overlooked artifact supports this. A hiltless sword recovered from a Templar site in southern France, etched with the Latin phrase, times non nobis domine, times not to us, Lord. The sword possesses no crossguard, no embellishment. It is almost ceremonial in its stark simplicity. If its purpose was to impress, it failed. However, if it was intended to convey the surrender of individual identity, to reduce the knight to nothing but a vessel, it succeeded brilliantly. Here, the earlier observation recurs like a faint chime. Beneath the temple mount, we discerned transformation. Within the rule, we witnessed discipline. Now, on the battlefield, we observe synthesis, an inner gospel enacted amidst mud and blood. This gospel does not convert through rhetoric, it converts through sacrifice. One monk, observing the Templars depart from Antioch, in 1149 wrote, "They do not march, they proceed as if bound for judgment. Their faces are calm, as if they walk not to kill, but to be known." The phrasing is peculiar, is it not? To be known as if the combat itself were a confession. And thus, we arrive at the precipice of another inquiry. If the Templars believed in a gospel of the sword, whom were they truly confronting? Islam, heresy, or something far more intimate? Their own fear, their own skepticism? There is a theory, rarely published, that the Templars were not battling an external foe, but the enemy within. Each skirmish, each charge, each death constituted a form of spiritual purgation, not for others, but for themselves. If this holds true, then the order was not merely a military force or a monastic anomaly. It was a confessional without walls, and every sword strike was a prayer. It is a brutal notion, yet for those who had witnessed the horrors of war and could no longer articulate prayers with words, perhaps it was the sole remaining option. They stood barefoot in the cold, their weapons set aside, their heads bowed not as soldiers, but as supplicants. The Templar initiation ceremony, despite its profound secrecy and the centuries of rumors that enveloped it, commenced not with glory, but with complete surrender. The candidate was led into a small, dimly lit chamber. There were no grand halls, no banners, merely silence, and the soft creak of floorboards beneath robed feet. Before him stood the master, flanked by senior knights. Questions were posed, simple yet penetrating. Was he free of debt? Was he married? Did he comprehend that once the oath was taken there would be no retraction, that his body would no longer belong to him, and his soul, well, that was to be forged in battle, devotion, and silence? This much is known from surviving accounts, particularly the depositions recorded during the 14th century trials. However, what transpired during the rites conducted behind closed doors remains a nebulous blend of contradiction, controversy, and profound spiritual symbolism. Officially, the ritual was straightforward, a vow of poverty, chastity, and obedience, followed by the presentation of the white mantle bearing the red cross. Yet, repeatedly, under interrogation and torture, former Templars recounted darker practices, kisses placed on unusual parts of the body, oaths sworn in the name of unnamed forces, and even the denial of Christ. These accounts are fragmented, often inconsistent, and heavily influenced by fear. Nevertheless, patterns emerge, specific phrases, certain gestures, and one recurring element: fire. One knight claimed that the initiate was shown a flame and instructed, "This is the light of truth, and you must walk through it." Another stated that the ceremony concluded with the extinguishing of all torches, plunging the room into darkness, so that the brother would know the world he left behind. Modern scholars generally concur that many of the more sensational claims were fabricated, products of torture or rumor. Yet, even in their denials, the Templars acknowledged symbolic rituals. The obscurity was deliberate. Initiates were meant to feel not triumphant, but emptied. Their former life was stripped away, and something new was etched into the void that remained. One obscure but compelling detail appears in the Times Chronicon Anglicanum Asterisk, a 13th century English chronicle. It describes a Templar novice spending an entire night in a crypt, chained to the floor, reciting psalms until dawn. Whether this was widespread practice or the invention of a zealous prior is unknown, but it echoes a common pattern: initiation through ordeal, isolation, and a controlled symbolic death. This concept of death and rebirth is not unique to the Templars. It was employed by ancient mystery religions and early Christian monastic orders. However, in the Templar context, it gained new intensity. The vows were permanent, the discipline absolute. A man who joined did not merely enlist, he was transformed. Or at least, that was the profound intention. This leads to the ongoing debate that continues to reverberate through seminar rooms and dusty libraries. Were these initiations mystical in purpose, or merely rigorous social conditioning? One school of thought argues that the Templars were crafting not merely warriors but vessels, men capable of channeling divine justice, purified through ritual suffering. Others insist this is romanticized misconception, and that the order simply required unwavering loyalty. The rituals, then, were nothing more than a psychological gauntlet. But if strict obedience was the sole objective, why the profound secrecy? Why the emphasis on symbolic acts that appear to echo older spiritual traditions not entirely aligned with Rome? If public obedience was the only goal, why not perform these rites openly? Here, the connection to earlier concepts becomes undeniable. We have already observed how the Templars regarded the Temple Mount not as a fortress, but as a spiritual gateway. We have seen how their rule elevated discipline to devotion. Now, through their initiations, we perceive how these convictions were ingrained into the very being of each new knight, not merely through command, but through ritualistic fire. Even the oath itself, sparse as our knowledge of it is, proves revealing. I give myself to the temple to live and to die without name, without claim, without fear. This does not sound like the declaration of a mercenary. It resonates more with a monk being led to his tomb. An intriguing relic housed in the Musée de Cluny in Paris, a plain and unadorned ring, is purported to have belonged to a Templar knight. Etched inside in rudimentary Latin are the words "non sum meus," meaning "I am not my own." Whether the ring is authentic or not, the sentiment precisely aligns with the ethos described in trial records. The initiate was to disappear, only the order remained. And yet, not all initiations concluded favorably. A little-known case, buried in the Vatican archives, recounts a knight who fled the ceremony midway, screaming that the walls were bleeding. Whether this was madness, drug-induced hallucination, or metaphor, the incident was recorded and sealed. No punishment, no follow-up, just silence, as if the event itself was too sacred or too perilous to revisit. So, what were these men truly swearing allegiance? To God, the Church, the Temple, or to something only whispered in candlelight? A conviction that through obedience, suffering, and sacrifice, the soul could be reforged. The full details of the rite may never be known, but the consequences speak volumes. Those who emerged from the ceremony were transformed harsher, colder, as if they had passed through fire and emerged as tempered metal. They bore no insignia of rank, rarely spoke of themselves, and moved through the world like living relics, somehow already interred. The charges descended in torrents, initially whispered, then vehemently proclaimed, ultimately etched into the flesh of the condemned, sodomy, idol worship, spitting on the cross, denial of Christ. It was 1307, and the Templars, once the armored pride of the Church, were now its declared heretics. Arrested en masse across France, they were stripped, shackled, and paraded through the courts of kings and inquisitors alike. The public recoiled in horror. Yet, in the shadows, a more profound question burned. Were the Templars genuinely heretics, or were they concealing a gospel that the Church feared too intensely to acknowledge? Officially, the accusations were staggering. Dozens of knights confessed to strange rites, grotesque rituals, and blasphemous initiations. However, nearly all those confessions were extracted under severe torture. Feet crushed, teeth extracted, bones broken. Even then, many recanted as soon as they regained their breath. One knight, Pierre d'Aulnay, simply stated, "I said what they asked because I was in agony, but my soul never left the cross." His testimony, like most, was dismissed. But let us entertain a deeper possibility. Suppose, just suppose, that within the wreckage, a kernel of truth existed not in the sensational details, but in the recurring patterns, the pervasive secrecy, and the echoes of ancient, long-buried doctrines. A few scholars have observed peculiar overlaps between the Templar trials and earlier heresies, particularly the Gnostic and Bogomil traditions' beliefs in duality, the corruption of the material world, and the possibility that Christ's divinity was misunderstood or deliberately misrepresented. Consider, for instance, the claim that the Templars worshipped a severed head, sometimes referred to as Baphomet. Most historians dismiss this as a grotesque misinterpretation, a caricature fabricated by inquisitors. However, a few rare documents refer to a head of wisdom or a vessel of knowing utilized in Templar rituals. One theory, controversial but persistent, posits that this was not a literal head, but a symbol, a repository of divine knowledge, a forbidden gospel concealed within plain ritual. Here enters a fascinating obscurity. The Times Codex Leoninus Asterisk, a 13th century manuscript discovered in a Spanish monastery, likely penned by a former Templar turned recluse. It describes the true Logos whom the Church fears, who walks among men in silence, whose kingdom is not of stone but of flame. The Church denounced the Codex as madness, yet phrases within it bear an eerie similarity to later mystical writings, especially those prescribed during the Inquisition. If the Templars had indeed stumbled upon an alternative gospel, one that did not deny Christ, but rather reframed him, it would elucidate much: the secrecy, the persecution, and the urgent necessity to maintain silence even under threat of death. And perhaps most chillingly, the ferocity with which the Church turned against them. One of the most damning pieces of evidence in this debate is also one of the least studied, the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican archives in 2001. It confirms that Pope Clement V privately absolved the Templars of heresy, even as they were being publicly tried and executed. Why this duplicity? What did the Church fear more? A guilty order or an innocent one, possessing dangerous truths? Let us recall that the Templars had spent years beneath the Temple Mount. They had access to relics, scrolls, and forgotten aspects of Scripture. What if what they discovered was not material treasure, but testimony, a version of Christ not subservient to papal authority, a spirituality that required no intercessor, no tithe, no altar, but only inner fire and personal sacrifice? Such ideas were not novel. They echoed the earliest Christians, the desert hermits, and the radical ascetics. But by the 14th century, such views were anathema. The Church had consolidated its power. Authority was centralized. Mystery was considered perilous. Here, the connection to their initiations takes on new significance. Recall how the initiates were systematically dismantled, stripped of identity, and reforged. That process was not merely symbolic, it was protective. If the order possessed truths too sacred or too disruptive to articulate, then silence was not simply policy, it was salvation. Some accounts state that the knights spat on the cross as part of their initiation. Blasphemy, or a symbolic rejection of false icons, of worldly misrepresentations of divine truth? Theologians continue to debate this. Some contend the gesture was designed to test faith, a reenactment of Peter's denial. Others assert it never occurred at all. And what of Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, who, as flames climbed his legs, cried out not for vengeance but for truth? "Let evil be revealed," he stated. And then he burned, not with hatred, but with something stranger, something akin to peace. So, what gospel did the Templars uphold? Not one discoverable in a Sunday pew. It possessed no chapters, no verses. It was lived, not written, suffered, not preached. A gospel etched in wounds and silence. One that proclaimed, faith is not obedience, it is fire. It does not comfort, it consumes. And if that gospel was too perilous for the world, perhaps that is why it continues to burn covertly, awaiting those with receptive minds. It is often the silences that resonate most powerfully. In the context of the Knights Templar, it is not what they promulgated, but what they safeguarded, not what they uttered, but what they adamantly refused to disclose that continues to captivate scholars, visionaries, and skeptics alike. If a written gospel, a scroll, a codex, something embodying the truth they died to preserve, ever existed, it is likely lost, or is it? The inquiry begins in the margins. Quite literally, Templar marginalia, dispersed throughout surviving texts, frequently exhibit cryptic symbols, peculiar phrasing, or stray Latin verses that do not align with the main body of the work. The Chartres manuscript, currently housed in a French archive, contains a repeated phrase in the corner of 4 consecutive pages: Lux de igni non arde, light from fire does not burn. At first glance, this appears to be poetic nonsense. However, some believe this line echoes their core conviction. That divine illumination, once attained, is not destructive but transformative. There is no singular Templar gospel, no Codex Templari enshrined in legend akin to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Instead, there are fragments. And what renders these fragments remarkable is their thematic coherence. A set of prayers discovered in a Portuguese chapel, concealed behind plaster, speaks of a king not of nations but of wounds. A letter from an English preceptor to a French commander cryptically advises, "Speak not of the silence, for the silence is what speaks." And most famously, the so-called Prayer of the Broken Shield, attributed, though unconfirmed, to Jacques de Molay himself, reads more like a psalm than a military invocation. When I no longer carry the blade, let me carry the burden. Let the blood I do not spill become the offering. Let the silence become the voice. These fragments were not intended to inspire. They were not for public consumption. They were not even meticulously preserved. They were hidden, folded into floorboards, scribbled on the inside of belts, scratched into the backs of pews. They were not sacred texts. They were survival manuals for the soul. Here is where the narrative becomes even more intriguing. Linguists have noted that certain phrases recur across regions, languages, and decades, suggesting a hidden oral tradition underlying the visible order. One phrase, in particular, recurs: Dominus Flammi Interioris, Lord of the Inner Flame. This expression does not appear in any church-sanctioned liturgy. Yet, it surfaces in Templar graffiti in Scotland, in a Hungarian marginal note, and even carved above a well in rural Castile. Coincidence or code? One particularly obscure artifact, the Braga Codex, is maintained under controlled conditions in a monastery near Braga. It is a brief text, unsigned, damaged, and incomplete. But what remains reads like a meditation manual. It speaks of descending into the self as into a tomb, and of meeting a light so bright that it shows the bones of the spirit. Critics dismiss it as monastic poetry, but those acquainted with Templar discipline perceive it as something entirely different. The gospel they lived, not by pen, but by sword and scar. The unresolved question, of course, is whether these writings constituted the cause of their downfall, or an echo of it. Did they articulate this theology to rationalize their suffering? Or did their suffering arise precisely because of this theology? The sheen on parchment, which we referenced earlier, confirmed that the Pope privately absolved them. Yet, their words remain taboo, not because they were inherently malevolent, but because they represented freedom. Freedom, after all, is the true heresy, especially spiritual freedom. If a knight could achieve salvation through ordeal and solitude, through silence and blood, then what necessity remained for confession, for hierarchy, for Rome? Thus, the connection to earlier ideas sharpens once more. From their initiations to the rule, to the visions beneath the Temple Mount, a consistent thread emerges. Everything points inward. The true gospel, if it existed, was not a doctrine to be recited, but a transformation to be undergone. It resided in fire, not ink. But then, why bother committing it to writing at all? Because sometimes, even the most silent individuals fear forgetting. A final artifact merits mention. In 1897, a farmer near Rennes-le-Château unearthed a limestone tablet while cultivating his field. It bore only one inscription in rudimentary Latin: Templum non in lapid est, templum in carnem ardet. The temple is not in stone. It burns in flesh, if authentic, and that is a significant, if the tablet may represent the closest approximation to a written creed from the Templars. Not a map, not a secret, but a profound declaration, a gospel of suffering, a church of the wound, the kind of creed one does not display on a wall, but carries within one's chest. Consequently, no, there may never be a discovered codex, no leather-bound volume secreted away in a Vatican vault. But the authentic text, the one they died to protect, was always inscribed in broken Latin, in battle scars, in whispered prayers audible only to the stars. Not for the world, but for the fallen. Not every crusade commences with a call to arms. Some begin in the quiet aftermath of war, amidst the crumbling hamlets of Christendom, where banners have long since fallen, and the sole remaining adversary to conquer is despair. While the world remembers the Templars for their formidable battlefield discipline, few recall their missions beyond the field missions, not of conquest, but of restoration, not to expand Christendom's geographical boundaries, but to preserve its fractured spiritual core. After the cessation of battles and the repose of horses, the Templars did not retreat into castles. They dispersed into the overlooked corners of Europe, places forgotten by monarchs, by bishops, sometimes even seemingly by divine providence. These were small towns decimated by plague, or where famine had extinguished hope from the eyes of the populace. It was in these locales that the Templars re-emerged, clad not in grandeur, but in resolute purpose. A well-established, yet frequently underappreciated, historical fact is that by the mid-13th century, the order maintained hundreds of commanderies across Europe. These estates functioned as training grounds, financial centers, and outposts for logistical support. However, many of these also operated as what might now be termed spiritual shelters, places where the wounded, both physically and spiritually, were received, nourished, clothed, and, notably, educated. The order had developed its own internal system of instruction, extending beyond mere combat training. Ancient records from commanderies in Burgundy and Aragon mention literacy instruction, scriptural reading, and agricultural training. Some even reference musical liturgy hymns, sung not in Latin, but in the local vernacular, enabling the disheartened to participate. This was not a campaign of religious imposition. It was a form of spiritual triage. One obscure detail emanates from a recovered parchment in Languedoc, dated approximately 1254. It records the arrival of a Knight of the Flame who spent 6 weeks ministering to a leper colony without once drawing a blade. He provided sustenance, performed burial rites, and was said to have carved crosses into the walls of the dying men's chambers not as symbols of death, but of transition. The document refers to him as Frater Ignotus, the unknown brother. It is believed he never divulged his name. Why would a military order dispatch its elite members to serve the diseased and destitute? The answer, perhaps, lies not in strategy, but in theology, not Roman theology, but something older, quieter, a whisper of that same hidden gospel we glimpsed through their rites and rituals, a conviction that the true adversary was not the infidel, but despair itself, that the soul, when abandoned, becomes the most perilous battlefield of all. And the earlier observation resonates again, soft but persistent. The Templars' rule demanded absolute discipline. Their initiations required the obliteration of the individual self. Their silence in the face of pain was not mere stoicism, it was profound devotion. When they entered the lives of the broken, they did not offer hope through words, they embodied hope through their presence. Modern scholars struggle to reconcile this facet of their legacy. Were they warriors burdened by a guilty conscience, or saints in armor? Some argue these charitable missions were public relations, a means to counterbalance bloodshed with public good. However, this explanation fails to account for the consistent pattern, the sheer scale, and the uniformity across nations and decades. This was not theater, it was doctrine. A theory, still subject to debate, suggests the Templars viewed themselves as intermediaries between divine justice and human frailty, that their silence transcended mere discipline. It constituted a liturgical stance. By uttering nothing, they absorbed everything, pain, sin, fear, all assimilated and transmuted through suffering into a higher form of grace, a profound, almost dark alchemy. Furthermore, in Scotland, a chapel once operated by the order bears no inscription, no altar, and no pews. Yet, carved into its stone archway is the phrase, Audi non dicta, here the words not spoken. Local tradition asserts that Templars would sit there with those in mourning and remain silent, simply sitting, as if mere presence possessed inherent power, as if in their wordless gospel, stillness constituted the sermon. This unarmed ministry often went unnoticed and undocumented, yet traces endure. A worn wooden staff with 7 notches, discovered in a German cellar, is believed to have been used in healing rituals. A plain white garment, stained with wine and ash, folded inside a clay urn in Portugal. A rosary crafted from iron nails. None of these are relics in the traditional sense, yet each one pulsates with implication. Who were these men who healed without names, served without status, and left no sermon but the subtle imprint of their shadow? Perhaps by then, they had come to understand that the conflict was never truly for land or doctrine. It was for those who had surrendered hope, and their armor served not merely to confront external adversaries, but to safeguard a fragile light within themselves and within others. Thus, the crusade persisted even after the wars concluded, a silent one, a gentle one, waged not with swords, but with open hands, against despair, against silence, against the fear that no one would intervene. But someone did. The fire was real. It licked their robes, seared their skin, and silenced their voices, yet it never consumed their true essence. On the 18th of March, 1314, Jacques de Molay, the final Grand Master of the Knights Templar, stood upon a pyre constructed not to purify, but to suppress. As the flames ascended, he neither pleaded, nor trembled, nor uttered curses. Instead, he invoked justice. Not vengeance, but justice. His concluding words were not of power nor of pity, but of truth. God knows who is wrong and has sinned. Soon misfortune will befall those who have condemned us, and then he perished in the flames. History records the fire, but it frequently neglects its resonance. By the early 14th century, the Templars had become too affluent, too independent, and too reticent for the comfort of monarchs. Philip IV of France, deeply indebted to the order, found in their secrecy a convenient scapegoat. Heresy became the formal accusation, treason the insidious whisper, and, like a match igniting dry parchment, the machinery of persecution was set into motion. It is a well-documented fact that hundreds of Templars were arrested across France on the same day, the 13th of October, 1307, a Friday the 13th. Coincidence, perhaps, but panic spread rapidly. Property was seized, priories were raided, brothers were interrogated, dozens were tortured, a few confessed, most resisted, and some, including de Molay, endured years in prison before facing the flames. Yet, something peculiar transpired during those years of captivity. The order, despite being dispersed and shattered, never fractured internally. Many of those who confessed under duress later recanted, not solely out of guilt, but out of defiance. One knight in Poitiers reportedly retracted his confession by biting off his own tongue, thus preventing himself from being forced to speak again. Barbaric, certainly, but also a testament to unwavering resolve. What kind of loyalty survives such dissolution? What kind of faith endures when all reward is stripped away? This is not the loyalty of soldiers, it is something else entirely. A vow that did not depend on written text or mere survival. A vow embedded in silence. The same silence we have followed since the Temple Mount, since the oaths, since the unarticulated gospel. An obscure account in a Venetian ledger from 1311 describes 3 former Templars, exiled and destitute, who continued to observe their rituals in secret, praying at dawn, eating in silence, refusing to utter the names of those who had betrayed them. They wore no cross, they possessed no banner, but they still knelt before the same inner flame, not broken, merely concealed. And then there is the enigma of the missing fleet. A frequently cited, but hotly contested, claim asserts that days before the mass arrests, a fleet of Templar ships vanished from the port of La Rochelle. Their destination, if they ever existed, remains unknown. Some suggest they sailed to Scotland, others to Portugal, a few whisper of Nova Scotia, centuries ahead of its time. These theories remain speculative, yet the disappearance, noted in multiple documents, remains unresolved, as if some within the order had foreseen the impending conflagration and sailed towards something colder, quieter, beyond the reach of kings. De Molay's final declaration, uttered as the flames consumed him, is often regarded as prophecy. Within months, both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV were deceased. Coincidence, perhaps, but the timing transformed his death into legend. Martyrdom was not the conclusion of the Templars, it was their transfiguration. The connection to earlier themes is now unmistakable. From silence to ritual, to battle to healing, the order had consistently operated beneath the surface, flowing like a hidden river through the fissures of power. The fire did not obliterate them, it revealed them. It burned away the myths, the wealth, the reputation, leaving behind only the fundamental question, what were they truly? And more urgently, why did they remain faithful even in their dying moments? One theory, inscribed in a late 14th century Carmelite commentary, suggests that the Templars believed themselves to be already deceased, that their initiation had been a burial, their service a resurrection. The flesh we walk in is borrowed, the commentary reads, and the breath we speak with is not ours. So let the world take back what it thinks it owns. The vow remains, to burn alive and still believe. That is not doctrine, that is conviction, and it is profoundly unsettling because it implies their inner fire was not kindled by human hands, it was carried within them. It is often asserted that silence possesses a discernible form, and if one listens with sufficient attentiveness in certain forgotten chapels, ruined cloisters, or moss-covered crypts, that silence resonates. It resonates within the stone, in carvings whose meanings were never explicitly articulated, but only experienced, in geometric patterns cut with a precision too profound to be merely ornamental, in floor plans that mirror celestial constellations. If the Templars were truly silenced, the very walls did not receive the message. Long after their arrests, long after their supposed obliteration, the Order's presence endures in architecture, not through overt grandeur, but through recurring patterns. Churches shaped like octagons with no offered explanation. Knights carved on tombs with crossed legs, not as a symbol of death, but of a journey. Spiral staircases that ascend counterclockwise, as if to unravel the soul. One widely accepted historical fact is that following the dissolution of the Order, many Templars were absorbed into other knightly organizations, particularly in Portugal. King Dinis, refusing to participate in the persecution, established the Order of Christ, a conveniently rebranded continuation of Templar operations. Their headquarters, the Convent of Christ in Tomar, evokes a peculiar sensation upon entry into its chapel. Not wrong, but layered. Above the altar, angels and martyrs gaze down. Yet, concealed within the stone ribs of the dome, faint symbols repeat. A star, a flame, a pair of closed eyes. Symbols never referenced in the official liturgy, yet they appear again and again. This is where the theory of encoded architecture takes root. According to a minority of architectural historians, the Templars embedded spiritual diagrams within their buildings, maps not of territory, but of transformation. Consider the Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Although its direct link to the Templars remains debated, its carvings follow unmistakable Templar motifs. The twin riders, the concealed cross, and an altar oriented not toward Jerusalem, but toward the rising sun on the vernal equinox. The builders of Rosslyn left no blueprints, yet within its arches and beams, some discern a cosmology, a journey from darkness into light, a veritable cathedral of initiation in stone. Others argue the evidence is circumstantial, contending that Gothic architecture inherently invited complexity. But the cumulative connections become increasingly difficult to disregard. We have traced the inner gospel, the silence, the fire, the transformation. If the Templars could no longer articulate it aloud, perhaps they carved it instead. In southern France, a ruined chapel near Montaillou bears a single Latin phrase above its threshold: Mortem transivit qui templum intravit. Death is passed over by those who enter the temple. Was this a metaphor or an encoded promise? Blood, too, left its traces. In Scotland, where many believe the Order sought refuge, gravestones of suspected Templars bear markings inconsistent with traditional Christian burials. The cross is often flanked by abstract flames, or what some term the breath spiral, a motif also found in Coptic Christian iconography and even older desert monastic art. Perhaps coincidence, or perhaps continuity. One obscure manuscript in the Archives Nationales of Paris, catalogued anonymously, contains a list of rural waypoints marked only by numbers and initials. Beside each, refugium, ignis, aqua, manus, lux, refuge, fire, water, hand, light. Scholars hypothesize it may have been a coded route, not for escape, but for pilgrimage, a physical reenactment of the soul's journey encoded within landscapes, as if certain fields, wells, and stones themselves had been sanctified through suffering. This raises an open question. Could the Templars have created a kind of spiritual map across Europe, a network of stations for those still seeking the silence long after the Order itself was reduced to ash? This is what some modern seekers believe. Pilgrims traverse these supposed Templar paths not to discover relics, but to find resonance. They touch the stone and wait. And sometimes, they report feeling something, a humming, a warmth, or simply a moment of stillness where everything seems to align more profoundly. Are these traces real? Science offers no definitive answer, but meaning does not necessitate empirical evidence. It requires only echo, and so, through stone and blood, the order endured, not in armies, not in dogma, but in pattern, in silence, and in the spaces they left behind, spaces that do not explain, but merely invite. Centuries after the smoke dissipated and the ashes cooled, the Knights Templar continue their march, not in armor, but in collective memory, not through sacred lands, but through the human heart. Their name, long buried under accusations and fire, has re-emerged in peculiar and quiet places. One observes it in modern oaths taken by clandestine societies, in the solemn vows of spiritual seekers, and even in fringe Christian sects that profess to revive the old way, a path of silent suffering and inner fire. But why? Why, in an era of scientific reason and pervasive digital noise, are people once again listening for the whispers of the Templars? The historical record indicates that by the 18th and 19th centuries, fraternal orders across Europe began to invoke the Templar legacy, some with genuine reverence, others with theatrical flair. Freemasonry is the most prominent example, particularly the York and Scottish rites, both of which incorporate Templar titles and rituals. However, even more obscure groups emerged quietly, repeating phrases and symbols once believed lost to the flames. One of the most intriguing examples originates from a spiritual revival movement in rural Germany during the early 1800s. A sect, referring to themselves as the Sons of the Silent Flame, conducted nocturnal processions through forests, carrying unmarked banners and chanting in Old Latin. Their texts, only partially recovered, refer to a brotherhood of ash and speak of an inward blaze that no hand may quench. When interrogated by authorities, they asserted no affiliation with Rome, only with those who burned but were not consumed. Skeptics contend that this resurgence constitutes romanticized fiction, that the Templar image, filtered through novels, legends, and occasional blockbuster films, simply attracts the spiritually curious. And indeed, the Hollywood version, with its secret vaults, coded bloodlines, and maps etched in stone and prophecy, undoubtedly contributes to its appeal. These narratives sell books, not salvation. Yet, beyond the mythos, something more profound beckons, and it is not merely spectacle, it is structure. Individuals are drawn to the Templars, not for their violence, but for their profound vows. In a fractured world, the concept of a code silent, sacred, absolute, exerts a powerful magnetism. The allure lies not in swords, but in stillness. One particularly fascinating modern revival group, the Times Fraternitas Templatis *, operates discreetly across 3 continents. Members wear plain garments, devoid of insignia. Their gatherings are characterized by communal silence, shared bread, and something termed the light ritual, where participants sit around a single flame for hours, offering no words, only presence. Their guiding principle, non sum meus, I am not my own, sounds remarkably familiar. Their founder, now deceased, left behind a solitary statement explaining his purpose. We do not seek to rebuild the order. We seek to rebuild the wound it tried to heal. Here, the connection cycles back through centuries. The silence of the initiation, the fire of the gospel, the healing in forgotten towns, all of it breathes anew through modern seekers. They do not carry the Templar name with arrogance. They carry it with profound longing. Nevertheless, not all who invoke the order do so reverently. Extremist groups, fringe conspiracists, and ideologues have also attempted to co-opt the Templar image, typically stripped of context and polished into a symbol of martial glory or religious supremacy. The cross once again becomes a weapon, the vow becomes a mere slogan. This misappropriation represents a distortion, not a resurrection, but those with discerning understanding perceive a deeper truth.
There are secrets that never sleep. A box, a symbol, and a number 2039. Tonight, let me tell you the story of the final prophecy of the Knights Templar, where the past and the future meet in the dark. If you love stories that send chills down your spine yet you can't stop listening to stay, history is about to tell you what it was never meant to reveal. The artifact was interred where its discovery was least likely. It was not situated within a grand temple or an ornate reliquary, but deeply embedded behind a decaying altar wall, encased in lead and lime, and concealed for 7 centuries. When the containment box was finally opened in 2001, its contents did not merely unsettle the attending archaeologists. They engendered a profound sense of apprehension. Inside lay a metallic disc, cool to the touch, engraved with a design incongruous with any known Templar symbol. This symbol delineated a specific date, a date within our current era and a prophecy which ecclesiastical authorities had sought to eradicate, a secret the Knights Templar evidently died to safeguard. It was subsequently termed the Last Sigil. The narrative begins with a reconstruction of the scene, the perceived slow creak of ancient iron doors opening into a chapel that had not admitted natural light for 5 centuries. The air hung thick with dust, evoking the solemnity of incense, and every brick seemed to resonate with untold secrets. Behind the main altar, a stone slab appeared softened by countless forgotten prayers, yet exhibited an unsettling irregularity. The symmetry was flawed. The masonry lines did not precisely align. In 2001, local restoration specialists in Languedoc observed this anachronistic stonework and undertook an unprecedented action. They breached the wall. The subsequent discovery initiated a cascade of quiet repercussions throughout private ecclesiastical archives, discreet academic networks, and ultimately reached a Vatican conservator who chose not to remain silent. A small, lead-sealed medieval box, evidently untouched, contained a singular object. It was neither parchment nor a chalice, but a disc, roughly the size of a human palm, fashioned from an alloy that continues to resist definitive analysis. Its surface was etched with markings that no recognized Templar order should have employed. At its center, a 6-armed cross appeared, fractured and distorted. Radiating from this core were sigils of an entirely different nature, astronomical, celestial, and, some posit, prophetic. This artifact, now identified as the Last Sigil, defies simple categorization. It transcends temporal boundaries. Embedded within its symbolic system, encoded in a cipher so abstruse that it had not been referenced for over 600 years, was a specific date. This date pertained not to the past, but to the imminent future. This narrative diverges from conventional Templar mythology. It does not delve into speculative tangents regarding holy grails or lost bloodlines. This account is not concerned with what the Templars might have discovered, but rather with what they endeavored to conceal, and how they may have encoded the conclusion of an era within a metal disc no larger than a small plate. Should this artifact prove authentic, and all indications suggest it is, it would not merely reveal the Templars' beliefs concerning time, prophecy, and celestial mechanics, but also demonstrate their foresight of an impending, terrifying, and seemingly inevitable event. To ensure continued access to insights history has deliberately obscured, consider subscribing. This investigation will span continents, centuries, and cosmological paradigms, examining forgotten manuscripts, long-suppressed Vatican records, cryptographic patterns, and astronomical alignments once known only to a dwindling priesthood. At the heart of this inquiry lies one sigil, one prophecy, and one inescapable query: what transpires when the countdown concludes? The chapel itself remains accessible, a modest edifice nestled in the French countryside near Bézieux, adjacent to the crumbled remnants of a former Templar commandery. Most passers-by would likely overlook it. Its roof has long sagged, moss encroaches upon the stone like slumbering ivy, and its bell tower has been devoid of a bell for 2 centuries. Yet, beneath this fading ruin lies a mystery whose implications extend far beyond its lichen-streaked walls. The restoration team arrived in the spring of 2001, their efforts discreetly and almost anonymously funded by a preservation grant absent from public registries. Their stated objectives were structural reinforcement and archival photography. However, The team brought more than scaffolding and brushes. Among them was Dr. Hervé Langlais, a medieval symbologist from Marseille, recognized for his unconventional theories on Templar communication. He was not officially listed as an archaeologist, nor was his presence recorded in the site's documentation. Nevertheless, by the third day, it was he who ordered a halt to the work. The reason was straightforward. The altar wall was not original, or rather, it appeared suspiciously new, dating to the early 14th century, shortly after the dissolution of the Templar order. Its stones were cleaner, the mortar less degraded, and when gently tapped, the wall produced a resonance far too hollow for a solid barrier. Behind it, a cavity awaited, sealed centuries prior. The process of dismantling this false wall spanned nearly 2 days, largely conducted in silence under torchlight. Beyond it lay a small alcove carved directly into the bedrock. At its center rested the leaden box, hermetically sealed with no discernible hinge or lock. It had been meticulously wrapped in fragments of what appeared to be silk, a luxury in medieval France, and secured by rusted copper brackets. According to Langlais, an absolute silence descended upon the room as they opened it. The sole content was the disc. It was surprisingly heavy, slightly warm to the touch, and composed of an unclassifiable metallic composition. Some suggested tin, others a complex alloy containing antimony or lead. One theory even posited a meteoric origin, though no tests have confirmed this. More significant than its material composition were the engravings adorning its surface, a network radiating with unsettling precision. There was no Latin text, no inscription, only the visual lexicon of power, geometry, and concealed time. At its core, the unmistakable red cross of the Knights Templar, yet with 6 arms instead of 4, one of which was broken, splintered, as if deliberately shattered. Around it, a ring of symbols echoed ancient planetary glyphs, subtly altered, fractionally offset, like a shadowy reflection of the heavens. Langlais captured hundreds of photographs, but these images were never released. The official report submitted to the Ministry of Culture entirely omitted the discovery. Just 3 months later, Langlais resigned his academic position, departed Marseille, and reportedly relocated to a monastic retreat in Corsica. He has not made any public statements since. The available information derives from a brief period in 2002, when a few low-resolution scans of his notes appeared online. Quickly dismissed as elaborate hoaxes, they have since vanished from most digital archives. However, they confirmed one crucial detail. The object was authentic, and it corresponded to no known Templar artifact ever catalogued. The most peculiar characteristic was neither the central cross nor the enigmatic planetary glyphs, but the outer ring. A precise arrangement of nearly microscopic notches formed what some interpreted as a cipher, specifically a substitution code linked to astronomical ephemeris tables once used to chart celestial bodies. When loosely decoded, this sequence aligned with planetary movements culminating in the year 2039, a date of considerable importance. Historically, Languedoc was no stranger to secrets, having served as a stronghold for Cathars, Templars, and various heretical factions. The town of Rennes-le-Château, mere miles away, has fueled centuries of occult speculation. Yet unlike those myth-enshrouded tales of grails and gold, this disc presented no treasure map, no royal bloodline. Its message was starker, more precise. Not where, but when. The often overlooked detail is that the disc was not merely placed loosely in the box. It was meticulously set into a velvet-lined groove. This groove perfectly matched the disc's curvature, indicating it was designed for transport. It was not concealed to be forgotten, but to be protected and preserved until the appropriate individuals discovered it, or until the opportune moment. This raises a disconcerting question, one still debated quietly among scholars. Was the disc sealed behind that altar to shield it from the church, or to shield it from humanity? For the church, it appears, has never formally acknowledged the object. No official records, no conservator samples, no museum holdings exist. The Vatican has consistently denied any involvement. Nevertheless, within 2 weeks of the discovery, a previously unknown cardinal arrived in Bézieux bearing diplomatic credentials. The site was closed the following morning, and the disc, if reports are accurate, was never catalogued into any recognized institutional archive. This silence speaks volumes, not only about the artifact itself, but about what it may signify. A final communication from an order long extinguished, a silent cry encoded in geometry and interred in stone, waiting and perhaps, more chillingly, waiting for the present moment. One is drawn mentally closer to the object itself. The disc, this enigmatic metallic whisper from the 14th century, seems to exert a gravitational pull, much like a lock anticipating its key. From a distance, it resembles a wheel or an ornate seal. However, upon closer inspection, a deeper pattern of deliberate intention emerges. It is evident that this object was crafted to communicate across epochs. The initial attempt at decoding was not undertaken by a cleric or a cryptographer, but by Klaus Ehrenfeld, a retired German astrophysicist with an avocational interest in medieval studies. He spent nearly 2 years meticulously tracing the symbols along the disk's outer edge, utilizing leaked scans from Langlet's 2002 note. His objective was purely data-driven, devoid of theological interest. To his astonishment, what initially appeared as random etchings began to coalesce into a sequence of intervals. Ehrenfeld correlated these notches with known planetary cycles and discerned a profound anomaly. They did not track past events but projected into the future. Specifically, the glyph sequence aligned most precisely with a syzygy, a rare celestial event where 3 or more planetary bodies achieve a straight configuration. The sequence on the sigil corresponded not to any syzygy, but to one predicted for early August 2039, when Mercury, Mars, and Saturn will form a near-triadic configuration in the vicinity of the constellation Virgo. This alignment, while intriguing, became truly unsettling for Ehrenfeld, ultimately prompting him to sever contact with his collaborators when he superimposed the sigil's markings onto the projected sky map. The inner engravings, distinct from the planetary glyphs, specifically the angular patterns between them, mapped perfectly onto the relative positions of the 3 celestial bodies. The fractured 6th arm of the cross pointed with uncanny precision to the moment of maximum alignment. It appeared as though the disk was created not to represent an idea, but to demarcate a specific moment that had yet to transpire. The disk's outermost ring, so finely detailed it appears purely ornamental, also attracted considerable attention. Under magnification, it revealed a ripple-like texturing, inconsistent with traditional hand engraving. Theories regarding its creation vary. Some propose a rudimentary lathe, while others insist upon an impressed mold, possibly cast. However, the pattern itself deviates from the decorative norms of the period. Instead, it mimics the form of a lysogous curve, an oscillating waveform generated by harmonic motion. The concept of a lysogous curve was not formally described until the 19th century, rendering its presence in a 14th century artifact profoundly perplexing, if authentic. This leads to the most controversial interpretation, that the sigil is not merely symbolic but functional. Some posit it as an astrolabe, a rudimentary device for astronomical calculation. Others, pushing the theory further, suggest it represents an encoded countdown, a temporal trigger whose purpose is to mark a celestial event with significant spiritual or even existential consequences. In this view, it is not a map, but a warning, a clock. Predictably, this is where scholarly debate becomes contentious. The sigil lacks any overt inscription, no Latin, no Hebrew, not even the stylized Gothic script common in late Templar liturgy. It communicates solely through symbols and patterns, making it susceptible to multiple interpretations and potential misapplication. One academic faction argues it is a devotional tool. Another insists it serves as a ritual marker. Yet, a third group suggests it points to something altogether more extraordinary, that the Templars possessed knowledge of celestial rhythms centuries ahead of their era, implying they were not merely crusaders but cosmic archivists. This is a compelling hypothesis, but it rests on a pivotal unanswered question. If the sigil genuinely encodes a future date, how could a group of 14th century warrior monks have calculated a planetary alignment nearly 700 years in advance without telescopes, computers, or access to ephemeris tables that would not exist for centuries? This lies at the core of the debate. Some researchers point to Islamic astronomical influences, noting that the Templars maintained contact with Muslim scholars during the Crusades. Others argue for lost Greek manuscripts transmitted through Byzantine intermediaries. However, even these sources typically lack the precision encoded on the disc. The reference to Langlet here is unavoidable. His own unpublished notes, briefly recovered before his withdrawal into silence, hinted at a lost cipher used among high-ranking Templar, initiates a geometric language composed of angles, ratios, and proportional harmonics. Langlaise termed it the initiate syntax. Although the term has never appeared in known Templar documents, it offers a crucial clue. If the sigil operates through such a cipher, it may not utilize language as commonly understood. Instead, it may communicate through temporal intervals. One detail that continues to intrigue researchers is the disk's central axis. A subtle, barely perceptible indentation suggests the sigil was intended to rotate, not freely, but with deliberate manipulation, akin to a combination dial. It is an observation that, once pointed out, becomes impossible to unsee. The concept of a spinning disk aligning with celestial configurations is not entirely unprecedented. Ancient Mesopotamian star maps occasionally incorporated movable parts. However, for the Templars, such a device would necessitate an entirely different historical framework, one where they were not merely importing relics from the East, but forbidden knowledge. One theory posits that the sigil represents a surviving component of a larger apparatus, a modular mechanism, a ritual machine. If this holds true, then what was discovered is not the complete device, but its key. And like any key, its significance resides not solely in its form, but in what it is designed to unlock. Therefore, the present situation involves a disk that projects the future, encoding geometry before geometry had a formal name, and which may, in a profound and unsettling manner, have been counting down to a moment not of discovery, but of convergence, a convergence rapidly approaching. The cross is a familiar symbol, broad arms flared at the ends, depicted in vivid crimson against white, clean, symmetrical, and resolute the Templar cross. It stands as one of the most widely recognized symbols in the Western esoteric tradition, etched into countless altars, tombs, and banners. Yet, on the disc, it is altered, or rather, wounded. At its core, the last sigil bears this iconic shape, but with 6 arms instead of 4. The 2 additional arms do not extend cleanly, they slant downwards, asymmetrically, and one appears fractured at the joint. This is not erosion or weathering, but a deliberate break, as if it was never intended to be complete. Templar historians have contemplated the 6-armed variant for decades. It does not appear in any officially sanctioned insignia, nor does it correspond to any heraldic forms used by recognized military orders of the Crusades. Nevertheless, traces of it emerge in unusual locations, faintly carved into stones in abandoned Pyrenean watchposts, sketched on vellum scraps from confiscated trial records, and once unearthed beneath a ruined commandery in Portugal as a sandstone relief, so weathered that only its unnatural symmetry hinted at intentional design. The implications here become disquieting. In Templar symbology, the cross was not merely a badge, it functioned as a metaphysical diagram. Its 4 arms represented the cardinal directions, the 4 evangelists, and the elemental pillars of their theology. However, this distorted version violates that sacred geometry, tilting the balance and introducing an anomalous axis. Thus, the questions arise. What does the 6th arm represent, and why was it broken? Some researchers propose it is not a 6th arm at all, but an axis mundi, a vertical anchor symbolizing the descent of the divine into matter. Within this framework, the break is not damage but a dramatic symbol of divine interruption, a collapse in the celestial order. Others suggest a simpler explanation, that it was an esoteric reference, an inner circle cipher never intended for external eyes. The true meanings, they argue, were layered, with one interpretation for the public, another for the order, and a final one for the initiated few. However, a more troubling theory has begun to circulate discreetly and cautiously. It suggests that the cross's fractured state may depict not just symbolic imbalance, but cosmological rupture, meaning the sigil represents not the order, but an event. To contextualize, in 1307, when King Philip IV of France ordered the mass arrest of the Templars, most historians agree that the primary political motivation was financial. Philip was bankrupt, and the Templars were wealthy. Yet, some testimonies from the infamous trials, particularly those extracted under torture, contained bizarre claims. Initiates described ritual processions in which a cross was desecrated, altered, or even corrected. One document mentions a false sign with 6 wings carried into a chamber of rites. Most dismissed these as psychological ravings under due duress. However, if one momentarily accepts the premise that a core faction within the order held beliefs outside of the Church's orthodoxy, the 6-armed cross acquires a darker significance. It transforms into a forbidden symbol, indicating not salvation, but something else, something the church feared sufficiently to attempt its eradication. An obscure detail warrants attention. In 1903, a fragmentary parchment surfaced in Avignon, written in Old Occitan, now referred to as the Codex Rubis. It describes a splinter group of Templars known as the Vigilants of the Broken Arm. Their existence is debated, with most scholars considering the document a forgery. Nevertheless, it references a ritual object, a sigil of metal with 6 points, one shattered, as a reminder of the breach to come. This phrase, the breach to come, has generated considerable speculation. Was it metaphorical, prophetic, or an encoded reference to a specific event? One must recall Ehrenfeld's decoding of the planetary alignment. If the broken arm correlates to a specific position within that celestial formation, then the damage is not incidental. It is intentional, a marker, a countdown. The scholarly debate, as expected, is intense. Some scholars argue that the 6th point was merely a stylized, ornamental flourish, devoid of deeper significance. However, these same scholars have struggled to explain its absence from any other known artifacts outside this singular thread of suppressed symbols. One theologian even proposed that the sigil could represent a heretical reinterpretation of the crucifix, an inversion of the resurrection narrative. Instead of 4 arms representing balance, 6 points symbolizing disruption, instead of ascent, fragmentation. Furthermore, the shape itself, when geometrically mapped, reveals that the 6-armed cross on the sigil forms a near-perfect overlay with a collapsed stellation diagram. Specifically, it mimics a distorted hexagon, in which one angle has been mathematically folded inward, a structural impossibility in classical geometry, yet permissible in symbolic language. Some have likened it to a fallen star, something once radiant, now bent out of alignment. What does this signify? Esoteric interpretations suggest it points to the fall of a guiding intelligence, not Luciferian in the traditional sense, but the loss of a cosmic axis, a turning away of the divine mechanism that maintains harmony among time, matter, and soul. Such a profound interpretation places considerable weight on a small metallic disc. However, this is not merely any metal disc, it is the last sigil. A crucial connection, which may have been anticipated, brings the discussion back to the indentation mentioned previously, the one suggesting the disc was designed to spin. When rotated around its central axis, the 6-armed cross does not generate a uniform shape. Instead, it produces a stuttered waveform, a pulsation. The broken arm creates a visual skip, akin to a machine with a misaligned gear. Could this skip be the message? Perhaps the Templars believed in the perfect symmetry of the cosmos until they encountered something that shattered that conviction. Something they encoded into their final artifact, something for which they broke their own cross to warn humanity. And now, that brokenness appears to be revolving once more, with increasing velocity. Initially, it seemed unremarkable. Another parchment fragment from a collection of judicial archives interred in a dusty storage room near Toulouse. The edges were frayed, the ink partially faded, and the Latin so corrupted it appeared to dissolve into itself. Yet, embedded within those fragmented phrases was a name, not a saint, not a knight, but a brother, an initiate, a man who would become central to one of the most enigmatic disappearances in Templar history. His name, if it was indeed his true appellation, appeared only once in surviving records, Frater Leontius. He was not a grandmaster or a high-ranking dignitary, merely a footnote, a monk who reportedly abandoned his station in 1307, mere weeks prior to the mass arrests of the Templar leadership. The record does not characterize him as a traitor or a heretic. Instead, in a tone both restrained and apprehensive, it labels him with a peculiar phrase, Ultima Sigilli, meaning guardian of the last sigil. For years, historians dismissed this title as a misreading, perhaps referring to a lost charter seal or an esoteric term for relic keeping. However, when the identical phrase resurfaced decades later in a separate ecclesiastical marginal note, this time discovered within an inventory of confiscated Templar items transported to Avignon, it garnered the attention of a smaller, more inquisitive group, the Sigil Investigators. The note referred to an item of anomalous designation, deemed too heretical for open display and marked for discreet disposal. Yet, beside that terse description was a single word, intactus, untouched. The item had not been destroyed, it had been spared. And directly beneath that, a short phrase inscribed by a different hand, not to be shown to the fathers. This would all remain speculative, vague inventory commentary were it not for a discovery made in 1993. That year, a private library acquisition in Arles yielded a previously uncatalogued 14-page codex, handwritten in Latin intermingled with Provençal, bound in aged goatskin, and bearing no title. It was subsequently dubbed the Manuscript of the Lost Brother. Its authorship is unsigned, but the internal voice of the text repeatedly references my exile from the order and describes a forbidden object entrusted to my flesh alone. The manuscript details a frantic flight through the Pyrenees, the burial of the circle that speaks, and cryptic instructions that read more like desperate warnings than theological prose. One passage has been roughly translated as, "The sign is not a symbol, it is a sentence spoken not with voice, but with sky. When the sixth light breaks and the host turns away, none shall be ready." The unusual phrasing and syntax, likely a result of unpolished Latin or mental distress, have led scholars to debate its precise interpretation. Some view it as a poetic lamentation. Others believe it describes an astronomical phenomenon, the sixth light, possibly a planetary body or comet, and the host as a metaphysical presence, perhaps even divine. What is particularly striking is the manuscript's repeated insistence that the object was never intended for general access and must be kept beyond even the reach of high initiates. It also references a curious ritual, the silencing of the sixth arm. This rite, if it ever occurred, is described only in fragmented form. It involved the extinguishing of 6 candles placed around a sigil during an eclipse, after which the 6th candle was not merely snuffed but shattered. It was not symbolic. It was a sealing, a breaking of contact. The manuscript then shifts abruptly into a paranoid tone. The author describes visions of mirrored eyes in the stars and refers to a coming concordance of the ends. These phrases, alien as they sound, echo certain apocalyptic writings found centuries earlier among Gnostic and Manichaean sects, particularly those fixated on celestial alignments and cosmological judgment. What lends the document credibility, despite its almost mystical tone, is its direct reference to a Templar location, later confirmed through independent records. The site, a ruined sanctuary near Montségur, is described as the final hollow where I laid the circle down and folded the stone behind me. Excavations in 1997 revealed a sealed chamber beneath that very sanctuary, which, upon opening, was empty save for 2 items, a velvet-lined recess in the stone and a single broken copper hinge. This hinge matched the description from the Bézu box. This connection compels a reconsideration of the chain of custody. If Frater Leontius, this lost brother, truly fled with the sigil and interred it in Montségur, then someone must have exhumed it later and transported it to Bézu. The temporal gap is vast, nearly 7 centuries. Thus, the question arises, who safeguarded it? Who possessed this knowledge? Who continued the vigil? The manuscript offers its most haunting suggestion on its final page, badly burned but still legible. They who watch are not seen. They need no name. They are the eyes between chapters. This is the obscure detail, a reference to a hidden lineage guardians, perhaps, whose existence is never openly acknowledged. The Church possesses no record of them. The Templar registry, fragmented as it is, makes no mention of a sect within a sect. Yet, the idea persists that while the order collapsed under charges of heresy, a silent few simply vanished, not into death, but into a state of anticipation. The prevailing question facing scholars is whether this manuscript is genuine. Paleographic dating plausibly places it in the early 14th century, but the lack of provenance, the obscure dialect, and the unsettling apocalyptic tone have kept it outside the mainstream canon. Nevertheless, the artifact evidence from Montségur, the coded references in church archives, and the uncanny consistency with the object discovered in Bézu point to a chilling possibility. The manuscript is authentic, and the sigil's journey, far from accidental, was guided by human hands across centuries. If this is the case, then humanity is not dealing with a relic lost to time, but with a message designed to endure it. It commences with a celestial configuration, one not immediately noticeable unless a specific reason compelled observation, unless one possessed a sigil, an object of such antiquity that it predated telescopes, yet of such precision that it charted the invisible. This is a planetary alignment forming not a myth, but a mark, one that has not manifested in nearly 700 years and is predicted to reappear only in 2039. Celestial alignments are a recurring theme in various esoteric traditions, often associated with portals, vortexes, or solar flares. However, this particular alignment is distinct. It does not pertain to vague energies or hopeful vibrations. It is a mathematically precise, astronomically inevitable arrangement that unfolds like a celestial lock clicking into place. And the sigil, the disk to which we are continually drawn, contains within its markings the blueprint for this very moment. Revisiting the outer ring, Dr. Ehrenfeld, the German astrophysicist, determined that the sigil's etchings mapped to syzygy. His calculations aligned not with a minor planetary waltz, but with a highly specific formation predicted for August 4th, 2039. On this date, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn will achieve an unusually tight triangular alignment near the Virgo-Leo boundary, one of the most mythologically significant regions of the sky. Furthermore, if the sigil's radial lines are interpreted as angular divisions, they intersect this constellation with disconcerting accuracy. Some might dismiss this, stating that planetary alignments are common. While true, this particular alignment mirrors another that occurred in 1347, precisely 728 years prior. That date is historically significant as the inception of the Black Death in Europe. While correlation does not imply causation, the Templars may not have differentiated. For them, celestial patterns served as echoes, as warnings the heavens repeating their refrains. The situation becomes more unsettling. In certain suppressed Templar texts, primarily fragments preserved in the Vatican's restricted archive, veiled references exist to what they termed the Great Convergence. This phrase appears in connection with celestial observations, but the texts are maddeningly vague, speaking of the stars lining their heads once more, and the shadow of Mars upon the countenance of the lion. Most scholars dismiss these lines as poetic obscurantism. However, when viewed in conjunction with the sigil's alignments, they begin to coalesce into a more coherent message. One phrase in particular stands out: "When Saturn lowers his crown in Virgo, the seal shall stir." One need not subscribe to prophecy to find this unsettling, as Saturn will indeed be entering Virgo during the 2039 alignment. A coincidence, perhaps? Yet, there is further evidence. One of the sigil's outermost rings is engraved with a small series of 28 indentations. Initially, these were thought to represent lunar phases. However, it was observed that when aligned with the ephemeris tables for 2039, these indentations correlate precisely with the planetary transits for that month, not approximately, but with exactitude. This raises an uncomfortable possibility. The disk was not merely encoded with star maps, but may have been designed to activate, symbolically or ritually, when those celestial conditions were met. It could function as a celestial switch, a form of astrological doomsday clock, its hour hand now inexorably moving towards midnight. This, of course, brings the discussion to the prophecy itself. The term prophecy often implies prediction and certainty, and history is replete with erroneous forecasts. However, in the medieval understanding, prophecy was not necessarily about foreseeing the future, but about recognizing recurring cycles. To them, history was not linear, but cyclical, akin to the heavens, revolving repeatedly. When the same celestial configurations recurred, similar consequences followed. A minor scroll discovered in the archives of Toledo, dated approximately 1325, contains an eerie Latin verse: "Quam steli redent in ordinum fractum, at sextus lumen, ceterit tunc lux versa, erit infam et sigillum ultimum clamit." Loosely translated, this reads, "When the stars return to the broken order, and the sixth light falls, then shall light turn to iron, and the last sigil shall cry out." This is an obscure detail, certainly. Yet, when cross-referenced with the sigil's broken sixth arm, the phrase "sixth light" no longer sounds like mere symbolic embellishment. It suggests that someone understood a particular celestial pattern held profound significance, that it triggered a specific event. Scholarly debate regarding this passage persists. Some interpret "light turned to iron" as a reference to war. Others believe it to be alchemical, signifying the transformation of spirit into matter or vice versa. A few even suggest it refers to magnetism, though this interpretation is admittedly marginal. What is clear, however, is the recurring language of return of something coming back, not just stars, but conditions, events, and consequences. Recalling Frater Leontius, the lost brother, his manuscript hinted at a similar concept, that the sigil was not a relic, but a sentence, not a message about a moment in time, but a moment itself, encoded, frozen, awaiting its utterance by the stars. And perhaps now the reasons for his flight, his concealment of the object, and its subsequent retrieval and resealing in Bezu become clearer, for the prophecy was not concerned with their time, but with ours. It is difficult to maintain detached objectivity at this juncture. There is an unsettling quality to contemplating the stars, knowing they will soon align like keys in a lock. There is a sense of finality to it. While debates continue regarding the sigil's meaning, the cosmos continues its motion, indifferent to human beliefs. His execution was protracted. On March 18, 1314, just before sunset, on an island in the Seine, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, stood chained to a wooden post, the flames ascending with the deliberate solemnity of a state execution. Eyewitness accounts indicate he did not cry out, but gazed directly at the horizon as the fire consumed him. Just before the heat irrevocably silenced him, he spoke. His final words have resonated through history, embellished in myth and dramatized in literature. Pope Clement, King Philip, I summon you to the judgment of God. Both men, remarkably, died within the year. The curse, if one chooses to term it such, endured. However, a less widely known detail, recorded in less poetic corners of historical archives, indicates these were not his sole pronouncements. According to a single document preserved in the private archives of the Abbé de Saint-Denis, now held in restricted storage at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, de Molay's complete statement was more extensive. Not a curse, but a warning. Translated from Latin, it reads, "The time of shadow returns, and the stars prepare again their shape. You have silenced the guardians, but the sky remembers." One might inquire why such a statement, if authentic, remained unnoticed for centuries, absent from early chroniclers' accounts. The answer may lie with its transcriber. The manuscript in question is unsigned, but was found among a bundle of personal notes belonging to a monk named Father Eligius, a Benedictine scribe known for his obsessive meticulousness in documenting execution details. Eligius had a reputation for recording what others preferred to omit. He documented the exact breath counts during the slow strangulation of a Cathar heretic, and once devoted 3 pages to describing the scent of scorched hair. His account of de Molay's death was never published. Yet, within his notes lies a singular, hastily scrolled paragraph in the margin. He turned not to the king, nor to the priest. He looked upward, and he spoke of the sky. This represents the sole surviving written source that directly links de Molay to astronomical symbolism, fundamentally altering the historical perspective. For if the Grand Master did indeed refer to the stars preparing their shape, then the sigil was not an isolated artifact, but doctrine, a truth preserved by the highest echelons of the order, a secret carried to the pyre. This brings forth a significant historical fact often overlooked in the Templar narrative. In the months preceding the arrests, de Molay undertook an unusual journey. He traveled to Limousin, stopping at several minor commanderies, none of which were considered strategically vital. Among them was a secluded chapel outside Brillereau, long rumored to house a library of forbidden texts. Records from that visit are sparse, but one phrase survives in a local land registry, updated shortly thereafter, a relic not to be moved. No description, no context, merely those 6 words. Some researchers posit that this relic was the last sigil, or a copy thereof. The obscure detail that few historians connect is de Molay's multifaceted role. He was not merely the military commander of the order, but also its highest ritual authority. He supervised all initiation ceremonies for senior members, and during his tenure, the Templars altered a portion of their private liturgy. A version of the Rite of the Sword was shortened, and a new element introduced, a moment of silence beneath the night sky. The reason for this alteration was never recorded. One surviving version of this revised rite contains a curious instruction. When the stars align with the broken sign, the mouth shall not speak. This may have been intended as a metaphor, or perhaps it was an encoded instruction, an initiatory clue for those entrusted with preserving something sacred and profoundly perilous. A larger question, which continues to divide even the most sympathetic Templar scholars, is, What did de Molay believe was impending? Was the prophecy he referenced apocalyptic in a religious sense, the return of Christ, the end of an age, or was it something else entirely, something neither wholly divine nor entirely human? Let us revisit the phrase, "the sky remembers." In esoteric Templar writings, largely suppressed after the arrests, the heavens were not merely viewed as a canvas of God's creation. They were perceived as a record, a clock, a scroll of divine recurrence. The stars did not merely shine, they signaled, they remembered. And the sigil, if interpreted correctly, possessed the capability to read them. This might elucidate why de Molay spoke nothing of earthly vengeance. He did not curse his adversaries with pestilence or fire. He pointed upward. He invoked not justice, but alignment. This leads to the ultimate mystery. Following de Molay's execution, an unusual document surfaced within a small monastery in Aragon. It was unsigned, but bore the Templar seal. It read, "The key has turned. The last guardian has spoken. The rest shall lie in shadow until the wheel returns." It was not widely circulated and disappeared from public record for nearly 600 years. Yet, when Langlais opened that sealed box in Bézieux in 2001, he is reported to have written only one sentence in his personal notes before receding into silence. The wheel is turning again. A subtle connection, perhaps, or a confirmation that de Molay's perception was accurate, that the stars he referenced were not metaphorical but mechanistic. Therefore, when envisioning the flames engulfing him, one should not picture a defeated man. Instead, imagine a man observing the sky, not in fear, but in recognition, as if the fire did not consume him but initiated the subsequent turn of the wheel. And now, that wheel approaches its completion once more. The Vatican archives are often imagined as a repository of aged tomes, a vault of yellowed parchments, and theological footnotes. However, behind its austere stone facade lies a more assiduously guarded and curated labyrinth. Within those depths, not merely holy scripture or papal decrees are preserved, but a record of what the Church deemed humanity was not prepared to comprehend. Among these forgotten shelves, in a climate-controlled drawer 3 levels beneath the Sala Indices, rests a collection of trial transcripts that, by all logic, should not have survived. These are collectively known as the Confession Scrolls. Dated between 1308 and 1311, they document portions of the arduous Inquisition against the Knights Templar, comprising hundreds of testimonies extracted under various, often brutal, forms of persuasion. The Church would later disavow some of these methods, but the documents remained archived, redacted, and sealed. In 1913, Pope Pius authorized a discreet internal inventory of unexamined Templar records. The team included a young Jesuit scholar named Lorenzo Gaspari. He possessed a talent for languages, an affinity for forbidden texts, and a remarkably brief career. For what Gaspari discovered, and what he attempted to publish before being silenced, was a scroll labeled De Septimo Signaculo of the Seventh Seal. To be precise, this is not a direct reference to the biblical apocalypse. The scroll's contents, to the limited extent publicly known, describe a rite performed in silence beneath the lion's stars by the anointed few who held no banner. The document is fragmented, scorched in parts, and written in a peculiar hybrid of ecclesiastical Latin and Occitan. It does not explicitly name the sigil, but it speaks of the circle of broken symmetry and the iron tongue that speaks only when the stars align. Gaspari immediately recognized that this was not standard heresy. This was not idol worship, inverted prayers, or peculiar rituals involving felines. This was cosmology, prophecy, a form of dark astronomy veiled in medieval theological codes. He attempted to present his findings at a Jesuit academic symposium in 1914, but was politely removed from the panel. His personal notes were confiscated, and his license to teach theology was revoked. A year later, he entered monastic silence. He died in 1947, alone and unpublished. Yet his insights were not entirely lost, for one page of his notes survived. It was preserved by a friend and smuggled out of the Vatican, hidden within the pages of a borrowed book. That single page, now termed the Gaspari Leaf, contains a paraphrase of what he claimed was the scroll's final stanza. And when the crowned slow star returns and the 6th cross is seen cracked, let not the fathers look skyward, for the sign shall not ask permission. It is not scripture, it is a warning. Furthermore, in the mid-1990s, As part of a limited Vatican transparency initiative, a select group of researchers was granted digital access to scanned microfilm reels of these Templar documents. However, when scholars reviewed the reel labeled Trial Series 17 Amperes, a peculiar anomaly appeared, a 6-page sequence entirely blacked out, not merely missing but present in form yet obliterated in content. 6 sheets, each marked with the Vatican seal, each stamped with a single word: "Seller be silent." This is where the central question emerges. What information was contained on those 6 pages? Why were they entirely redacted? And why were they physically preserved rather than destroyed? Some posit that these pages contain testimony from high-ranking Templars, not merely concerning doctrine, but regarding a calendar or esoteric clock that indicated a future celestial event. Others believe they included references to an actual object described in terms similar to the sigil. And one whispered theory, never published and consistently denied, alleges that within those lines was a map not of land, but of stars. Naturally, none of this can be definitively confirmed. The Vatican has since restricted all access to the original microfilm, citing degradation. The reel itself has mysteriously disappeared. Only 2 verified scans survive, and these do not include the blacked-out section. However, what is more difficult to suppress is the increasing number of convergences. We now have the Bezu discovery, the Leontius manuscript, the astronomical alignment decoded from the sigil, de Molay's final skyward utterance, and now potentially the Church's own evidence of their knowledge that they redacted the scroll not because it was blasphemous, but because it was accurate. Here is the obscure detail, often overlooked. Vatican records employ a very specific code for cataloging forbidden documents. It is a 3-part identifier: category, subtype, and status. The code on the De Septimo Signaculo scroll, as recorded in Gaspari's surviving notes, is excat obscura in vigil, translated roughly as outside category, hidden under watch. The term in vigil is not standard. It appears only in a handful of ecclesiastical contexts, consistently implying long-term surveillance. It signifies not merely locked away but monitored. Thus, the sigil was not simply interred, it was tracked. This leads to a grim possibility. What if its rediscovery was not an accident? What if someone within the Church, or closely affiliated with it, knew its precise location? What if they permitted its surfacing at the opportune moment, not to reconceal it, but to prepare for what it signifies? For this is the quietest, darkest thought of all. Perhaps the sigil was never intended to remain hidden indefinitely. Perhaps the sky had to be ready, the clock had to run down, the stars had to fall into place, and now they have. There are languages that are spoken, and then there are languages that are felt, languages that require neither grammar nor alphabet, but rather recognition, akin to recalling a face seen only in a dream. This is the essence of what the sigil's outermost ring appears to communicate. It does not invite reading, it resonates. At first glance, its markings seem purely decorative, tiny, tick-like grooves, unevenly spaced, some deeper than others. They form no obvious letters, no recognizable script, and no repeating pattern. However, as with many aspects of the sigil, meaning emerges only when one shifts perspective, tilts it, and repositions the light. Suddenly, the grooves seem to animate, like a frozen frequency awaiting vibration. The breakthrough originated not from a historian, but from Dr. Antonia Roux, a linguist specializing in medieval initiation rites. She had dedicated 2 decades to studying esoteric symbols embedded in liturgical garments and monastic architecture. Her primary fascination, however, was what she termed ritual compression, the encoding of complex theological ideas into visual shorthand symbols that held one meaning for the outer circle, another for the inner, and something entirely different for the select few. In 2005, Roux received a grainy photograph of the sigil's outer band, courtesy of a former student discreetly investigating the Bezu site. She perceived not noise, but syntax. What Roux identified was a pattern consistent with a class of codes known as substitution matrices, grids in which a symbol or position substitutes for a concept. These were extensively utilized by mystical societies, including certain Cistercian enclaves and, most compellingly, late-period Templars. She cross-referenced the groove sequence against known Templar initiation ciphers, particularly those from the final degree, the highest echelon of the inner circle. This was not the stuff of popular fiction. These ciphers were genuine, attested to in surviving confessions, and discovered in fragments on ceremonial objects. Most were geometrical in nature: lines, dots, intersecting angles. Roux precisely matched 5 sequences from the sigil to entries in an obscure 1311 document, now catalogued in Portugal's National Archive as the Carta da Luz Velada, or Charter of the Veiled Light. This document had previously been dismissed as symbolic gibberish, a feverish record of an initiation rite lost to time. But now, with the sigil as key, its meaning became accessible. One sequence on the sigil matched the cipher for vigil, another for silent watch, and a third, more complex and jagged, aligned with a phrase Roux had previously been unable to fully translate. Star wheel reaches rest. The implications were profound. This was not merely decorative art or mathematical abstraction. The sigil's outer ring appeared to encode a final message, reserved for those who had traversed the last veil of initiation, not knights, not even masters, but only those deemed prepared for the darkest knowledge. What constitutes this knowledge? The Carta describes the final degree not as a ceremony of ascension, but one of contraction. The initiate is not granted new vision, but is compelled to close their eyes. One line reads, "He who has seen the sign must carry silence in his bones. The stars will speak louder than we may." This is the obscure detail, the true nature of the final rite. It did not reveal cosmic truth. It instructed its guardians to prepare for something that could not be articulated, a knowledge not meant to be shared, only endured. This interpretation is consistent with the sigil's observed behavior. As noted in earlier discussions, the disc appears to react to light and angle. Some suspect it may have been designed to align with a very specific starlight or solar positioning. One theory from an unpublished Vatican draft, partially translated by Langley, speculates that the sigil activates symbolically when the heavens precisely match its engravings, that the cipher is not intended to be read in isolation, but in context. If this holds true, it leads to a chilling conclusion. The sigil's message may not have been fully decipherable until the present time. This brings the discussion back to Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master and apparent martyr. His final revisions to the order's rituals included a peculiar stipulation. During the third night of initiation, candidates were to be led blindfolded beneath an open sky and asked a single question, whispered by a masked figure. "Do you remember the star that does not move?" The reference to Polaris is evident. However, if Roux's interpretation is correct, this was not a literal question but a test of conceptual symmetry. Polaris, unlike the wandering planets, is fixed, constant, the unmoving pivot of the northern heavens. In the ciphered traditions of the inner order, it represented the silent witness, the idea that cosmic truth does not manifest loudly. It waits, it observes. This concept of silent surveillance echoes both the redacted Vatican scrolls and the concluding line in the Leontius manuscript, "They who watch are not seen." If these watchers existed, and if they utilized the sigil as a form of encoded instruction manual, then the cipher may be more than merely a prophecy. It may represent a ritual timeline. Some researchers now believe that each segment of the outer ring corresponds to a time period, a phase or a watch, a turning of the wheel. The final segment, thinner than the rest, aligns with the August 2039 celestial convergence previously discussed. It constitutes the last component of the pattern, the final watch. Naturally, the scholarly community remains divided. Some argue that Roux's cipher interpretations are excessively speculative, her connections circumstantial. Others contend that medieval societies were fascinated by hidden messages, and any resemblance is coincidental. However, the existence of the Carta da Luz Velada is undeniable, as is the fact that its phrases, long considered nonsensical, now mirror engraved symbols on an object interred in 1307 and unearthed centuries later. One skeptic remarked that it could be a very elaborate coincidence. Roux's retort was, "So is a bullet and a heart valve, if they meet by accident." The lingering question is whether the cipher was intended to be broken, or if it was a lock never meant to be reopened. For if the sigil's outer ring constituted a coded message reserved for the final watchers, and if that message points not merely to prophecy but to active participation, then humanity is no longer solely an observer of the sigil's mystery. It has become its inheritor. The desert wind does not speak, yet it retains memory. In Cairo's ancient quarter, nestled behind a crumbling madrasa and the rusted framework of a 12th century gate, lies a fragment of a forgotten archive, an annex of Dar al-Kutub, Egypt's national library. where rare manuscripts slowly degrade in perennial twilight. It was here in 1926 that Otto Reichenbach, a German Orientalist, unearthed a collection of scrolls, never intended for the scrutiny of European scholarship. They were inscribed in a peculiar blend of Arabic and Syriac, and among them, one volume particularly captured his attention, Al-Tajamu al-Tawaku al-Nujum, roughly translated as The Completion of the Celestial Awaiting. This title alone might have passed unnoticed had it not contained a series of diagrams, mandala-like illustrations featuring intersecting geometries and planetary sigils. However, it was one specific shape that captivated Reichenbach, a six-armed cross, with one arm broken, surrounded by glyphs disturbingly similar to those found on the Bezu sigil. This detail never made it into his official notes, as Reichenbach died quietly before he could present his findings. His papers were subsequently boxed and dispatched to his widow, who sold them en masse to a private collector in Geneva. For decades, the collection remained unexamined until 2008, when Dr. Yvon Montre, a French archaeologist, traced it to a storage vault in Zurich. Inside, still pressed between tissue-thin folders, were high-resolution rubbings and sketches of the Cairo scroll, including a complete rendering of the anomalous cross and the heading above it, Al-Kir, the final seal. Here lies a pertinent historical fact. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the Templars established numerous points of contact with Islamic scholars, particularly during truces and prisoner exchanges. The renowned Templar stronghold of Safed in modern-day Israel was not merely a military fortress. It was a site of negotiation and, according to some accounts, study. Although the official church position advocated theological supremacy, Templar leadership frequently sought knowledge wherever it could be found. Some even maintained private correspondences with Sufi mystics. One document preserved in Palermo's Royal Library describes a discussion of the heavens held between a Templar knight and a muwaqqit, an Islamic timekeeper responsible for determining prayer hours through celestial observation. Their dialogue focused not on salvation, but on Saturn. Why Saturn? Why the slowest, most distant of the visible planets? Because to both Muslim astronomers and Templar mystics, Saturn represented the boundary, the edge of divine influence, the final threshold before the unknown. This brings forth the concept of the Black Sun, a term that has endured centuries of misinterpretation. The Black Sun, Shams al-Aswad, was not originally a Nazi symbol or an occult fantasy. In early Egyptian astronomy and Babylonian stellar theology, it referred to a dark alignment, a moment when the outer planets cast their shadows across Earth, not physically, but metaphysically, an era of delay, of pause, of silence from the heavens. The scroll Reichenbach discovered in Cairo described a moment in which the dark crown of Saturn shall press upon the head of Virgo, and the iron tongue will awaken. This phrase should resonate as familiar by now. It is almost identical to the apocalyptic line from the De Septimo Signaculo scroll in the Vatican archives, a similarity too close to be coincidental. This represents the obscure detail, the transmission of symbology across forbidden divides. Somehow, despite the religious chasm between Christian knights and Muslim astrologers, both sides recorded the same shape, the same timing, the same stellar forecast, not as rivals, but as witnesses. Therefore, the question arises, how did this knowledge travel from Cairo to Carcassonne? This remains an open query. In 1273, a Templar vessel departed from Acre under the command of a man known only as Frater B. His logbook, if authentic, was discovered in the wreck of a salt freighter near Marseille in 1959. It references a dark mirror taken from the east and its intended delivery to the sanctuary beyond Montségur, which places it squarely in Cathar territory. That region, already a hotbed of theological dissent, may have provided the ideal hiding place for a relic deemed too dangerous to keep in Templar strongholds. And Carcassonne, the fortified city northeast of Bezu and a short distance from Rennes-le-Château, historically contained an unusually high number of Templar initiates per capita. Local oral histories, often dismissed by historians as fanciful peasant tales, speak of men of the Red Cross guarding the stars beneath the stone. These same tales describe a disk of heaven cracked by silence. A coherent arc begins to emerge. Cairo, with its black sun scroll and planetary alignments. Then the Mediterranean voyage. Then Bezu. Then silence. And, perhaps most significantly, one observes the convergence of esoteric systems. In the east, the black sun as a cosmological boundary. In the west, the sigil as a countdown. Two traditions, separated by creed, yet united by a common pattern. The implication is profound. The Templars may not have originated the prophecy. They may have inherited it, which would render the last sigil not a creation, but a continuation, a vessel not of belief, but of transmission. It represents the medium through which a celestial warning, spanning cultures, languages, and centuries, was preserved. And if this is accurate, then the sigil's re-emergence in the 21st century is not merely timely, it is meticulously timed. For as the 2039 alignment approaches, the black sun returns, the slow crown of Saturn descends again, and the watchers, whoever they may be, once more lean in, awaiting. The atmospheric conditions shift upon entering Italy. While the language changes, the underlying prophecy remains consistent. Long before the Templars etched warnings into metal, and prior to Islamic astronomers charting the dark crown of Saturn, there existed the Sibyls, mystic prophetesses who delivered riddles from shadowed caverns. These figures were not priestesses or seers in the modern sense. Rather, they were regarded as vessels, mouthpieces for divine truths, intended not to comfort but to disquiet. Though pagan, their traditions were tolerated by the early church just long enough to be absorbed, assimilated, and ultimately suppressed. Nevertheless, fragments persist, and one in particular emerges from the past to align with the form of the sigil. This is the Cuman warning, found in a partial copy of the Oracula Sibyllina, dated approximately to the 2nd century CE, but recopied and annotated throughout the medieval period. The relevant passage, obscured within a deluge of apocalyptic metaphor, reads, "When 6 points pierce the wheel of stars, and the watchers blink not beneath Virgo's gaze, a silence shall descend upon man's tongue. The iron mark shall stir, and the order of heaven turn backward." It would be tempting, perhaps too tempting, to dismiss this as mere poetic coincidence. Classical prophecy is, after all, notorious for its layered ambiguities. However, a crucial detail emerges. In 1321, an anonymous marginal note was appended beside this stanza in a Latin manuscript housed at Monte Cassino. It simply states, "Templum, fractum, sigillum novissimum, broken temple, last sigil." Scholars concur that this is no coincidence. The historical fact is that the Templars were known to have translated and preserved select classical texts. Their scribes frequently worked in multilingual scriptoria, particularly in commanderies near Muslim-controlled territories, where Greco-Arabic scientific manuscripts were abundant. The presence of a Sibylline fragment in a Templar archive is therefore within the realm of possibility. The situation becomes even more intriguing with another marginal note, this one discovered in a damaged volume held at the Abbey of Farfa. It suggests that certain Templars considered the Sibylline books not as pagan heresy, but as veiled prophecy, originating from the same divine source they worshipped. God, the monk wrote, speaks not only through saints but through echoes, and what better echo than the stars? This brings forth the obscure detail, a parchment discovered in Avignon in 1967, folded between pages of unrelated land tax record. It bore no title but included a diagram, a circle with 6 spokes, one broken and a Latin phrase beneath, Oracula rotum sicit astra attemput fam strongit. This translates as, prophecies turn as the stars do, and time, like iron, will break itself. The symbolic resonance is eerie. The 6-armed wheel, one arm broken, references to iron and silence, the proximity of Virgo, the repetition of themes across radically distinct traditions. This convergence points not to cultural coincidence, but to a deeper underlying pattern. The open scholarly debate, however, lies in interpretation. Some argue that the Sibylline fragments were misinterpreted, recontextualized through a medieval Christian lens to justify apocalyptic expectations. They suggest that the Templars, under duress from persecution and betrayal, began to perceive themselves as guardians of a cosmic truth, appropriating symbols from diverse sources to construct a narrative of final warning. Others propose a more unsettling hypothesis, that the Templars were not merely fabricating myths from panic, but were responding to an actual tradition. They encountered a lineage of thought that extended from Delphic utterances to Babylonian stargazers through Sufi mystics and Coptic scribes, all referencing the same event. A celestial turning, a fracture in the temporal order. Where does the sigil fit into this? If one subscribes to the convergence theory, then the sigil serves as the medium, a condensation of eschatological ideas transmitted through centuries of sacred geometry. It is not merely a Templar relic, but a glyph encoded with ancient expectation. Dr. Silvano Marchesi of the University of Bologna went so far as to claim that the sigil is a Sibylline engine, a symbolic device intended to fulfill prophecy not through speech, but through precision. The Sibyls sang the song, he wrote. The Templars built the instrument. This theory would be readily dismissed were it not for one final detail. In the Vatican's restricted index, beneath a now sealed category once designated clausus obscura, lies an inventory of confiscated items from 1,312. One item is described as a wheel of iron engraved with stars and notations, suspected of demonic origin. The attached note indicates it to be of Eastern design, but mentioned in the writings of the Sibyl. The document, now redacted, was signed by none other than Cardinal Bertrand de Got, later crowned Pope Clement V, the very pope who orchestrated the Templars' downfall. The connection is clear. He did not merely destroy them, he appropriated something he knew. Thus, the question arises, were the Sibyls simply mythical madwomen, or were they early messengers of a pattern none were meant to recognize? And if so, why is it still unfolding? The stars possess no religion, no doctrine, no allegiances, but they do possess memory, and it appears they too are spiraling towards a specific outcome. It is secured in a locked drawer within a private collection, far removed from museums and institutional scrutiny. Its value lies not in traditional monetary terms, but in what it reflects, or rather, what it once reflected. The object is a mirror, roughly oval, approximately the size of a human face, set within a frame of obsidian black glass. The reverse side bears an etching, not a name, not a prayer, but a pattern. For those who have followed this investigative journey, the nature of this pattern is familiar. 6 arms, 1 broken, the sigil. Its provenance leads to a name frequently whispered in the shadows of European mystery: Mary Magdalene. More precisely, it leads to the legends surrounding her, the whispered myths of her journey to southern Gaul after the crucifixion, the sacred feminine she purportedly embodied, and the guardians who watched over her relics. However, the present inquiry does not pursue bloodlines or apocryphal romances. It follows the trail of an artifact rumored to be held by a group of guardians situated outside Rennes-le-Château, the same region where Templars once constructed commanderies and concealed their deceased in catacombs that remain largely unmapped, the identical ground where the box containing the last sigil was sealed behind the Bézu altar. The mirror surfaced in the late 19th century when an obscure cleric, Abbé Duret, mentioned it in a letter to a fellow antiquarian. He claimed it had been preserved by a secretive order of nuns, les filles de l'ombre, the daughters of the shadow, who traced their lineage to the Magdalene's companions. According to the letter, the mirror was utilized during nocturnal rites to observe the return of the seal, and here the narrative becomes peculiar. The abbé described the mirror not as a passive object, but as reactive. He asserted that under specific astronomical alignments, particularly when Mars ascended beneath Virgo in late summer, the mirror would reveal not the one who looks, but the one who waits. Predictably, historians dismissed this as pious hallucination. Duret was labeled unstable, and his letters filed under folk legend. However, in 1972, the mirror reappeared in the possession of a reclusive Belgian collector who permitted a select group of scholars to examine it. The obsidian frame matched volcanic glass from a quarry in Anatolia, a site frequented by early Gnostic cults. The engraving on the back precisely matched the radial curvature and central geometry of the Bézu sigil. Now for the obscure detail. Under polarized light, the mirror's surface reveals faint inscriptions invisible to the naked eye. These are not words, but points mapping constellations, yet not random ones. When charted, they correspond to the celestial configuration as it would appear on August 4th, 2039. Again, that specific date. This raises a disquieting question. If the sigil is a record, then the mirror may have been the medium, a vessel through which the encoded knowledge of the Templars, or their predecessors, could be observed. Not read, not interpreted, but seen. Some have likened it to a scrying device, but that term oversimplifies its nature. What the mirror reflects is not future or past in the conventional sense. It is a configuration, an alignment, as if its sole purpose is to respond when the heavens assume a particular arrangement. Consider this. The mirror was consistently kept face down, wrapped in black silk, stored in cedar boxes, and concealed behind altars or beneath floorboards. This was not because it was sacred, but because it was deemed dangerous. This notion recurs repeatedly in the disparate documents pertaining to the mirror, warnings to keep it covered, instructions that it must only be unwrapped beneath silent stars, accounts from initiates who gazed into it and claimed to perceive shapes, movements, and patterns that echoed through their dreams for years afterward. Skepticism is natural, but here is the crucial link. Several of these accounts describe what they witnessed not as a vision, but as a fracture, a breaking of symmetry. One individual described the moment as a sound without sound in the shape of a wheel. Another simply wrote, "The sky turned black and said nothing," recalling the ciphered initiation text from the Carta de Luz Velada, which instructed, "He who has seen the sign must carry silence in his bones." The connection grows stronger and more deliberate. This mirror, if it is indeed what the nuns and the abbé believed, was not a relic of Mary Magdalene at all, or rather, it was never inherently hers. It may have passed through the hands of her followers, preserved as a sacred object, and reinterpreted as a divine mystery, but its fundamental function predates any Christian myth. Its geometry is older, colder, celestial, and that opens an even deeper question: who created it? The craftsmanship of the frame does not align with medieval techniques. The black glass is unusually smooth for the period, more akin to obsidian polished by Mesoamerican artisans than by European monastics. And the etching, laser-precise yet without lasers, presents a paradox. A recent unpublished analysis, discreetly conducted by a private conservation laboratory, dated the obsidian surface to at least the 12th century. However, the tools employed to shape it remain unknown. No chisel marks, no tooling residue, merely a single, perfect form, reflective and dark, bearing an engraving that no known contemporary could have created, save perhaps those who comprehended not merely form, but function. What if the mirror was never intended for self-reflection? What if its purpose was to reveal something one was not meant to perceive? Not prophecy, not deities, but timing. What if the sigil is the code, and the mirror is the reader? This would elucidate why the two objects, separated by geography and function, share the identical broken geometry. Why both reference the same celestial date? Why the deepest rituals of the Templar inner circle referred not to revelation, but to reflection? For if one observes the sigil for an extended period, one does not merely perceive stars. One begins to feel observed not by God, not by angels, but by the sky itself. It commences with music, not a melody one might hum or a composition that resonates beneath cathedral domes, but a deeper, more enigmatic resonance, a vibration embedded within language, rhythm, and chant. This is the type of music that ancient orders believed could alter the world, not through melodic expression, but through alignment. Within such a chant, discovered partially erased on goatskin vellum in the ruins of a Templar priory near Freiburg, lies perhaps the most cryptic clue in the entire sigil mystery. A chant without a name, an unknown composer, and no recognized liturgical application. Scholars now refer to it simply as the seal of the angelic war. To establish the historical context, in 1891, during a winter excavation in the Black Forest, archaeologists recovered fragments of a musical manuscript stored inside a wooden reliquary box. Initially, it appeared to be a typical monastic antiphon. However, certain irregularities were apparent. The notation employed an archaic pneumatic system predating Gregorian script. The language was not entirely Latin. It oscillated between Latin roots, Aramaic inflections, and what appeared to be a constructed code, a form of musical cipher. What drew particular attention was not the melody, but the imagery. Etched into the top corner of the vellum was a peculiar circular diagram, 6 lines radiating outwards like a star, with the top spoke jagged, deliberately broken. The significance of this broken element is now understood. The accompanying chant, described in fluid, parallel phrasing, spoke of a wheel of silence, a battle without voices, and the mark that binds the host of the upper sky. It was structured as a call and response, yet the responder's part was conspicuously absent, silent, entirely blank, as if the second voice had been erased or was never intended for human audition. This is where the obscure detail becomes critical. Templar musical rites are seldom discussed, Most assumptions posit their rituals as predominantly martial and architectural. However, recently translated documents suggest the order practiced a unique form of chant, reserved exclusively for initiates of the inner circle. These were not hymns of praise or repentance. They were calibrations, rituals of resonance designed to mirror the structure of the stars. The Freiburg fragment appears to reference one ritual above all others, Luer Dixim Rayon, or the sealing of the sixth ray. A companion parchment, found nearby, contains a short passage in flowing script, now partially lost to decay. The legible portion reads, "When the sixth ray is severed, the host shall not descend. Only the sign shall speak." In angelology, the term host refers to celestial beings, warriors, or forces of divine order. In this context, the host shall not descend implies a failure of connection, a celestial silence, as if something destined to arrive does not. This aligns disturbingly well with the phrasing from the Sibylline warnings and, once again, with Frater Leontius's apprehensive writings. When the sixth light breaks and the host turns away, what are all these sources describing a war that never materializes, a silence where thunder should resonate? The phrase angelic war typically evokes images of trumpet-blaring archangels engaged in combat with demons. Yet, in the chant, the conflict is internal, not between beings, but between harmony and fracture, between the expected celestial music and the terrible moment when that song falters. And recalling the mirror, the reflections that did not correspond to the viewer, the celestial silence, these echoes manifest the same apprehension, not of invasion, but of disconnection, of being severed from something vast, structural, cosmological. Dr. Helena Chazarus of the University of Salamanca interpreted the chant as a mourning rite, not for the deceased, but for the fallen order of heaven itself. The chant does not summon angels, she wrote. It grieves their silence. And here is the unexpected element. Chazarus discovered a similar six-armed symbol in a 10th century Mozarabic manuscript, hidden within a marginal illumination. It featured the same broken radial pattern, the identical missing upper spoke. However, in that version, the central circle bore a single, barely visible word in ink, obivit. It means it fell silent. The open question therefore arises: was the sigil intended to herald some form of divine return, or to mark the moment when divine order definitively ceased communication? For if the chant is authentic and the musical alignment intentional, it fundamentally alters the interpretation. It transforms the sigil from a countdown into a eulogy, not for humanity, but for the very architecture of the cosmos, a cosmic circuit breaker, a ritual marker of when the music ceased. The implications are unsettling. The broken sixth arm of the sigil may not symbolize physical destruction or earthly chaos. It may represent silence, the failure of alignment, the moment when the harmonic code of the universe collapses by a mere fraction sufficient to alter everything. Chazarus's final translation of the chant concludes with the lines, "The sixth fell, the seventh closed, the host wept behind glass, and the wheel turned alone." This closely echoes the language from the Leontius manuscript, the circle that speaks and the silence that follows. The connection tightens. The fragments dispersed across chant, metal, cipher, and prophecy all point to the same fracture, not an apocalypse of fire and fury, but an apocalypse of withdrawal, the quiet collapse of something so fundamental that its absence may go unnoticed until it is irretrievably gone. And what remains thereafter? Only the sigil, only the wheel still turning. Numbers are often perceived as infallible, a comforting myth humanity embraces amidst the cold expanse of uncertainty. Mathematics is considered pristine, pure, eternal. Yet, what transpires when numbers begin to murmur? Let us return to the sigil. Its physical form, celestial alignments, and broken symmetry have been examined. However, a deeper aspect exists. Beneath the curves, arms, and engraved glyphs, beneath the ciphered outer band and the fractured cross, lies a structure of such mathematical precision that it has begun to shift the focus of contemporary researchers from what the sigil signifies to what it does. The breakthrough did not originate from historians, but from Dr. Leonard Duquesne, a Swiss-born computational theorist with no prior involvement in relics or prophecy. He first encountered the sigil during a guest lecture at the École Normale Supérieure in 2015 as a blurry image on a student's presentation slide. While most viewers perceived an ancient metal object, Duquesne identified ratios. He requested access to high-resolution scans of the artifact, utilizing leaked copies quietly circulating among academic forums, and subjected them to a pattern recognition model typically employed for analyzing cryptographic overlays in ancient papyri. What emerged astonished him. The angles between each arm of the sigil, including the fractured sixth, formed a repeating sequence of prime numbers embedded within a golden ratio spiral. The spacing of notches around the outer ring, though seemingly irregular, aligned with Fibonacci intervals when measured at the micron scale. Even the grooves, tiny and visually inconsistent, formed a fractal resonance when modeled three-dimensionally. It was as if the sigil was less an artifact and more an equation, encoded not with words, but with recursion, harmony, and collapse. One detail particularly captured Duquesne's attention. At the exact center of the sigil, where the arms converge, lies a tiny depression, less than 2 millimeters across. He conducted simulations to ascertain what type of stress or wear might create such an indentation. The result? None. The mark was not a flaw, it was intentional. Furthermore, it functioned as a focal node. Duquesne hypothesized that if the sigil were placed under light and rotated precisely, its geometry would create a lensing effect, a dispersion of light analogous to that produced by a diffraction grating. In essence, the sigil might be a computational device, a machine not powered by electricity but by alignment, a cosmological computer with the stars as its power source. And that is where the numbers became crucial. Hidden within the rotational geometry, specifically the angular ratio of the 5 intact arms to the broken sixth, was a mathematical constant not commonly found in medieval systems, 729. At first glance, it appeared arbitrary, but Duquesne recognized it instantly. 3 to the 6th power, 3x, 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 3, or 729. Recalling the Charter of the 13, mentioned later in this investigation, which references a ceremony performed once every 729 years, a connection emerges. At the time, this was largely considered allegorical or poetic. However, if that number is embedded in the sigil's very structure, if it is an integral part of the artifact's geometry, then the discussion moves beyond poetic mysticism. It concerns a clock, a countdown spanning centuries, with the year 2039, the date of the celestial alignment situated 729 years after the dissolution of the Templars in 1310. Again, the convergence tightens. The obscure detail most often overlooked is that 729 also appears in Hermetic and Pythagorean mysticism as the number of restoration, a term employed in texts referencing the return of balance after catastrophic disruption. This association was not made public until Duquesne quietly published his findings in a small, peer-reviewed journal in late 2018. The article was titled Recurrence Engines, Geometry, Fractals, and the Temporal Functions of Esoteric Devices. It received almost no attention. Subsequently, the journal was acquired, the article removed, and the archive closed a familiar pattern. The open question among those who have reviewed Duquesne's data is, was the sigil designed by someone who comprehended these mathematical principles, or did it emerge from a deeper, unknowable pattern? Did the Templars intentionally embed the number 729, or did the number reveal itself to them, like a whisper from the very structure of time? Some believe it points to ancient knowledge, not extraterrestrial, not magical, but simply ancient, forgotten, transmitted not in words, but in ratios, carried from Sumerian stargazers to Egyptian architects to Arabic mathematicians, and finally to a group of warrior monks who ostensibly should have possessed none of this knowledge. The connection here is subtle but essential. Recalling the lysagous curves identified in the sigil's surface texture, which describe harmonic oscillations, essentially wave interference, Duquesne discovered that when modeled as a 3D topography, the sigil's surface replicates a harmonic field collapse at 729 Hz. Coincidence? Or was the sigil designed not only to be observed, but to resonate? One might inquire about the significance of 729 Hz, what that frequency implies. The answer is that it signifies nothing in isolation. Frequency alone is inert. However, when combined with structure, geometry, rotation, and precise timing, it transforms into a signal, a tone, perhaps even a summons. The implications are dizzying. If the sigil is a device, what occurs when it activates? What is the outcome of the countdown? Is it spiritual, astronomical, psychological, or something entirely different? For the sigil does not prophesy an ending. It counts to 1 to the number of the end. And what transpires thereafter, no one has yet dared to record. In a quiet archive room beneath the Torre do Tombo in Lisbon, filed among centuries of forgotten maritime records, exists a document whose existence was long suspected but never verified. It is a single sheet of vellum, brittle with age and inked in a peculiar blend of Latin and Galician Portuguese. Its heading reads simply, Carta dos Treze Silencios, or the Charter of the 13 Silent Ones. It is unsigned, undated, and anonymous, but the seal pressed into the corner, though faded and partially crumbled, still bears a haunting shape, a cross with 6 arms, one, as always, broken. This charter is not a law, an edict, or even a letter. It is a ritual prescription, a set of instructions written in such ceremonial prose that it reads less like an administrative record and more like a code of conduct for spectral entities. It describes the formation of a conclave, 13 individuals, nameless and faceless, selected once every 729 years. Their duty: to tend the wheel, seal the mouth, and ignite the circle when time curls upon itself. The phrasing is maddeningly opaque. It never explicitly mentions the sigil, but it reiterates the same numeric and geometric cues found etched into the artifact itself. And embedded within the final paragraph is the most specific line of all. Upon the return of the 6-pointed cross to the southern stone and the shadow of Saturn upon the Virgin, the watch shall resume. The circle must be spoken not with voice, but with action. For those following closely, the 729-year cycle once again connects 1,310 to 2,039. This constitutes the historical fact. The charter exists. It is archived and catalogued as a private devotional text of unknown sectarian origin. However, behind closed doors, numerous cryptographic specialists have examined its structure and concur that it is not merely devotional rambling, it is a countdown protocol. Here is the obscure detail that has agitated scholars prone to conspiracy theories. The charter is formatted into 13 stanzas. Each stanza consists of 7 lines, totaling 91 lines, which coincidentally happens to be the number of days in a single astronomical quarter of the solar year. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, 4 seasons, 4 quarters, 13 watchers. If this appears arbitrary, consider that the inner edge of the sigil's outer ring, when evenly divided according to its etched indentations, also segments into 13 radial divisions. One of these, the 13th, is narrower than the others, and aligns with the broken arm of the cross, the identical spoke where every harmonic and alignment model indicates the symbolic fracture. Coincidence? At this juncture, the term begins to sound like denial. The true enigma now arises. If 13 individuals were genuinely designated once every 729 years to perpetuate this ritual, where are they? Who selects them? Who possesses this knowledge? The charter offers an enigmatic, oblique answer. They are not chosen by man, but recognized by sign. The watchers shall not know one another until the mirror darkens. Many interpret this to signify that the reappearance of the sigil activates their awareness, or even their memory, a triggering device not solely for prophecy, but for individuals. This is the open question. Are these 13 metaphorical, allegorical, or are they actual human beings, descended through secret lineages or bound by sacred oaths, reactivated only at the appointed moment? They are tasked with a duty so ancient and so surreal that it has lost all grounding in logic. A controversial 1987 manuscript from Portuguese historian Thomas Frade da Costa suggests a possible lineage. He traced records of 13 unusually interconnected family names, all recurring every few generations in archives across the Languedoc-Portugal axis. These were not merely recurring names, but similar dates of death clusters of passings within the same years, spaced centuries apart. According to Frade, these clusters occurred roughly every 729 years. Such a claim typically leads to dismissal from academic conferences. However, Frade died under unusual circumstances, just a year after his findings were privately published. Heart attack, they stated, in the bathtub, with his notes missing. The connection, undoubtedly perceived by now, reverts to Frater Leontius and his lost manuscript. The circle that speaks, the seal that waits. If he was the first of the 13, it would explain his flight, his silence, and his cryptic prose. And if the sigil was intended to mark not merely time, but activation, then the 2001 rediscovery at Bezu was not a fluke. It was the signal. And here is the chilling part. One of the charter's final lines reads, "The iron tongue shall strike not 12 but 13, and in that final hour, the mirror must be turned." The iron tongue, the mirror, 13 hours. None of these references appear in standard Templar liturgy, yet all of them appear separately in the various investigative threads surrounding the sigil, from the mirrored artifact near Rennes-le-Château to the silent chant of the broken angelic war, to the coded 729-year recurrence hidden in its geometry. And all of them point to the same inexorable conclusion. The sigil is not a relic, it is a mechanism. The charter is not myth, it is the manual. And somewhere, whether they are aware of it or not, 13 individuals may be gravitating towards the same location, the same moment, drawn by something they cannot name. Something inscribed in metal, in stars, in time. And when they converge, the wheel turns. The air in the Black Forest becomes dense after dusk. Even in the contemporary era of streetlights and satellites, an ancient essence lingers in the shadows between its pines. Venture far enough from the designated trails, and the world constricts. Dark tree trunks lean inward like conspirators. The wind transforms leaves into murmurs. It is readily comprehensible why legends took root here, but one in particular transcends folklore, reaching across time with significant historical resonance. In October 1894, Dietrich Clausen, a Prussian civil engineer, supervised a survey project for a proposed railway extension through the southern edge of the forest near Freiburg. He maintained a meticulous field journal, standard practice for the period, which included measurements, weather conditions, and occasional complaints about muddy boots or faulty equipment. However, on the night of October 21st, Clausen recorded a divergent entry. He and 2 assistants had opted to camp rather than undertake the arduous return hike to the village. Around 2:40 a.m., Clausen was roused by a low, rhythmic hum. Initially, he presumed it to be distant thunder, but as he exited the tent, he observed faint torchlight through the trees, flickering in a distinct pattern. The journal entry, later recovered and archived in Berlin, describes his observation in simple, unadorned terms. A procession of figures, 13 inches number. They wore long robes, their hoods drawn. They circled a stone marked with a kind of compass star, 6 lines, one fractured. I could not see faces. I could not hear voices. Only the low sound like a choir humming a single note. He remained motionless, refrained from calling out. His assistants, when questioned the following day, claimed to have seen nothing. Yet, the next evening, Clausen discovered a small object beside the stone, partially buried in the soil, a circular pendant made of some dark metal, engraved with a 6-pointed star, and at its center, what appeared to be a planetary glyph for Saturn. He retained it, and 3 years later, he drowned in his bathtub. His wife asserted that he had become increasingly paranoid in the months leading up to his death, speaking in his sleep about turning mirrors, the tongue of silence, and a wheel that hums. Here is the historical fact. The Black Forest has long been associated with secret societies, particularly during the early modern period. Documents from the 17th century refer to midnight congregations held on solar equinoxes and during rare planetary alignments. While most of these groups were local or symbolic offshoots of Freemasonry, Rosicrucian experiments, some scholars believe one particular lineage operated in deliberate obscurity, a group known as Die Stillen Wächter, the Silent Watch. The term appears sparingly in Prussian police records from the 1800s, typically dismissed as rumor. However, a classified memorandum dated 1851, now declassified and housed in the Bundesarchiv, describes an intercepted letter referencing the return of the 13 and the reawakening of the fracture beneath the fir trees. The obscure detail is that this letter was intercepted in Freiburg. What connects this ritual to the sigil? It is the shape. The compass star Clausen described precisely matches the pattern etched into the disc discovered at Bezu, the same broken 6th line, the identical radial geometry. And the planetary glyphs, particularly Saturn, constitute a recurring motif among watchers from Cairo to Carcassonne. However, the Black Forest ritual introduces a new element, the sound. Multiple sources mention it not a chant, not a song, but a tone, low, harmonic, continuous. Recalling the earlier analysis of the sigil's harmonic structure, the mathematical modeling identified a 729 Hz resonance when the disc is rotated under specific light conditions. This is not a frequency typically chanted by humans. It is a tone, a tuning, a signal. This leads to a disturbing possibility. What if the Black Forest ritual was not commemorative, but functional? What if those 13 hooded figures were not merely honoring an ancient symbol, but activating it? If the sigil is indeed a device, and if that device responds to sound and alignment, then such rituals might not be symbolic at all. They might be keys. The open scholarly debate hinges on this interpretation. Some researchers argue that the 1894 account is unreliable, dreamlike, and anecdotal. However, the pendant Clausen recovered has been verified. It exists. It was analyzed in 1974 by a metallurgical laboratory in Munich. The alloy defied classification, containing trace amounts of iridium and antimony in ratios uncharacteristic of European metallurgy. Its engraving was microscopic, laser-precise, and its central indentation, almost imperceptible, matched the recess found at the core of the sigil itself. Yet, no public institution currently holds the pendant. It vanished from the archive in 1981. All that remains is a black and white photograph tucked in a drawer at the Technical University of Berlin, with a handwritten caption, "Uncatalogued sample, echo artifact." That word again, echo, silence, resonance. It recalls the chant from Freiburg, the wheel turned alone, the mirror that did not reflect, the angelic seal that bound the heavens in stillness. Everything eventually circles back. The figures in the Black Forest might have been initiates or inheritors of the Charter of the 13. If so, their presence in 1894 suggests a chilling implication. The countdown had already commenced. Preparations were underway, not in churches or temples, but secretly within the forest, by those who remembered what others had forgotten. The connection, quiet but deliberate, brings us to the recurring motif of activation. The sigil, the mirror, the chant, the sound, the number, 13, alignment, silence, Saturn. Each element layered like concentric rings, not disparate, but resonant. And here is the most unsettling thought. Clausen described the figures as circling the stone in silence, yet he heard sound. He wrote, "There were no mouths, only the note." This leads one to ponder who or what was producing the sound. For if the sigil responds to harmonic triggers, perhaps it does not require human initiation. Perhaps it merely requires human presence, at the opportune moment, in the correct location, to listen. Their roles are absent from official records. They held no lands, wore no insignia of rank, and participated in none of the Order's public campaigns. Their names, if ever recorded, have been lost to history. Yet traces persist, in slips of parchment, fleeting references in trial records, and the margins of forgotten letters. They are the individuals the records omit, but whom rumors refuse to release, the Watchers. In 1312, Frater Guyot, a minor Templar scribe imprisoned in Avignon, underwent interrogation over several days. Most of his responses consisted of mundane denials, evasions, and attempts at theological justification. However, near the conclusion of the transcript, just before the session abruptly ended, he made a cryptic statement. The Watchers are gone to the hills. The last light is theirs. No follow-up question was recorded. No clarification sought. The following day, Guyot was discovered deceased in his cell. Suicide, it was declared. He had inscribed something on the wall with bloodied fingertips, a crude circle, and beneath it, a single fractured line. Here is a historical fact. During the final years of the Templar Order, particularly after the arrests commenced in France in 1307, a number of knights and clerics vanished. They did not undergo trial. They did not seek refuge in England or Portugal. They simply disappeared. Contemporary reports estimate that nearly 15% of the Order's recorded personnel were unaccounted for by the time of its dissolution. Disappearances in the 14th century were not uncommon due to war, illness, or shipwreck. However, what renders this statistic unusual is the accompanying silence. The Church exerted considerable effort in apprehending fugitives accused of heresy. Yet, in these specific cases, no pursuit appears to have occurred. It is as if a higher authority tacitly accepted their absence. This silence has led a small number of researchers to propose the existence of a shadow sect within the Order, not a splinter group, but a designated role, a silent rank beyond that of master and preceptor. These were guardians not of territory or treasure, but of knowledge. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for this theory originates from a letter dated 1325, discovered in the cloisters of a Cistercian monastery in northern Italy. The author is anonymous, but the recipient is addressed solely as custos, guardian. The letter references a prior ceremony, the turning of the mirror, and warns that the circle has spoken sooner than the chart foretold. However, the signature presents the true enigma, not a name, not a title, but a symbol, a six-pointed star with one spoke broken. This is the obscure detail. The Watchers may never have referred to themselves by that term. The appellation appears only as whispers, retrospectively applied by later scholars. Yet, the geometry persists: the fractured arm, the circle, the silence. One document, the so-called Chronicle of the Hidden Ones, was smuggled out of Avignon in the early 18th century and is presently held in a private collection in Antwerp. It is part poem, part ritual instruction, and describes a role performed not during the zenith of the Order's power, but during its decline. It speaks of a final generation of guardians instructed to preserve not symbols, but timing. The refrain reads, "We do not guard the blade nor the book, we guard the hour. We are the eyes between the minutes. We are the space between the stars." This poem, found repeatedly in various forms across Europe, hints at a group whose function was not to combat or to proselytize, but to wait, to witness, and perhaps, when the alignment returned, to act. The question, of course, is whether they still exist. Some argue that the Watchers were absorbed into other secret societies, Freemasons, Rosicrucians, or more obscure continental orders. However, the symbols do not align. Most modern secret societies pursue ideals, power, or enlightenment. The Watchers, if the documents are to be believed, had no interest in power. Their loyalty was to time itself. A more unsettling theory posits that their role was generational, passed silently through bloodlines or sacred oaths, reactivated only at the appointed moment. One passage from the Codex Leontius, the same manuscript from our lost brother, mentions a cycle of 13 threes, which some interpret as a reference to 39 Watchers distributed across history, activated in phases. We now recall the Charter of 13. If that document indeed prescribes a ritual to be performed once every 729 years, it is conceivable that the Watchers function as timekeepers, ensuring that when the cycle resets, all components are in place, not a congregation, but a circuit. The connection tightens here: the Black Forest ritual, the mirror, the number 729, the harmonic resonance. In each instance, echoes of timing and coordination have been observed. But who coordinates? Who watches the stars? Who returns to the same ritual site century after century? Perhaps those who have always watched, and perhaps they have been closer than one might imagine. A final note. In 2002, shortly after the discovery of the sigil at Bézieux, a sealed envelope was mailed to the French Ministry of Culture. It bore no return address and no fingerprints. Inside was a slip of paper with a single line: "It is not too early. It is precisely now." Beneath the line were 13 dashes, one broken. If that letter is genuine, then the Watchers are not gone. They are active, and the clock they have tended across centuries is now, finally, audibly ticking. And if they are watching, then perhaps humanity is being watched. It is often overlooked that the Templars possessed ships. Most recollect the Order's gleaming swords, fortified strongholds, and repositories of gold. Fewer recall their extensive maritime network, encompassing coastal commanderies, inland river ports, and entire fleets operating not only in the Mediterranean but also in the North Atlantic. Their activities extended beyond waging wars in the Holy Land. They were engaged in the movement of people, knowledge, and potentially relics. One particular voyage stands out, like a ripple in the profound silence that succeeded the Order's collapse. A final journey northward, towards the lands of ice. The historical record concerning this is frustratingly sparse. However, in a 1343 naval logbook recovered from the archives of the Hanseatic League, inexplicably misfiled among grain contracts, lies a single, inexplicable entry. A scribe, noting the arrival of a small ship at Bergen, Norway, records, 3 men, foreign, bearing a sign of red upon white, requesting no lodging, said to be on pilgrimage to Nordlios. Nordjas, the Old Norse term for the Northern Lights. This constitutes the initial clue. From this point, the trail becomes almost literally glacial. A 15th century Icelandic saga, Guðmundar Saga Gatha, includes an unusual passage describing strange monks from the southern seas who built no chapel but studied the sky and carved wheels into the stone. The local populace referred to them as Stjörnuverðir Star Watchers. No names, no dates, merely rumor. However, in 2009, during construction near the Snæfellsnes Peninsula, a region long associated with volcanic energy and mythic pilgrimage, archaeologists unearthed a stone slab buried face down beneath a collapsed lava shelf. It bore no runes, no Viking symbology, but carved into its face was a perfect circle with radial lines, 6 arms, 1 truncated, the distinctive Templar geometry. The slab is now housed in the National Museum of Iceland. Its existence has been publicly acknowledged, though its design has not. Officially, it is catalogued as medieval cosmographic unknown. Unofficially, it has become the focal point of one of the most obscure theories in the sigil mystery, that the Templars, in their final days, established an astronomical observatory in Iceland, not for worship, but for alignment. Let us delve into this. During the 13th and 14th centuries, Iceland was not the frozen backwater often imagined. Monasteries flourished, and the clarity of its night sky was unparalleled. Crucially, the North Pole's axial precession was beginning to shift into its current orientation, rendering this latitude uniquely suited for tracking long-cycle celestial events. Recalling the number 729, the countdown encoded in the sigil, it is clear this is not a human scale of time. It is stellar time. And to measure stellar time accurately, one requires the appropriate vantage point. This is a historical fact. In the early 14th century, a set of astronomical texts arrived in Iceland from undisclosed sources. These manuscripts, written in Latin, employed terminology inconsistent with Islamic astronomy, Greek scholarship, or even early Western observations. One of them includes diagrams depicting Saturn's synodic cycle plotted across 8 centuries. It also features a star chart annotated in a cipher that, when rotated through a Caesar shift of 13 characters, spells out the word sigillum seal. The obscure detail here is a footnote, inscribed in a different hand centuries later. It reads, "This map is not for navigation, it is for preparation." Thus, the question arises, what were they preparing for? This is where the connection becomes unavoidable. The mirror, the chant, the watchers, the number of the end, each thread hints at a timing mechanism, an event tied to a specific celestial rhythm. If this is the case, the Templars would have required a location to monitor that rhythm somewhere isolated, stable, and dark. Iceland perfectly fits this description. Now, consider this. A map known as the Carta Marina, published in 1539 by Olaus Magnus, depicts the North Atlantic in meticulous detail. Yet, near the western coast of Iceland, a tiny, unlabeled island is shown bearing only an image, a wheel. No settlement, no animals, no ships, simply a wheel. This map was suppressed shortly after its printing, and copies are rare. However, that image has perplexed cartographers for centuries. Some identify it as an emblem of a whirlpool, others a printing error. Yet, when overlaid with modern star maps, the wheel's position aligns with the rising point of Virgo during the 2039 alignment, at that latitude, on that specific date. Coincidence? Possibly. However, in this narrative, coincidences tend to accumulate like frost on ancient stone. The open question remains, what became of this northern outpost? If the Templars indeed constructed a star-watching sanctuary in Iceland, why has it left so few traces? A controversial theory, circulated quietly among certain esoteric historians, suggests that the site still exists, that it was abandoned, not destroyed, sealed, and is now waiting. Furthermore, its location is purportedly encoded into the sigil itself, using longitude expressed as celestial arc minutes rather than degrees. Dr. John Torvik, one such researcher, believes these coordinates indicate a cavern beneath the Snæfellsjökull volcano. He claims to have discovered seismic irregularities consistent with a man-made structure. He has applied for excavation permits 6 times. All 6 applications have been denied. Icelandic authorities cite environmental protection concerns. However, in 2017, a classified report leaked to a Swedish journalist revealed that the site had been designated culturally sensitive due to foreign heritage claims. It did not specify which foreign heritage. Torvik's latest appeal, filed in 2023, has, as of this writing, not been denied. The implication lingers. The Templars, it is now suspected, did more than merely safeguard the sigil. They mapped it, tracked it, and aligned with it. Their final voyage was not towards conquest. It was towards calculation. And what they constructed in the frozen north may not have been a refuge, but a trigger. For Iceland does not merely lie at the edge of the world, it lies at the edge of time. They were not merely accused of heresy, they were accused of listening. Among the extensive list of charges levied against the Knights Templar in the early 14th century, idolatry, blasphemy, secret rituals, one stands out not for its theatricality, but for its quiet absurdity. Several accused knights were said to have studied the movements of the heavens with tools of forbidden proportion. This was not astrology, nor astronomy, but geometry, sacred geometry. At the time, this constituted less a scientific charge and more a spiritual crime. Geometry was deemed sacred only when applied to the construction of cathedrals or the calculation of feast days. However, when employed to map the sky, or, more dangerously, to predict its movements, it trespassed into territory the Church considered hazardous, presumptuous, and subversive. For what if the heavens were not divine chaos? What if they were patterned? This is the historical fact. By the mid-13th century, the Templars had amassed a discreetly growing collection of mathematical manuscripts. These included translated copies of Euclid, Arabic texts from Al-Andalus, and geometric treatises smuggled from Byzantium. Most were housed in commanderies far from Rome's oversight, particularly in Portugal and southern France. However, one scroll, known only as Spira Obscura, has become central to understanding why the Church may have feared the Templars even more than it publicly indicated. The scroll, recovered in 1906 from the ruins of a Templar outpost near Tomar, Portugal, contains diagrams resembling nested circles, spirals, and intersecting arcs. Yet, when processed through modern modeling software, these images resolve into a type of harmonic map, consistent with orbital resonance patterns between Earth, Mars, and Saturn over multi-century intervals. In essence, it is a model of planetary timing. Now, here is the obscure detail that renders this scroll impossible to dismiss. In one corner, scratched in a slightly different ink, is a peculiar Latin phrase, Audivimus spas fractus loqui in silentio. We heard the broken spheres speak in silence. This is nearly identical to language found in the seal of the angelic war chant, and, again, in the Leontius manuscript, the concept of broken celestial music, of disrupted harmony. This brings us to the so-called music of the spheres. In medieval cosmology, particularly within Neoplatonic and early Christian traditions, it was believed that the movements of the planets generated a form of divine music, not audibly perceived, but genuinely present a harmony of orbits, a metaphysical symphony. But the Templars, it appears, believed this music had altered, that a note had ceased. Several trial confessions, brutally extracted and dismissed for centuries, mentioned the disharmony and the wounded star. One even refers to a ritual where initiates were instructed to draw the chord that no longer sounds, followed by a period of enforced silence in the dark. What were they perceiving? Or, more precisely, what were they no longer perceiving? Let us return to the sigil. Its geometry, its broken sixth arm, its radial balance is recognized as more than symbolic. When digitally modeled, the sigil generates an imperfect harmonic field. It resonates discordantly. This is not a metaphor. When laser scanned and processed through frequency analysis software, the sigil's shape generates overtones inconsistent with balanced radial forms. It does not resonate properly. Yet, this flawed resonance precisely matches the pattern described in Spira Obscura, a field warped along a Saturnine arc. Saturn, once again, always Saturn. The connection is inevitable. From the mirror's darkened surface to the silent chant to the Icelandic observatory, everything points to a celestial structure that has been damaged, misaligned. And if one credits the Templars and their mysterious watchers, that misalignment is not metaphorical, it is mechanical. This leads to the open question scholars rarely voice. What if the music of the spheres was not merely a poetic concept? What if it was actual, not a sound, but a force, a synchronization, a system of cosmic ratios that maintain time, matter, and perception in alignment? And what if that system is fracturing? Viewed through this lens, the sigil becomes more than a warning. it transforms into a diagnostic tool, a device constructed not to protect or summon, but to measure, and perhaps, at the appropriate time, to respond. There is one additional layer. In a lesser-known appendix to the Templar interrogation records compiled in 1311, a scribe notes a phrase uttered by a dying knight. He had been burned at the stake in Toulouse, and as the flames consumed his robe, he screamed, "The sixth arm fell, the wheel cracked, the song is dead." 3 sentences, disconnected, or a confession far deeper than theology. Thus the question arises: if the sigil marks a future moment when celestial harmony will fracture, when the silent music of the universe stutters, what then transpires? What happens when the spheres no longer sing? Some believe this moment is not catastrophic but evolutionary, a cosmic shift in perception, a new age, as mystics might term it. Others fear a collapse that the very fabric of time, held together by resonant forces beyond human comprehension, might ripple or rupture. And then there are those who insist the sigil does not merely observe, it compensates. That when the harmonic breach occurs, the sigil performs an action, corrects, initiates, or concludes. For heresy, as defined by the Church, was never solely about belief. It was about control. And the greatest heresy of all may have been this: the concept that the heavens were not a mystery to be feared, but a machine to be comprehended. When the sun momentarily disappears, time appears to suspend. Across every culture, every epoch, eclipses have inspired a sacred form of terror. From ancient Babylon to Qing dynasty China, the sudden vanishing of daylight consistently signified more than a mere trick of celestial mechanics. It was an omen, an interruption, a disruption in the regular order of existence. Therefore, when the sigil's radial geometry was initially cross-referenced with eclipse maps from the past millennium, few anticipated anything remarkable. The disk was presumed to be planetary, concerned with alignments, not occlusions. However, then came the revelation: 2 eclipses separated by centuries, positioned at perfectly opposing arcs on the sigil's outer ring. One in 1347, one in 2039, and between them, exactly 729 years. That number, once more. Let us commence with the historical fact. On May 3rd, 1347, a total solar eclipse cast its shadow over a broad swath of southern Europe, including Languedoc. Records from that era, inscribed in a blend of Latin and Occitan, describe the light becoming still, birds falling silent, and a second dusk descending. One chronicler, writing from Carcassonne, claimed the sky trembled as if remembering something. Later that same year, the Black Death commenced its catastrophic spread across Europe. Now fast forward. On July 23rd, 2039, a total solar eclipse will again traverse Europe, this time cutting diagonally across the continent, casting a shadow over parts of Spain, southern France, and northern Italy. The path of totality will graze within 40 kilometers of Bézieux. 2 eclipses, occurring in the same region, exhibiting the same rotational alignment on the sigil's geometry, and separated by the same temporal interval of 729 years. This is not merely poetic symmetry, it is astronomical. The obscure detail here is the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, after which eclipses recur in a similar pattern. The 2 eclipses in 1347 and 2039 do not fall within the same Saros cycle. They are separated by over 40 Saros generations. This renders their alignment not predictable, but unique. Yet, the sigil encodes both. Dr. Jian Mai, an astrophysicist at the University of Leiden, conducted a modeling experiment in 2016. Utilizing precise eclipse path data from NASA and advanced simulation tools, she overlaid the Bézieux sigil onto a polar projection of Earth's eclipse map. The results were startling. The broken arm of the sigil, the same fracture traced across chants, ciphers, and celestial schematics aligned within half a degree of both eclipse path's center lines. Mai did not publish her findings in a mainstream journal, citing academic pressures. However, in a private interview she stated, "It is either deliberate or impossible." This leads to a chilling possibility. What if the sigil was not only tracking planetary motion, but also eclipse recurrence? What if it was designed to mark not where the light shines, but when it vanishes? This connects to a fragment found in the Codex Leontius, where he writes, "The hour of shadow will be twice, the first to silence the world, the second to speak the seal." Many dismiss this as allegory, but recontextualized through the twin eclipse theory, it begins to sound disturbingly literal. The first eclipse, in 1347, preceded an apocalyptic event, not a prophecy, but a plague, a restructuring of civilization. The second eclipse, in 2039, has yet to occur, and the question lingers: will it herald another profound turning point? The connection here is unavoidable. The number of the end, 729 years. The seal of the angelic war, silence descending. The mirror, the chant, the star watchers in Iceland, all observing not merely for light but for the fracture in its rhythm. And here is where it becomes even stranger. A medieval astronomical codex, housed in the Bodleian Library and rarely viewed outside of private requests, includes an anonymous marginalia note written beside a solar diagram. It reads, "Let the dark kiss come twice before the circle breaks. Then shall the last key hum again." That sound motif, that low vibration, that idea that the sigil awaits a precise moment when the light disappears, when the hum returns, when something opens. Now, for the open scholarly debate. Are these eclipse alignments intentional, or are they the result of pareidolia perceiving patterns where none exist? Duquesne's work on resonance suggests otherwise. His modeling demonstrates that the sigil's geometry, when viewed as a harmonic device, reacts most intensely to simulated solar occlusion at the same angular tilt as the eclipse paths. This is not merely visual metaphor, it is interference. The sigil's intrinsic resonance, that subtle, inaudible frequency, destabilizes when subjected to eclipse-modeled light fluctuation. In simpler terms, it responds when the sun vanishes. This has given rise to considerable speculation that the sigil might have been designed to perform an action at the moment of an eclipse to activate, emit, or initiate. But what would it initiate? Theories range from spiritual awakening to catastrophic collapse to the revelation of hidden perception. One group, operating under the name Chronostellum, believes the twin eclipses represent a gateway, a cosmic hourglass flipped once in 1347 and poised to be turned again in 2039. They have created simulations predicting gravitational anomalies, electromagnetic field disturbances, and even shifts in human brainwave activity coinciding with eclipse conditions. All speculative, all denied by mainstream science, but none disproven. Therefore, the thought that has subtly underpinned every aspect of this investigation must now be confronted. What if the Templars foresaw this? What if they possessed this knowledge? Not in vague prophetic language, but in precise measurements, in astronomy, in long-forgotten models inherited from older, more obscure traditions, perhaps from Egyptian star priests or Babylonian mathematicians, or even earlier civilizations. And what if the sigil is not a mere memory of those predictions, but the instrument of their fulfillment? 2 eclipses, 2 silences, 1 last seal, and the light between them diminishing. It was composed of iron, not gold-heavy, dull, and unornamented, save for the same symbol observed carved in stone, etched in metal, whispered in chants, and encoded in cipher, a cross with 6 arms, the lowest one fractured. In 1623, an English nobleman struck it with a hammer. This account originates from the private journals of Sir Lionel Ashcombe, a lesser-known antiquarian and member of Parliament, whose interests leaned more towards esoteric curiosities than statecraft. Among his extensive collections, animal skulls, alchemical folios, fragments of Roman coins, one item remained secured in a cedar box for over a decade. A ring, too large for comfortable wear, discovered in the ruins of a chapel on the Ashcombe estate in Northumberland. This was his grandfather's land, and according to family lore, the ring was unearthed in 1598, buried beneath the collapsed altar stone alongside a piece of broken black glass and a scroll so faded it disintegrated upon exposure. But the ring persisted. Lionel's notes describe it with an intensity bordering on obsession. Not a thing of beauty, but of purpose. A wheel malformed. The 6th break unsettles me. He sketched it dozens of times, consistently fixating on the broken arm, its deliberate appearance, as though it had been struck or perhaps designed in that manner. This is a historical fact. In the early 17th century, England experienced a brief but intense resurgence of interest in forbidden knowledge. Alchemy, geomancy, angelic languages, anything deemed inappropriate by ecclesiastical law, acquired a magnetic allure. The Ashcombe ring would have fit seamlessly into this context. However, Sir Lionel did not display it, publish about it, or share it with fellow collectors. Instead, he kept it locked away until, as his diary records, the wheel turned and the stars fell ill. What did he signify by this? On August 12, 1623, a triple planetary conjunction occurred. Mercury, Venus, and Mars converged in the pre-dawn sky. Most observers perceived it as a mere celestial curiosity. Lionel, however, interpreted it as a signal. That night, he brought the ring into his study, placed it atop a mirror, and according to his own hand, waited for the silence. What transpired is recorded in a letter to his sister, which was never dispatched, but later discovered among his papers. It reads, "The ring sang without voice. The silence was deeper than death. I saw the sixth fall again. I feared it would open. He shattered the ring with a hammer, a process that required 4 blows." Here is the obscure detail. Fragments of the ring survive. They are held in the Ashcombe family's private collection, and in 1998, they were examined by a team of metallurgists at Oxford under limited access. Their report, quietly published in a footnote in the Journal of Historical Materials, mentioned something curious. The inner surface of the band bore an engraving too fine to be seen with the naked eye. When magnified, it revealed a spiral composed of 13 dots, one misaligned. The number 13 again. This directly connects to the Charter of the 13, the Watchers, the harmonic resonance of the sigil, and the 729-year countdown. The connections are no longer subtle, they are recursive. However, the Ashcombe ring introduces a new element. Fear not symbolic, not theoretical, but physical and tangible. Lionel, by all accounts a rational man, believed the object to be dangerous, not in the manner of a sword or a poison, but in the way a key becomes perilous when it no longer fits a lock, but instead activates something else entirely. The open question becomes, was the ring part of the sigil system a control, a trigger, a duplicate? Was it one of many, a personal relic passed down from one watcher to the next? A secondary account, recorded in the journals of Lionel's manservant, Johan Beck, adds a chilling detail. Beck writes that after the ring was broken, Lionel ceased sleeping. He sat by the fire for hours, muttering about the 6th line, the silent circle, and the hum inside the shadow. He became pale and agitated, insisting that the stars had shifted and that the mirror was facing the wrong way. 3 weeks later, Lionel Ashcombe was dead, officially attributed to heart failure. But Beck's last entry records, he died with his mouth open, as though still listening. The idea that a physical object could channel something, that the sigil's symbols are not merely representations but invitations, is not new. It has been observed with the mirror, the chant, the Icelandic stone. But the ring is distinct. It was wearable, personal. It may have marked an individual, like the Watchers, or operated as a form of harmonic token, one piece of a distributed mechanism scattered across centuries, designed not for constant use, but to wait, and perhaps to warn. For if Lionel's journal is to be believed, he did not destroy the ring out of mere superstition. He destroyed it to halt something, to silence a signal, to prevent the wheel from turning again. Yet, the thought that casts a shadow over this entire chapter persists. What if he was too late? Or more ominously, what if breaking the ring was not a prevention, but a trigger? What if the silence he feared was not silence at all, but merely a temporary pause, waiting for the hum to recommence? Their existence is not widely known. This is by design. They wear no robes, construct no temples, publish no books, organize no rallies, and upload no cryptic online sermons. Indeed, they rarely speak at all. However, upon rigorous observation, a discernible pattern emerges. They identify themselves by various appellations: the Silent Line, the Order of the Sixth Light. In certain circles, they are simply referred to as continuance, a name drawn from the final page of the Leontius manuscript, suggesting that the seal might continue even when forgotten. They operate in scattered enclaves across Europe and South America, though recent years have witnessed a quiet expansion into North America and parts of Southeast Asia. They do not proselytize or solicit funds. Instead, their activities are focused on observation and data collection. To provide historical context, in 2012, during renovations to a 19th century Jesuit seminary near Cordoba, Argentina, workers uncovered a locked chest sealed with lead. Inside were 13 small notebooks, identical in size and format, though inscribed in different hands. Their contents included diagrams, celestial maps, dates, and recurring references to eclipses, Saturnian cycles, and planetary syzygies. And this phrase, repeated across almost every volume: the seal is not a relic, it is a rhythm. Those notebooks are now part of a private archival collection. The Argentine government officially listed them as esoteric instructional materials of uncertain origin. However, a digital leak in 2016 revealed scans of several pages. Page 9 of Notebook 5 depicted a familiar shape, 6 arms radiating from a circle, the bottom right one fractured again. But what is more intriguing is what transpired after the leak. Within weeks, 3 individuals contacted the archivist anonymously, all separately, all fluent in obscure medieval Latin, and all claiming prior access to the notebook's contents, despite their never having been publicly viewed before. Each signed their email with the same symbol, a broken ring encircling 13 dots. This is the obscure detail. These contacts did not request access, they requested return. They claimed the notebooks were stolen during the transition and had been meant for the safe watchers. The phrase itself is meaningless unless one recalls Section 17 and the Canticle of the Hidden Ones. We are the eyes between the minutes. If their claims are to be believed, these individuals do not merely subscribe to the sigil's significance. They are actively continuing its work. The situation becomes stranger still. In 2020, Maya Ver, a security researcher, uncovered an encrypted subdomain attached to an otherwise unremarkable historical preservation website in Bruges. Behind layers of obfuscation, she discovered a trove of data: astronomical ephemerides, acoustic modeling charts, and eclipse maps extending into the 24th century. There were scanned images of locations previously discussed: the Snæfellsjökull site in Iceland, the Freiburg forest, the Bezu altar, even the shattered Ashcombe ring, captioned in Latin, "One falls to speak the next." And then came the calendar, a countdown updated daily, ticking towards August 4th, 2039. She posted a single image on a private forum. It was removed within hours. Her system was hacked, her files corrupted, and she received a cease and desist notice from a legal firm that does not exist. She has since vanished from digital life. Here the open question arises, now less academic and more existential. Are these modern groups the direct descendants of the Templar Watchers? Have they inherited their charge through bloodline, ritual, or simply shared conviction? Or have they independently discovered the sigil, drawn to it not by tradition, but by resonance? That word again, resonance. The sigil does not broadcast, it draws. It hums softly on a channel few can perceive. Those who do describe dreams, shifts in perception, visions of wheels, rings, and mirrors. Many sense it before they visually confirm it, leading to the possibility that these revivalists are not inheritors but receivers, and the signal is intensifying. One documented case is particularly compelling. In 2017, Lucan des Roches, a French cryptographer, disappeared while mapping a forest near Montségur. When his belongings were recovered, his GPS unit indicated an unnatural walking pattern, perfect concentric circles around a central point marked only as X. Beneath that X, searchers found nothing, but faintly etched into the bark of a nearby tree was the 6-armed sigil. Des Roches was later found unharmed 30 kilometers away. He had no memory of walking, but when shown a photograph of the sigil, he wept. A connection here is unavoidable. The Black Forest ritual, the mirrored chant, the Watchers in Iceland, the count of 13 all functioning as discrete circuits in a system of belief or perception centuries in the making. But now that system is stirring, not within temples, not within books, but within people, within minds, in motion. There is a final, quiet theory whispered by those who have dedicated their lives to studying the sigil, that the revivalists are not organizing due to the sigil's rediscovery. They are organizing because the sigil is almost ready, as if it is more than metal, more than symbol. As if, with each echo of alignment, it draws its keepers to itself not by voice, but by rhythm, by design, by the hum that slowly recommences. One may not perceive it yet, but something is audibly ticking. It is not the clocks worn on wrists, or those that adorn domestic spaces, nor even the atomic pulses that synchronize satellites. This ticking belongs to something deeper, slower, and vastly more ancient. It belongs to the sigil. For if every element traced thus far holds true, if the geometry, the eclipses, the resonance, the watchers, the charter, and the alignment are factual, then the sigil is not merely a warning. It is a clock, and it is nearing the end of its time. The historical fact is simple and chilling. Every major thread of this investigation converges on a single date, August 4th, 2039. This encompasses a planetary alignment, a recurring eclipse, and a harmonic cycle 729 years in the making. The sigil encodes this moment in metal. The charter anticipates it. The chants describe its resonance, and those who have attempted to disrupt the circuit have failed. However, consensus remains elusive regarding what transpires next. This is where theory begins to waver under the weight of possibility. Some contend that nothing significant will occur, that the sigil is merely symbolic, an echo of medieval pattern obsession amplified by modern paranoia, simply geometry, myth, a cold relic with an engaging narrative. Yet empirical data suggests otherwise. Over the past 2 decades, there has been a measurable increase in global electromagnetic disturbances during minor planetary alignments. Most are attributed to solar flares, magnetic anomalies, or local interferences, but some remain unaccounted for. A 2014 study, largely overlooked in a minor physics journal, documented a set of unexplained harmonic spikes in the ELF, extremely low frequency, range over Central Europe during a Saturn-Mercury conjunction. The frequency, 729 Hz. No follow-up study was published. Here is the obscure detail. A satellite launched in 2017 to monitor deep space cosmic background radiation experienced a 4.3-second data blackout while traversing directly over the coordinates of Bézieux, France. The team reported a momentary signal saturation of unknown origin. When queried if it could be solar interference, the lead technician reportedly laughed, stating, "It came from below." Now, for the direct connection, the Watchers, the Revivalists, the sealed sites, the quiet rituals. Every action traced across these chapters has been building towards something, not a vague expectation, but a precise moment, an hour. And the sigil, if it is a machine, as some believe, is not counting down indefinitely. It is designed for precision. It has been awaiting a specific intersection of time, space, and resonance. 2039. So, what occurs when the clock ceases its count? One theory, derived from the leaked notes of Dr. Antonia Roux, suggests a massive shift in perception. This theory posits that the sigil's function is neurological, that its resonance, when activated by eclipse shadow and planetary frequency, induces a global cognitive phase shift. Not hallucination, not madness, but a collective attunement to a new harmonic framework, an awakening. Others fear the inverse, that the sigil's activation represents not a beginning, but a cancellation, that it encodes a shutdown, a collapse of the harmonic lattice that stabilizes perception, time, or even matter, that the seal is not protecting humanity from knowledge, but protecting reality from humanity. The most disturbing theory originates from the unpublished pages of Frater Leontius, recovered in fragments from the Montségur site. His final line, inscribed beneath the symbol of the fractured sixth arm, reads, "It is not death, it is unbeing. The wheel turns and the mirror forgets." There is an inherent terror in that phrase, "the mirror forgets." If the sigil encodes the structure of reality, then perhaps its activation represents a reordering so complete that memory itself becomes unmade. Imagine a moment in which time resets not backward, not forward, but sideways, where the alignment triggers a harmonic reboot, where the Watchers are not preparing for apocalypse, but for reinitialization, a system update. But of what? The open question is no longer what is the sigil. That has been addressed. The sigil is a device. It measures, it resonates, it remembers. The true question now is what transpires when it remembers everything at once, and who or what will be observing when it does. For when the clock stops, it does not merely mark the cessation of waiting. It marks the commencement of whatever follows, and the sky, turning slowly above, does not inquire whether humanity is prepared. It simply waits. The journey has extended across 13 centuries, through dust-choked vaults and forgotten chants, across eclipse paths and icy ridges, and through broken rings. Now, at the precipice of understanding, the most critical question must be posed. What was the sigil's ultimate purpose? Not its meaning, nor its symbolism, but its intended function. For one truth has emerged from the surrounding enigma: the sigil is not inert. Its patterns, alignments, and harmonic structures are not the product of random medieval obsession. They are purposeful, consistent, precise, and they are converging. Thus, the prevailing theory is presented, the one that interweaves every fragment. The sigil is not a relic, it is a trigger, not for warfare, nor for destruction, but for activation. Let the threads be drawn taut, the fractured sixth arm echoing across carvings, ciphers, rings, and rites. The countdown of 729 years recited in chants, encoded in planetary cycles, the watchers who vanished, the revivalists who returned, the mirror that does not reflect, the clock that does not audibly tick, and the hum, the inescapable, inaudible vibration that recurs in every document, testimony, and dream. Plainly stated, the sigil was not created to inform, it was made to perform an action, and that action is imminent. The historical fact anchors this entire endeavor. Every major thread of this investigation converges on the final century of the Templars. Their cryptic rituals, geographic expansion, and sudden dissolution point not towards the accumulation of power or the protection of treasure, but towards the management of time of knowledge so perilous that it could not be stored in libraries or articulated in words. It had to be locked within recurrence, ritual, and geometry. The mechanism is clear. The sigil's outer ring encodes planetary resonance. Its broken arm tracks eclipse symmetry. Its harmonic frequency collapses at 729 Hz, the same frequency projected across the 2039 celestial alignment. Duquesne's modeling, Roux's cipher translation, and the Icelandic Observatory's seismic map all corroborate this. The sigil's core is structured around event convergence, a point where astronomical alignment, temporal recursion, and symbolic ritual intersect. This is the obscure detail almost universally missed. The sigil was not created to record an ending, it was made to initiate it. An ending may not correspond to conventional understanding. A passage from the Charter of 13 speaks of a gate not between places but between arrangements. Another fragment from the Gasperi leaf reads, "The wheel does not open to space but to ordering." Even Frater Leontius, despite his apprehension, wrote, "The fracture is not death, it is reassembly." This reverts to the concept that the sigil functions not as a weapon or a warning, but as a cosmic switch, a tuning fork for consciousness, or perhaps for reality itself. If one accepts the sigil as a trigger, then what it triggers is not fire or ruin, but transition, a phase shift, a reharmonization of the pattern that underlies the sky, the mind, and the mirror between them. The connection now culminates in a convergence. The silent watchers, the angelic seal, the Icelandic sanctuary, the revivalist calendar, the Black Forest procession, the Sibylline prophecy all describe not annihilation, but alignment. They all speak of the moment when the mirror turns. The open question, one that remains unanswerable, is what lies beyond that threshold. Is it illumination or erasure, evolution or silence? There is no consensus, there is only recurrence. Echoes reverberate through architecture, through chant, through stone and metal and dreams. The sigil manifests wherever it is required, akin to a blueprint for a machine yet to be constructed, or a memory that humanity is only now beginning to retrieve. And if 2039 signifies the moment it completes its remembering, then so too must humanity. For that is its intrinsic purpose, to transcend time, to synchronize the human mind with something older, vaster, and incomparably quiescent. And now, the stars approach their designated angles. The hum beneath the silence intensifies, and the sixth arm, still broken, still waiting, aligns once more with the shadow that darkens the sky. This is not a symbol, it is a signal, and the time is almost at hand. The culmination will not manifest as fire, blood, or trumpet-blown judgment beneath a fractured sky. That has never been the essence of this phenomenon. The end of an age is not synonymous with the end of the world. It signifies the cessation of the rhythm that has maintained the world's equilibrium, the final exhalation before the subsequent inhalation begins. And if the sigil speaks truthfully, if the hum traced across centuries is authentic, then that breath is now being drawn. What transpires next may appear as nothing at all. It may arrive as stillness, a moment when the air feels subtly altered, where birds pause mid-flight, where a mirror for a singular second fails to reflect, where Saturn crests the shoulder of Virgo, and the hum finally becomes perceptible, not loud, merely undeniable. What the Templars feared, what they preserved, was not chaos, it was clarity. For when the sigil activates, whether through resonance, ritual, or cosmic clockwork, it does not destroy. It reveals the silence. It is not absence, it is invitation. And that invitation, centuries in its making, may offer more than mere revelation. It may demand something, a choice, a shift, a comprehension of time, not as a linear progression, but as a wheel, as harmony, as a forgotten melody. Perhaps the age that concludes in 2039 is not humanity's. Perhaps it is theirs, the watchers, the builders, those who waited not for human action, but for human perception. For nothing endures indefinitely, not even silence. And when the sigil emits its final tone, what echoes back may define the very nature of future existence. Therefore, one may now find repose. The signs have been observed, the silence heard. One has stood beneath the stars and perceived the ancient geometry pressing inward like breath held too long. Release it, permit the wheels to turn. And when the light bends anomalously across the sky, when the hour decelerates and the shadow extends slightly longer than it should, fear not. The age is concluding, human presence remains, and the stars, slowly, remember, allow all to dissipate. The maps, the echoes, the whispering stone, let them drift like leaves upon water, receding beyond reach. The sigil revolves, but pursuit is no longer necessary. Its form has been perceived, its pull felt, its quiet question heard, hidden across centuries. And now, it can rest, as can one. Exhale, allow the final circle to close. Permit the mirror to forget, let the silence return, not as loss, but as rhythm. One is no longer a seeker, one is part of the hum.
Did Jesus of Nazareth have children? If so, what became of them? For nearly 2,000 years, murmurs of a forbidden gospel have shadowed the pages of history. This narrative was considered so perilous that empires rose to obliterate it. They incinerated scrolls, silenced dissenting voices, and even fundamentally altered the written word. Yet, fragments endured, concealed within desert caves, clandestinely bound into books, and meticulously etched into the stones of forgotten chapels. This evening, we will meticulously trace these fragments, piece by piece, to confront a question the Church has consistently sought to avoid. What if the Holy Family was more expansive than we have been led to believe? Let us take a moment to compose ourselves, as the implications of that question will resonate for some time. For now, we shall slow our pace, journeying back into the dust and shadows of the first century, where each footprint in the sand leads not only toward Calvary, but potentially far beyond. One can envision the bustling streets of Jerusalem, a city vibrant with the hum of commerce and devotion. The air carried the distinct aromas of olive oil and wood. The clatter of market stalls and the rhythmic cadences of Aramaic spoken by passers-by filled the atmosphere. Somewhere in the distance, the temple bell tolled, a profound sound resonating deeply within one's being. Imagine a young rabbi navigating these thoroughfares, his cloak gently brushing against the sun-warmed stones, his eyes reflecting an ancient wisdom. He had not yet assumed the iconic status we recognize, nor was he the crucified savior depicted in stained glass windows. At this juncture, he was simply a teacher, a friend, a man. Walking alongside him, perhaps not always in plain sight, perhaps only when the throngs had dissipated, was a woman whose name would outlast most of the men who chronicled these events, Mary of Magdala. In the officially sanctioned accounts, she is presented as a witness, a devoted adherent. For centuries, she was characterized as a repentant sinner, her identity reduced to a cautionary tale. However, in other narratives, accounts that were either suppressed or discredited, her role is more significant. A partner, a confidant, a woman whose profound closeness to Jesus challenged the established order. This is precisely where the official narrative falters, where the clarity blurs, where textual omissions occur, where passages have been deliberately expunged. Historians refer to this as an absence. Skeptics attribute it to invention. Yet, the faithful whisper another term, suppression. The notion that Jesus and Mary could have shared a life beyond their public ministry potentially even forming a family, has long been dismissed as heresy. Nevertheless, over the past century, discoveries in obscure monasteries, forgotten libraries, and beneath the desert sands have reignited these long-standing rumors. Fragments of Gospels, penned in Coptic, Greek, and Syriac, hint at a profound intimacy. Medieval legends recount Mary's journey across the sea, purportedly bearing something far more precious than mere gold. Furthermore, modern genetic research, though controversial and frequently contested, poses questions that persistently demand consideration. One might inquire why such a possibility would be deemed dangerous. After all, what harm could there be in envisioning the Son of Man also as a father? However, if proven true, this narrative would fundamentally alter the foundations of Christian authority. It would imply that the bloodline of Jesus walked this earth not as a mystical metaphor, but as living flesh and blood, subject to political dynamics, marriage, inheritance, and power. Power, particularly sacred power, has historically been rigorously safeguarded. This evening, we will proceed methodically, as is our custom, following each thread without undue haste. From the shores of Galilee to the crypts of southern France, from papal libraries to archaeological excavations, we will meticulously weigh the facts, the legends, and the profound silences interspersed throughout. Mary of Magdala, a figure oscillating between illumination and obscurity, her image has shifted like sand under the tide, shaped by political agendas, religious fervor, and the quiet struggle over the early church's narrative. In the Gospels that have survived, she appears without introduction, as if the authors presumed her audience already knew her. There is no mention of her age, her family, or the circumstances of her association with Jesus. She simply enters the historical record at the moment he purportedly cast 7 demons from her, a phrase scholars now suggest may not denote demonic possession at all, but rather a healing from illness, trauma, or perhaps even the metaphorical spirits that constrained her. In these initial recorded appearances, Mary is not portrayed as meek. She accompanies him from Galilee, remains with him at the crucifixion when most of his followers have fled, and, most critically, she is the first to witness him after the resurrection. In the Gospel of John, she initially mistakes him for a gardener until he utters her name. This moment is depicted as tender, intimate, and written with a warmth rarely afforded to female figures in the text. Yet, despite this extraordinary role, Mary disappears almost as swiftly as she emerges. Centuries later, the Western Church would entirely redefine her. In 591 CE, Pope Gregory I delivered a sermon that conflated 3 distinct women into a singular identity: Mary of Magdala, Mary of Bethany, and the unnamed sinner who anointed Jesus' feet with costly oil. From that point forward, she was characterized as a prostitute redeemed by Christ's mercy, a penitent whose primary virtue resided in her repentance. This interpretation was not universally accepted by the Eastern Church, nor was it consistent with the earliest writings. Nevertheless, this image persisted in the West for over a millennium. This recharacterization was not merely a matter of morality, it was fundamentally about authority. By portraying Mary as a fallen woman rather than a leader or partner, the Church subtly diminished her influence in the eyes of believers. An apostle in all but name became merely a moral lesson. A voice of witness was reduced to an object of pity. The Magdalene question, therefore, begins with this deliberate alteration. Why would an institution intentionally modify her story? Was it merely a matter of prudishness, or a more profound endeavor to obscure her relationship with Jesus? Some contemporary scholars contend that the Magdalene was more than simply a disciple. The Gospel of Mary, a text unearthed in Egypt in 1896, portrays her as a spiritual equal to Peter, even instructing the other disciples after the resurrection. In that account, Peter challenges her authority, and Levi defends her, admonishing Peter for his jealousy. This offers a rare glimpse into the tensions among the early followers and raises a provocative thought. If Peter, later celebrated as the bedrock of the Church, felt threatened by Mary's influence, What actions might he and his supporters have taken to minimize her role? The ongoing debate among historians centers on whether these texts accurately reflect historical events or merely represent later theological arguments. Some maintain that they are purely symbolic discussions about leadership within early Christian communities, projected back onto the figures of Jesus' time. Others suggest that they preserve fragments of genuine disputes where Mary's closeness to Jesus proved inconvenient for those shaping the Church's nascent hierarchy. Recalling our earlier observations, suppression often manifests as erasure rather than outright destruction. Here too, the official canon does not explicitly condemn Mary. It merely sidelines her, permitting her image to fade beneath a new interpretive layer. The prostitute label, first applied centuries later, is akin to a whisper carried across generations until it becomes the dominant voice. And yet, the Magdalene steadfastly refuses to vanish. Her name endures in medieval legends, in the naming of churches, and in the whispered traditions of monasteries claiming to possess her bones. There are abbeys in France where the faithful still believe she spent her final days, and the atmosphere there, particularly in summer, is redolent with the scent of lilies. Whether or not these locations genuinely housed her, they have preserved the memory of a woman whose presence may have been far more disruptive than the official narrative permits. The verifiable facts are as follows. She hailed from Magdala, a prosperous fishing town on the Sea of Galilee. She was present at both the crucifixion and the resurrection. Furthermore, she is mentioned more frequently in the Gospels than most of the apostles. The remainder is subject to interpretation, and it is here that interpretations become a battleground. Was she a trusted friend, a spiritual leader, or a wife? The texts do not provide explicit answers, but their silences resonate in the spaces between the lines. One scholar once aptly described the Magdalene problem as a jigsaw puzzle largely missing its edges. One can assemble portions of the image a woman intimately connected to Jesus, present at critical junctures, and challenged by male disciples. But the complete picture remains elusive, perhaps intentionally so. Theories concerning a marriage, children, or a shared ministry, though speculative, arise organically from the historical record's unexplained omissions. It is as though the light consistently falls just short of illuminating what we most desire to perceive. One now enters a quieter chamber of the past, a space not adorned with marble pillars or gilded altars, but lined with shelves. These shelves once held scrolls meticulously written on papyrus and parchment, inked by steady hands under the flickering glow of lamplight. The air in this chamber carries the distinct aroma of dust and ancient oil, the soft crackle of time embedded within brittle pages. This is where the narrative transitions from vibrant oral accounts to discernible gaps in documentation, missing verses, absent gospels, and letters alluded to but now nowhere to be found. Within the New Testament itself, indications of these absences are present. The Apostle Paul, in his epistles, occasionally refers to correspondence we no longer possess, such as letters to the Laodiceans, or additional instructions that never found their way into our modern Bibles. The Gospel of Luke, in its preface, acknowledges that many have undertaken to compile a narrative of the events that have been fulfilled among us. Yet, ultimately, only 4 Gospels were sanctioned as authoritative. What became of the others? Did they simply succumb to the ravages of age and neglect, or were they deliberately set aside? Church tradition asserts that the canon was formed to achieve theological unity. However, beneath that polite explanation lies a more complex reality. The early Christian world was characterized by a diverse array of perspectives. Some factions emphasized Jesus' humanity, while others underscored his divinity. Some advocated for strict asceticism, others for a more engaged, worldly approach. In this cacophony, a text suggesting that Jesus was married, let alone a father, would not merely be controversial. It would fundamentally undermine the meticulously constructed image of a celibate, holy, divine figure. In an era where doctrinal authority conferred political authority, this constituted no minor threat. One obscure but persistent example of a vanished work is the so-called Gospel of the Nazarenes, referenced by early writers such as Jerome. It reportedly contained passages not found in our extant Gospels. Although Jerome occasionally quoted from it, the text itself has entirely disappeared. Some scholars speculate that it may have preserved traditions closer to Jesus' own community, which, if true, could have included references to his personal life. Of course, suspicion does not equate to evidence, but historical absence frequently conveys its own narrative. The debates intensify when considering the abrupt ending of the Gospel of Mark. In its earliest manuscripts, Mark concludes abruptly after the women discover the empty tomb. Later versions include accounts of resurrection appearances and final instructions, passages widely believed by textual scholars to be subsequent additions. Why were these added? Why not retain the raw, unsettling silence of the original? One possibility is that these additions serve to align Mark with the theological agenda of the other Gospels, thereby smoothing away any troubling inconsistencies. This does not constitute proof of a hidden marriage, but it does demonstrate that the text was subject to modification. There is also the matter of the Gospel of Thomas, discovered in the mid-20th century at Nag Hammadi. This collection of sayings contains no narrative, only brief, often enigmatic statements attributed to Jesus. Some sound familiar, others do not. While it does not explicitly mention Mary Magdalene, its non-canonical status reminds us of the many voices excluded from the walls of orthodoxy. In one particular saying, Jesus speaks of revealing what lies hidden from the foundation of the world. For those seeking traces of a suppressed family, such language becomes an irresistible hint. Furthermore, there is the so-called secret Gospel of Mark, which became a source of significant controversy in the 1970 seconds following the surfacing of a letter attributed to Clement of Alexandria. This letter described an expanded version of Mark's Gospel, containing passages about Jesus in Bethany, including a scene with a young man that scholars have variously interpreted as symbolic initiation, spiritual instruction, or something more deeply personal. The authenticity of this letter remains intensely disputed. Some deem it a forgery, while others argue that its style aligns with early Christian writings. Regardless, it fuels the broader suspicion that our canon was curated not solely by divine inspiration, but by human hands, guided by human priorities. When one recalls the sidelining of Mary Magdalene, the pattern begins to sharpen. If her role could be reframed to suit later doctrine, why not remove or obscure texts that afforded her a central place in Jesus' life? After all, texts are more easily lost than people. A scroll can be burned, a page scraped clean and overwritten, a single copy left to decay in a forgotten monastery. In some instances, suppression requires no malice, merely the quiet decision not to reproduce a text. Without replication, parchment degrades and the words perish with it. The fundamental question driving this segment of the investigation is not whether early Christian writings were lost, that is beyond doubt, but whether these losses were random or targeted. If targeted, the criteria for removal would have been shaped by the theological and political imperatives of those in power. And here, the stakes become considerably higher. If even a single suppressed gospel had recorded that Jesus took a wife or fathered a child, the entire edifice of clerical celibacy and the Church's mystical monopoly on divine sonship would have been fundamentally threatened. A contemporary scholar once compared the early Church's control of Scripture to the manner in which a curator arranges a museum exhibit. What is displayed is accurate, but it does not represent the entirety of the truth. Rooms have been sealed, paintings removed from their frames. One is presented with a masterpiece, but not the preparatory sketches that reveal the artist's initial intentions. The path forward will lead us deeper into those sealed rooms. And when one of them was inadvertently opened in the Egyptian desert in 1945, the air within carried the scent of a narrative profoundly different from the one we have been taught. We now arrive at a threshold, marked not by a lock, but by a language, Coptic, the ultimate written form of the ancient Egyptian tongue. The manuscript before us is ancient, its ink faded to the hue of tea stains. the papyrus fibers whispering of centuries spent in obscurity. It is within the pages of what we now refer to as the Gospel of Philip that one of the most contentious lines in all of Christian Apocrypha awaits, much like a fragment of overheard conversation. This particular Gospel does not conform to the narrative structure of the four canonical Gospels. It reads more as a collection of theological reflections, discussions on sacraments, and mystical unions. Its tone is almost dreamlike, transitioning from one thought to another, occasionally repeating itself as if examining an idea from multiple perspectives. Then, without warning, it presents a sentence that has inspired numerous volumes, that Mary Magdalene was the koinonos of Jesus. This Greek word is often translated as companion, but in certain contexts, it can also signify partner or spouse. The passage continues, though the surviving manuscript is heavily damaged. There is a line describing how Jesus used to kiss Mary often, although the precise location of the kiss is partially missing, torn away with the degraded fibers of the page. It could suggest on the mouth, or something else entirely. Yet, the mere suggestion was sufficient to send tremors through the theological establishment when this gospel was first analyzed in the 20th century. Historically, the Gospel of Philip is dated to the 3rd century, likely composed within a Gnostic community. It is not presented as eyewitness testimony, but rather as theological meditation. Nevertheless, it clearly draws upon earlier traditions, and its portrayal of Mary deviates from the flattened image found in the canonical texts. Here, she is not merely the penitent sinner or the loyal follower. She is a figure singled out, set apart, and even envied. One fragment indicates that the other disciples questioned Jesus as to why he loved her more than all of them. His response is absent, a silence as profound as stone. The interpretation of this gospel remains an ongoing academic dispute. Orthodox proponents argue that the kiss was a metaphor for spiritual transmission, an imparting of divine knowledge. Within the Gnostic worldview, intimate acts frequently symbolized the exchange of hidden wisdom, not physical romance. However, others note that metaphors rarely elicit jealousy unless there is a more tangible dimension to them. The question then arises, could this be a faint echo of a genuine human relationship, subsequently reframed in mystical language? One might recall the suppression encountered in earlier chapters, the redefinition of Mary's identity, the quiet discarding of Gospels that did not conform to the established mold. The Gospel of Philip survived only because a copy was sequestered, interred in a clay jar alongside other Gnostic writings near Nag Hammadi, sealed from the light for over 1,500 years. Had that jar been shattered, or its pages consumed by insects, we would never have known of these words. One of the more recondite details within this Gospel is its contemplation of the bridal chamber, a mystical sacrament understood by Gnostics as the ultimate union between the soul and the divine. In this symbolic framework, marriage is not disparaged, but exalted, viewed as a parallel to the ultimate union with God. If this was the theological context surrounding Jesus in certain communities, the notion of him taking a partner would not have been scandalous. It would have been the perfect embodiment of divine mystery. The fact that such imagery surrounds the references to Mary only intensifies the intrigue. Some scholars adopt a cautious stance, pointing out that Gnostic texts often reimagine Jesus and his followers within symbolic dramas far removed from historical reality. For them, the koinonos is merely an emblem of the soul in union with Christ, not a historical wife. Yet, others argue that even symbolic narratives require recognizable anchors. Why select Mary, of all figures, to fulfill this role? Why not Peter or John, or a purely allegorical woman like Sophia? The choice appears deliberate. If one considers for a moment that the Gospel of Philip preserves a faint echo of an actual relationship, the jealous disciples depicted within its lines become less a poetic flourish and more a profoundly human scene. A small group of men, already uncertain about the radical teacher they followed, now confronted by a woman whose access to him surpasses their own. It is not difficult to comprehend why later leaders, particularly within a church increasingly dominated by male clerical authority, would find it expedient to relegate such a document to obscurity. The extent of this tradition's prevalence remains an open question. Was the Gospel of Philip an isolated Gnostic meditation, or merely one expression of a broader early Christian memory that simply did not survive the selective process of canonization? We cannot know for certain. However, as with the missing verses of other Gospels, the very survival of this text serves as a reminder that our perception of the first century is a mosaic assembled from fragments, and some of the most revealing fragments are those we were never intended to encounter. Thus, we transition from these fragmentary and suggestive lines into the next chamber of discovery, where the texts are even older, having remained hidden in the desert until the mid-20th century, and where Mary Magdalene's shadow grows sharper rather than fading. The oppressive heat of the Egyptian desert permeates one's skin as one contemplates the scene. December 1945, a group of farmers excavating for fertilizer in the Jabal al-Tarif hills, near the town of Nag Hammadi. Their shovels strike something hard, not stone, but a large, sealed clay jar. Inside, instead of gold or precious relics, they discover a stack of leather-bound codices, their pages brittle and brown, inscribed with the cursive script of Coptic. The men were unaware that they had stumbled upon one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. 13 books